in a faraway kingdom, a gloomy forest that seemed to hold the darkest and most dangerous things. Pant, 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 pant. Those were the sounds of heavy breathing. Someone was running frantically through the forest. Were they running away from something? It was unclear, but that person could be seen clutching their bloody neck, running with all their might as if fighting for their life. Pant, 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 pant. Tears began to fall. A piercing scream rang out. It was just a nightmare. Hildega Ilias lay on a large bed in the middle of a rather luxurious-looking room. She tossed and turned, still unable to escape that terrifying dream. A man, whose attire suggested he was a butler, rushed in frantically and cried out, "Lady Hildega!" He held her shoulders. "Lady Hildega, please calm down. Take a deep breath." She gripped the mattress tightly and suddenly swatted his hands away. He cried out, "Lady Hildega!" An image of someone flashed through her mind again. Was it her? Then, some man was approaching her. The butler panicked. "Is anyone there? Call a doctor, quickly." Then, an image of herself appeared again, but she was wearing a white dress, looking breathtakingly beautiful. She just sat there, gasping for air as if completely drained of energy, staring out the window. The sunset glow shone through the window pane. Seeing that scene, Hildega unconsciously shed a tear. Pant, 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 pant. A voice rang out from Linderman's general store. "Therefore, you cannot keep doing this. Mr. Jackie, I cannot exchange this for a new bag as you requested. You were the one who failed to store it properly." A bag of herbs emitting a pungent stench had been brought in by Mr. Jackie. Hearing this, he angrily retorted, "What do you mean? Are you absolutely sure this batch isn't just cheap garbage, Elkin?" The young man, Elkin, awkwardly replied, "That's impossible. Why would I do such a thing? I already reminded you. These herbs are grown in the north, so they must be kept away from hot places, remember?" Mr. Jackie crossed his arms, feigning disappointment, and sighed. "How can I trust northern scum like you?" Hearing that, Elkin grimaced, unable to say another word. The door behind him slammed open with a bang. A voice echoed out. "Mister." It was Annetta. She said, "Are you trying to scold him again?" "Ah, Annetta, you're finally here," Elkin thought. Mr. Jackie was startled and turned to defend himself. "Ah, Annetta, you see," not letting him finish. She pushed him from behind and scolded him. "Elkin already explained the storage instructions to you. Wasn't I standing right there? Stop bothering him and get lost." Elkin called out after him, advising Mr. Jackie, "You can still use them if you pluck off the rotten parts. I am truly sorry." Jingle. With that, the man had left the store. Annetta turned to him and said, "Elkin, you're way too nice." He replied, "Thank you for helping me out, Annetta. But if I don't treat the customers well, I'll feel guilty towards the store owners. They've already received so much criticism for hiring a northerner." Annetta said, "It's a good thing you found a job here. I've never seen anyone with such extensive knowledge of herbs as you." She then continued to grumble. "Don't they know that there are all kinds of people in the north too? They're always so discriminatory." Elkin could only force a laugh. He recalled the words he had just heard moments ago. "How can I trust northern scum like you?" He thought to himself, the unified northern kingdom and the southern kingdom of Mamarata. They're all just fragmented pieces of history loosely pieced together. My northern homeland was once just a territory made up of various merged villages before it became a unified nation. But after a prolonged war, it was conquered by the kingdom of Mamarata in the south, until nothing but ruins remained. The current king, Mamarata, after completing the invasion of the north, bestowed upon himself the title of the conqueror. But that title only truly makes sense because of the person who fought right alongside the king, the Sun Witch, Hildega Ilias, the mage of light and heat, the one rumored to be blessed by the goddess Korea. She was also the envoy of Catalyst, the vanguard in that invasion. Among the countless nicknames given to her, Sun, which is the most widely used, especially in the place where she is hated the most, the North. However, in reality, she resembles a knight more than a witch. Yet, her magic can level an entire mountain. Furthermore, the healing abilities Hildega possesses make her immortal and immune to all diseases. As fanatical cults worshipping her began to emerge, alongside those who deeply feared her immense power, Hildega was forced to conceal her true identity from everyone except her closest confidants. Some believe Hildega takes the form of a wicked, ancient crone. Meanwhile, others are convinced she is a mature, irresistibly seductive woman capable of enchanting anyone of any gender and age. But one thing is certain, she fought on countless battlefields in her youth. Now that the war has ended, she has been granted a piece of land and a solid standing among the nobility, continuing her reclusive life in a place unknown to the public. And it's probably for the best. The sun witches. Ah, by the way, Elkin, have you heard the news? Lost in his thoughts, Annetta's sudden question made him jump. He awkwardly replied, Huh? What is it? Lately, the royal family has been searching for all kinds of healers from all over. They're seeking out pharmacists and even witches. She patted her chest proudly at him. Actually, my older sister is a royal knight. So I told her that if they're looking for a skilled healer, you're the perfect man for the job. Elkin smiled and replied, Haha, I don't know what they're looking for, but thank you for looking out for me. Annetta blushed, her heart skipping a beat. The store door suddenly opened. Elkin greeted, welcome. The new arrivals were two highly mysterious-looking individuals. They were dressed inconspicuously, wearing hoods that only revealed the lower half of their faces. Both Elkin and Annetta looked rather bewildered. The two strangers glanced around before asking, Is this the Linderman's general store? Elkin replied, That's correct, but they aren't here at the moment. One of them asked, We heard this place sells herbal medicine. Do you have any in stock? Yes, he replied, we do, but only some common varieties and not a large quantity. You can come back another time, or if there's something specific you need, could you clarify? The two strangers said nothing, simply staring intently at him for a moment. Then they asked, Are you from the north? Everyone fell silent, looking at each other. The atmosphere grew heavy. Elkin's eyes darted over them, observing their figures. One of them had a sword strapped to their waist. Catching his gaze, the person covered it with their cloak. He speculated, could these people be? The two strangers looked at each other and gave a knowing nod. Just as he suspected, they spoke in unison, We need your help. They handed him a piece of paper and instructed, Come to this location tomorrow if you wish to know more. If you successfully complete the task, we will reward you handsomely. With that, they quietly took their leave. Elkin and Annetta waited in silence until they had left the store. They finally relaxed their bodies and said, trembling, That was terrifying. I know, right? Annetta burst out in anger. Damn it, why is everyone so hostile today? Can't they stop picking on someone from the north? Who do they think they are? Elkin thought to himself, even though they hid it under the cloak, I could still see it clearly. That sword belongs to a royal knight, the elite royal knights, a formidable and powerful force of the royal family. What could possibly compel them to mobilize such a force just to seek me out? King Mamarata and his family. What do they want? He reminisced about the past. While he stood there frozen, a man shook his shoulders and said, Elkin, your parents. At the Sun Witch's location. Your parents. Explosions echoed relentlessly in his ears, a sound that would strike absolute terror into anyone's heart. Snapping back to the present, he stared at the piece of paper the two strangers had handed him, pondering over it. Perhaps this is. He clenched it tightly in his hand. An opportunity sent from the heavens. In the dead of night, within a gloomy, desolate forest, the constant cawing of crows echoed, adding to the eerie atmosphere of the surroundings. Rustle, rustle. In the midst of this forest where no one would seemingly dare set foot, a man was walking through the night with a lantern in hand. He stepped on a branch, producing a sharp crack that shattered the dead silence. It turned out to be Elkin. It seemed he had reached the location specified on the slip of paper given by the two strangers. He shone his lantern around, his eyes scanning the area as he wondered, no one's here. Did I come to the wrong place? A voice rang out, halt right there. Thank you for coming, Mr. Pharmacist. My name is Griselda Elva. The figure stepped out from the shadows and approached him. Her face was revealed in the light. It was a woman, but she sported short hair. Her aura and striking features made it impossible for anyone to determine her gender at first glance. She continued, There is a noble who requires your assistance. The two maintained their distance. Elkin pieced together Griselda's words with what he had previously heard from Annetta, that her older sister was a royal knight. He deduced, Griselda Elva. The surname is Elva, so she must be Annetta's sister, one of the royal knights. As expected, I am standing face to face with someone who holds enough authority to command and issue orders to this squad of knights. He asked, What is it that I need to do? Griselda replied, All you need to do is listen to my description and prescribe the best remedy you can come up with. Elkin questioned, Solely based on your description? Can I not examine the patient in person? She bluntly answered no. He fell silent as she continued. Starting from 3 days ago at the break of dawn, she shows absolutely no symptoms. But as the sun sets, she begins to feel intense heat and agony, as if she is being burned alive. Finally, when night falls, her body temperature drops, and the pain subsequently vanishes. The crucial point is that as her body cools down, her entire form, from head to toe, gradually turns black, dry, and stiffens. Do you know what illness these symptoms point to? Having finished her explanation, she stood with her arms crossed, awaiting Elkin's answer. He was still utterly perplexed. What kind of bizarre symptoms are those? He then asked her, "Is this some kind of riddle you want me to solve?" She replied with utmost seriousness, "I am not one to make jokes. Good sir from the north." Hearing this, Elkin grimaced. He thought for a moment and replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but I have heard of a disease where the body turns black, dry, and stiff. However, this is the first time I've known of a symptom where the pain only appears when the sun rises and disappears when the sun sets. It's also possible that this isn't a disease at all, but just a curse or a similar spell." Griselda heard this and became annoyed. "I didn't call you out here just to listen to some nonsense guesswork. Can you think of any reasonable treatment method?" "No," he replied. "Since I still don't know what disease this is, it's very difficult to prescribe a specific remedy. But if I use a symptomatic treatment method, then perhaps." He placed his bag on the ground and gently opened it. Inside were all kinds of herbs. He took out a few types, such as dried angelica root and elm bark. While waiting for him, Griselda continued the conversation. "You look quite young, yet you have such extensive knowledge of medicine." He replied, "My parents were also pharmacists. Because of that, I am quite well versed in how to use various herbs." She asked, "Were they better than you?" He answered, "Definitely, though they passed away in the war 8 years ago." He finished wrapping the medicine, handed it to her, and said, "Here, take this. These are dried ironweed stems. Boil them at a low temperature for the first half of the day. Remember not to let it reach a rolling boil. After that, give the patient its water to drink. If she needs them immediately, she can bite a raw stem and hold it in her mouth. But that should only be done in emergencies." She took the packet of medicine and said, "I have never seen this type of plant before." Elkin replied, "That's because it's grown in the north. I have helped that noble, as you requested. Are you satisfied? The decision of whether to use them or not is entirely up to you. So do whatever you want with that medicine. My work here is done." He put on his bag and turned away, walking slowly step by step. Griselda remained standing there as the sky began to brighten. She said quietly, "The sun is about to rise. You didn't have to come here yourself." Another person stepped up from behind her and said, "Griselda, what do you think? Will this remedy actually be effective?" Under the gradually dawning sunlight, the figure slowly took off her cloak, revealing her red hair. Although the lower half of her face was still covered, her aura was overwhelming. It was the aura of someone above all others. Griselda bowed. "Lady Hildega." She opened her eyes, and those eyes were truly breathtakingly beautiful. Griselda said, "He seemed quite confident. If he discovers your true identity, he will probably hate you. Please be more careful. Many people, whether inside or outside the kingdom, are keeping an eye on your immortality. No one is allowed to know your identity. Even the fact that you are ill shouldn't be leaked out, especially to northerners." One of the people she mentioned was Elkin. Hildega remained silent for a moment, then asked, "Griselda, did you see the color of his eyes?" She wondered, "Eye color? Why do you ask? Do they feel familiar to you?" Hildega pulled up the hood of her cloak and said, "No, it's nothing." Dawn had broken, and a crow had also faded away. Back at Linderman's general store, Elkin was carrying boxes out to an older man's cart. He just stood there frozen, thinking about something. The old man yelled, "Elkin." Elkin didn't know how many times he had been called. He finally snapped out of it. The old man said, "I told you that one needs to be left inside the store." He replied embarrassedly, "Ah, you did say that, didn't you? I'm sorry." The old man asked, "Haha, is something on your mind? You've been very forgetful lately." He leaned in close to his ear and teased, "Or have you got your eye on some girl?" He stammered, "No way, you're mistaken." The old man laughed heartily, this kid." He spaced out again and thought, "I haven't heard anything since the day she took those herbs. It's been many days. With the amount of herbs I gave her, they should have run out yesterday. I don't have any way to contact her. Could it be that the noble has recovered from her illness, so she didn't come to get more? I thought this would be a good opportunity to get close to the royal family, but perhaps I overthought it." Then he just quietly gazed at the setting sun. A piercing scream echoed across the sky. The candle lamp was knocked over and shattered. It was Hildega. She had relapsed because dusk had fallen. She groaned, clutching her agonizing body. Griselda immediately rushed in from outside, crying out, "My lady, why?" It was gradually stabilizing. "So why is it relapsing like this?" A maid standing outside called in. She stopped taking the medicine yesterday. She thought her health had fully recovered. So, Griselda turned and asked, "Where are those herbs?" The maid replied, "They ran out 2 days ago. All the remaining medicines belong to the royal physicians." Griselda shouted, "Then bring them here. There's no other way." Hildega forced herself to scream out, "They're just trash." Griselda widened her eyes. She approached Hildega's bed. "Lady Hildega," she replied in agony, "that northern man, bring him here, at a certain palace." Elkin was sitting and waiting in a spacious room within the palace. He thought, "I did think this was a good opportunity to get close to the royal family. But who knew I would be summoned directly to the palace?" It turned out that as it was getting dark, while he was carrying goods, he was approached by a stranger and escorted onto a carriage. And so, he was now present here. Elkin looked around anxiously. He wondered, but it seems like this isn't the royal palace. Then where am I? He looked up at a painting hanging on the wall, and it was a blonde girl. Who was that noble? There was the sound of a door opening. It was Griselda. She said, "Follow me." The path through the palace was chillingly quiet and cold. Griselda led Elkin. Each of their footsteps echoed throughout the entire palace. She slowly walked up to the door of Hildega's room, then stood there hesitantly. She paused for a moment and said, "As I mentioned, I will not be able to let you know the identity of this noble. Just treat her as a patient who is in desperate need of your help." She opened the door. Inside, the room was nothing out of the ordinary, except that Hildega's bed was completely concealed by curtains. He remained standing at the door. Griselda instructed, "Her symptoms started appearing a few months ago and only worsen when the sun rises. In recent days, the condition you are seeing has been happening more frequently. During the day, she doesn't feel anything at all, but because the pain constantly tears her apart every night, each time dawn breaks the next day, it's another sleepless day. Thanks to the herbs you provided, that pain was somewhat alleviated. But no matter what, this is a long battle, because until now, we still don't know what the cause is. We can't even distinguish whether this is an illness or a curse anymore." A curse sounds more convincing to her. "But even so, your herbs are the only remedy considered effective up to this point, which means I want you to help me with this. At some point in the past, boom, meaning war, soldiers, along with their war horses, charged forward with swords and spears in hand. It seemed the two leaders were facing each other. One had a spear thrown right across her face by the other. That spear grazed this person's face. Her face was covered in blood. But strangely, in just a single moment, that wound healed miraculously. The other man panicked. While he was stammering, this person raised her sword. The man's eyes widened as he uttered his final word. "Monster!" The figure swung her sword. A massive beam of light appeared. That ray of light struck down all the soldiers, splitting the entire formation in two. The whole area blazed in roaring flames. This person turned her horse away. Her gaze was truly commanding. That was none other than Hildega. Returning to the palace after the battle, Griselda stepped forward and called her, "Lady Hildega, let's go. The king is summoning you." She replied calmly, "Fine. Tell him straight that I'm not going anywhere." Her heart skipped a painful beat, and she involuntarily let out a cry. She collapsed. Griselda turned around in a panic upon seeing her. Griselda cried out, "Lady Hildega! Lady Hildega!" Hildega regained consciousness and opened her eyes. She looked out the window. It was currently midnight. She lifted her hand. She seemed to be feeling better. She thought to feel this comfortable during the night. That northern pharmacist must have dropped by. She sat up and put on her cloak. She turned to the small table. On it was a black mask. She paused, lightly touching the mask. There must have been a lot on her mind right now. She recalled Griselda's words. "No one is allowed to know your true identity. Even the fact that you are ill, especially. Blah, blah." She thought, "Never mind. No one will recognize me anyway. Besides, if they find out, I just need to kill them, and that's it." She left the room, walking slowly step by step. She thought, when was the last time I took a relaxing stroll at night like this? She paused for a beat. At the end of the hall was a lit room. She wondered, no servants live on this floor. Who was in there? She grabbed the doorknob and slowly opened it. Suddenly, someone stepped out. He was holding 2 boxes, so his vision was blocked. As a result, he bumped right into her. Bam! Neither could react in time. Then both fell with a thud to the ground. Things spilled everywhere. Aching, she held her head and wondered, what was that? Then Griselda's warning echoed in her head. No one. The other person also lay there aching and groaning. That is allowed to know your true identity. Unexpectedly, the scene before her eyes was unbelievable. She was sitting on top of Elkin, especially a northerner. Indeed, man proposes, God disposes. The two stared at each other before they could even collect themselves. Seeing the other person, Elkin blushed and cried out, oh. He awkwardly backed away, stammering, please forgive me. I didn't know someone was standing outside the door. Are you hurt anywhere? She remained silent, saying nothing. He thought anxiously to himself, is she a servant for that noble? But why isn't she saying anything? Or did she accidentally hit something just now? But deep down in Hildega's mind, she thought, should I kill him? But if I kill him, there will be no one to provide me with the medicine. Or should I just take his formula and give it to the royal physicians? No, those people are no longer trustworthy to me at all. But maybe she was still haunted by the words the soldier she was about to execute had said in the past. Die, you monster witch. Elkin realized something. Hildega glared without a doubt. Her hand was getting ready to finish him off. I need to kill him. But suddenly he cried out, oh no, which startled her. He grabbed her hand, which had just been cut. He said, your hand, it's injured. Perhaps she had been cut by the herbs earlier. She continued to look at him without saying a word, but with a bewildered expression. He said somewhat shyly, I apologize for my thoughtless action. You must have felt very startled. He asked her, may I ask what your name is? She stood frozen, stammering, She glanced at the statue in the corner of the room. It was the statue of the sun goddess Kaya. She replied, Kaya. He replied, hello, Miss Kaya. My name is Elkin. If you're okay with it, would you allow me to take a look at your wound? He slowly performed first aid on her wound. He said, fortunately, the cut isn't too deep. It doesn't require stitches. I'll just use a bandage and wrap it up. Please try to avoid doing any heavy lifting. Then Hildega looked at him and asked, why are you here? He answered, oh, hasn't Lady Griselda told you? I am a newly arrived pharmacist. Lady Griselda asked me to stay here from now on. She thought to herself, I see, so Griselda did this. He continued, I was told that the master of this tower is ill. Although my help might be insignificant right now, I believe that if I just have more time to research, we will surely find a cure for the master. And blah blah. She thought in annoyance, he talks too much. He genuinely asked, Miss Kaya, what is your job in this castle? She realized the situation. He misunderstood that she was a maid here. She played along with the situation and replied, I also just arrived here not long ago. That's why I got lost and ended up meeting you here. She quietly closed her eyes, then suddenly pulled her hand away and said, that is enough. Elkin was stunned, but I haven't finished bandaging it yet. She walked to the door and looked at him coldly without saying a word. She walked out and slammed the door shut, leaving Elkin sitting there with a completely confused expression. Hildega walked away slowly. Suddenly, she looked down at her newly bandaged hand. She thought, a tiny wound like this, I just need to use my power and it will heal instantly. She raised her hand and clenched it. She recalled the moment earlier when Elkin was bandaging the wound on her hand. She had looked into his eyes. She pondered, those eyes earlier. I finally had a chance to look at them closely. I'm certain I've seen them somewhere before. Suddenly, someone ran over in a panic and said, oh, my lady, since when did you go out? And without wearing a mask like this? She replied, hazy. She involuntarily looked at the maid with a puzzled expression. She said nothing, but it seemed she was planning to do something. In the morning, the sun rose. The birds were singing together. Elkin, looking severely sleep-deprived, said, good morning, Lady Griselda. She looked at him helplessly, not knowing what to say. She asked, are you uncomfortable with your room? He hurriedly replied, no, the room is actually very nice. I'm fine. He thought to himself, honestly, I couldn't sleep because I was so nervous. I ended up spending the whole night carrying and moving furniture. Griselda sighed and shrugged. Well, she replied, that's good then. Follow me. Today, I will show you the locations of the rooms in the castle and introduce you to the servants. He followed and answered, all right. He looked over to the other side and said, is that? The two of them stopped walking. Griselda looked over and was shocked. Someone was walking towards them. It was Hildega, but in a maid's uniform. Elkin called out, Kaya. She smiled. Elkin walked over and awkwardly said, Miss Kaya, I am incredibly sorry for what happened yesterday. Is your hand feeling any better? Griselda and Hildega looked at each other seriously. Griselda walked over quickly, brushed past Elkin, went to Hildega, grabbed her hand, and dragged her away, saying, excuse me for a few seconds. Elkin, please go down to the lower hall first without me, all right? Elkin replied, all right. Griselda walked away swiftly. She and Hildega entered a certain room. She pulled the door shut. Now, only Hildega and Griselda were in the room. Griselda sighed, then turned to her and angrily shouted, "What the hell is this? Who the heck is Ka? Furthermore, what did he say about your hand? Where did you get these clothes?" Hildega said, "I borrowed them from Hazy. Do you think I look weird wearing them?" She replied, no, not really. But that's not the main issue. It's just, for what purpose are you going to this extent?" Hearing her constant questioning, Hildega covered her ears, waited for her to finish speaking, and then answered, "You're just overreacting. It's no big deal. It's just that yesterday he saw my face, but I couldn't kill him, so I lied and said I was a new maid here." Hildega changed her attitude, smirked, and said, "But Griselda, aren't you the one who took it upon yourself to bring a stranger into my castle?" Griselda, startled and feeling guilty, replied, "If that was because I intended to inform you when you woke up. I just wanted him to come and treat you as quickly as possible." Hearing that, she said nothing. Hildega turned away and said, "Fine then. It's what I wanted anyway. But there's still one thing that puzzles me." She hesitated and thought for a moment. She said, "I'm certain I've seen his face somewhere before, but I can't remember clearly. So I need to find out about this myself." And Griselda replied, "Perhaps you have mistaken him for another northerner. After all, the number of northerners you have seen is enough to last a lifetime." She said, "That's possible too." Griselda was annoyed. "Whatever your reason is, this is too dangerous. Even many servants in the castle haven't seen your face yet. It's truly too reckless for you to expose your identity like this, just for a northern guy. If King Momo knows about this." Hearing this, Hildega paused, turned to her, and angrily replied, "Who cares if that weird old man finds out?" She walked toward the door and said cheerfully, "More importantly, I'm already feeling much better, aren't I? I will go crazy if I keep being locked up in that room. My whole body is itching to move. You shouldn't worry too much. If things don't go as planned, it won't be too hard to get rid of someone like him." Griselda shook her head helplessly. Down in the palace hall, the servants had fully gathered and were chatting animatedly. Griselda stood facing them and spoke up. "Ahem, everyone has gathered, so I would like to introduce a few new faces here. This is our new chef, Gusdale." It was an old man. He politely took off his hat and smiled, greeting everyone. "And this is Kaya, the new personal maid who will serve our master directly." Hearing herself being introduced, Hildega immediately glanced away. "And finally, this is the physician and pharmacist, Elkin. He will be staying at the castle to help us for the foreseeable future." He shyly said, "Please take good care of me." Everyone looked at him and started murmuring, "Oh, a northerner." Hearing that, a look of apprehension appeared on his face. The atmosphere started to get tense, but someone asked him, "If you are a physician, can you heal my knee?" They said to each other, "Evie, he's a northerner, but he's a physician. Maybe he'll be useful to the castle." "A physician?" They took turns asking him. "I can't sleep every night because the wound on my knee keeps stinging. My little child doesn't seem to be growing taller at all. Can you cure this? You seem to be from the capital, right?" Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hildega just stood there watching him. The kitchen maid had noticed her. She said, "You're Kaya, right? Come here. The preparation for breakfast today is a bit delayed." Elkin immediately volunteered, "Let me help you. This is a good opportunity for me to learn more about this place." She happily replied, "Oh my, all right then, the more the merrier." The three of them left. Griselda watched them leave and thought uneasily, "Is it really okay to leave my lady alone like that?" In the kitchen, the old kitchen maid said, "All right, Kaya, I'll give you a new set of clothes and breakfast for you to bring up to the master. It's terrible that the master hasn't eaten anything since her illness relapsed. Thank goodness the physician has arrived." Hildega left. Elkin curiously asked her, who exactly is that master?" She replied, "Oh, I'm afraid none of us know anything about her. The only ones who serve her directly are the maid, Hazy, her former personal maid, and now Griselda. All staff and servants are forbidden from setting foot in the third-floor corridor, so no one has ever seen her face. Perhaps that's the reason we don't have too much work to do. It's a bit strange that such a large tower has so few staff members, isn't it? Many people rumor that she is the illegitimate child of some prominent figure. Others rumor that she was exiled from another country." Elkin replied, "I see." She continued, "Speaking of which, Kaya is the master's new personal maid. So I wonder if she knows her true identity?" Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed from the next room, making both of them jump in fright. Elkin and the kitchen maid panicked, rushed into that room, and frantically asked, "What was that sound?" Before they could do anything, Elkin was hit in the face by a flying piece of onion. The kitchen maid panicked and said, "Wait, Kaya, that's not how you chop food." It turned out Hildega was chopping onions. She pointed the sharp tip of the knife to the sky and chopped forcefully, as if she were initiating a fight for women's rights. The kitchen maid was still in a panic. "Someone stop her. Are you planning to chop the cutting board in half too?" She replied coolly, "I just want to chop it really fast before my eyes tear up from the spiciness." The old woman exclaimed, "Good heavens, you're as strong as an ox." Elkin took the piece of onion off his face. Both he and the old woman burst out laughing. The two of them kept laughing heartily, while Hildega still didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, behind the door, in the darkness, a mysterious person was lurking. That person wondered to themselves, is he a northerner? At the palace, Hildega approached the kitchen maid with a determination to work. She asked, Kaya, do you not have anything to do? Then can you bring the blankets we hung out in the garden to the master's room? We just washed them yesterday. Hildega carried the blanket, but left half of it dragging on the ground, getting it all dirty. The old woman said, "Kaya, behind you. You're dragging the blanket on the ground. We just washed it, it's brand new." She went to an old man. He said, "Let's see, a job for you to do? Can you start a fire so we can boil some water?" She went to the fireplace and made the fire burst into thick smoke, covering the whole area and causing everyone to panic. What the hell is all this smoke? Fire, fire. But over at Hazy's side, Griselda was holding a cloak embroidered with sloppy stitches. She asked, "Who embroidered this on the cloak?" Hazy helplessly replied, "It was Kaya." Outside, everyone was chasing after Hildega to stop her. "Kaya, stop." Two maids, panting after chasing Hildega for a while, told her, "Do you understand? A maid shouldn't be doing things like this." "Exactly. We'll do the work here. You just need to go and rest." "Okay." They pushed her out and shooed her away. "Please don't touch anything." They slammed the door shut. She left in disappointment. So boring. She looked over to the other side. Behind the window was Elkin standing there. Elkin was writing a letter to Mr. and Mrs. Linderman. "Are you two doing well? It bothers me that I couldn't explain in detail about my sudden departure when I was urgently summoned, but I'm doing very well." He paused, thinking, "Oh, right, I was told not to describe my situation in too much detail." So he quickly crossed out the lines he just wrote. The sunlight shone through the window, which was paned with high-quality royal glass, making the rays sparkle and look several times more beautiful. Elkin glanced over. He thought, it's so quiet, such a large castle, but there aren't many people here. It's been 4 days since I arrived here at Griselda's request. A large and quiet castle, a strange disease, and a master of the castle whom even the servants have never met. There's only one person I know who lives in isolation and hides their identity, but the sun, which is said to be immortal and immune to all kinds of diseases. So she couldn't possibly be the master of this castle. So, is it like I thought, are they royalty? Maybe they're a noble in hiding, or in exile, as the servants said. He closed his eyes. He leaned back and sighed. I should stop guessing here. Now is not the time to figure out who that person is. The only thing I know for sure is that they are my patient and they need me. After all, I've put Anita, who introduced me to Lady Griselda, and Mr. and Mrs. Linderman in danger if I do anything stupid. I can't risk investigating everything right now. More importantly, but Hildega had been lurking outside the door for who knows how long, watching him for a while. He thought anxiously, I feel like someone is watching me. I'm not mistaken, right? He turned and asked Kaya directly, do you want to observe closer? She just stood there, neither moving nor saying anything. He mused, she's like a cat. But now she was glaring. He changed his mind. No, more like a predator. Hildega sneaked over and asked, what are you doing? Elkin replied, the delivery man just arrived here. I'm checking the herbs that were delivered, because they all need to be stored differently. Are you done with your work for today, Kaya? She sighed and said, no. They keep telling me to go rest, so I have nothing to do. He forced a laugh, He thought, I think I know why. Suddenly, someone called out, ahem, pharmacist. It was Griselda. She said, let's talk for a bit. But in Elkin's hand now was a heavy bag of coins. His eyes lit up looking at Griselda as she said, this is the money I promised you. He wondered this much? She replied, the master has gotten much better thanks to you. It's only fair. Of course, I'm not giving it to you for free. You still need to continue working diligently in the future. After finishing, Griselda left. Elkin and Hildega stood there. He kept looking at the coin bag and suddenly remembered something. He immediately turned to leave. She asked, "Where are you going?" He replied, "The delivery carriage probably hasn't left yet. I'm going to ask them to deliver a letter and some money to the city." She wondered, deliver money to where? He answered, "To the Linderman grocery store. That's where I lived before coming here." She wondered to herself, why would he send the money he earned to someone else? Then the two of them walked out to the palace gates together. They went to the delivery man. The man said, "Then I will deliver it to them safely." Then he got on the carriage and left. Hildega said, "We were almost late." Elkin replied, "Yeah, almost. I'm out of breath. It's been a while since I ran this much. Aren't you tired?" She asked, "So what should we do now?" He replied, "Well, I need to finish sorting the herbs." "Oh, right. There's a large lake behind the castle that I want to go see. I also want to look around." She said, "That lake." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "No way, go back. Please, just this once." "Sir, can't you make an exception?" It was a young boy in the distance, kneeling and crying, begging someone. The other person said, "You brat." Hildega and Elkin looked over and listened. The two approached the boy and the soldier, asking, "Excuse me, what's going on here?" The soldier replied, "Ah, sir, it's nothing." The boy cried out, "What do you mean nothing? I told you I lost Finn." "Elkin vernderd, Finn." The boy replied, "Finn is the horse my grandmother gave me. I live in the village down there. And while we were returning home, a snake spooked Finn, and he ran into the forest behind this castle. But they won't let me go into the forest." Elkin asked worriedly, "Oh no, can't this child go in and search for a bit?" The soldier reported, "Entering the castle and the surrounding forest is strictly forbidden for outsiders." He spoke up, "What if I go with him?" The boy cried out, "Please, I consider Finn as family." The soldier answered seriously, "Outsiders approaching the castle without Lady Griselda's permission will be considered trespassing. She will not question the punishment for an intruder." The two were helpless, as they couldn't do anything. The boy shed tears of grievance. Elkin squatted in front of him and asked, "What's your name?" He stammered, "It's Max." He said, "Max, I know you're very worried, but can you go home for now? I was planning to go into the forest anyway, so if I find Finn, I'll keep him safe and bring him back to you." Hildega witnessed this and said nothing. The boy Max sadly nodded. Max quietly left, lingered to look back at him, and then ran off. Elkin and Hildega quietly watched the boy. In Elkin's eyes, there was sympathy for the boy. Elkin stood up abruptly and said, "Kaya, do you want to go inside first? I think I'll go check out the forest now." She asked to find the horse. He replied, "I'm just curious about what's growing on this side of the forest." She thought for a moment, then said, then I want to go too, and turn away. He said, "Ah, you don't really have to go." She answered bluntly, "I have nothing to do. It's so boring." She just walked ahead. Elkin smiled for a moment and then followed her. "Kaya, wait for me." In the forest, the bright sunlight filtered through the canopy, dot of lush leaves, and shone on Hildega. Beside her, Elkin was saying, "There isn't a single trace. I actually thought we would find it quickly since a horse is quite massive." She saw right through him. "Didn't you say we were here to find herbs?" Caught red-handed, Elkin awkwardly replied, "No, well." Hildega honestly asked, "But I want to know, why did you send money to other people? Don't you need it?" He replied, "Haha, of course I'm not in such a carefree situation." Well, he recounted during that time, I left my hometown in the north and wandered everywhere to treat patients or sold herbs I dug from the mountains, just enough to make a living. And in one village, the villagers gathered around, pointing directly at Elkin. "Over there, that northerner took it." He continued, "I was accused of stealing just because I'm a northerner. The situation wasn't very good, but the people who saved me then were Mr. and Mrs. Linderman. At that time, they stepped up to speak for him. What are you doing? Bullying a kid like this?" Seeing that, Elkin was somewhat moved. But he recounted, in the end, they invited me to help them at their grocery store in the capital. They were the ones who took care of me when I had nowhere else to go. Hildega teased him, "So they demanded money?" He replied, "What? No, I don't need anything right now, so I sent it to them to support the store." "Kaya, you really?" Hearing that, she wondered to herself. He gave money to people who didn't even ask for it, and helped a child he had never met before. I don't know if he's stupid or naive. Elkin asked her, "What about you?" She asked, "What about me?" He said, "What did you do before working here? Although you don't have the bearing of a northerner, you also don't look like you're from Amarada. Are your parents immigrants?" She took a few steps back, looked away, and asked, "Parents?" "I look there." "What?" Elkin turned in the direction she pointed. There were a few drops of blood on the ground. No, a lot of blood drops, actually, forming a trail leading deep into the forest. Elkin and Hildega followed the trail of blood, pushing through the dense bushes. Reaching the other side, Elkin asked in surprise, Kaya, is that? The other side was the edge of the castle's lake. There was a horse lying there. He panicked, that's Finn. He hurried over and said breathlessly, thank goodness it was nearby. He stopped and looked at it because the horse just lay there panting. Its body was covered in wounds. He dropped to his knees and asked the girl what happened to it. Hildega turned sharply to look up at the cliff and said, it looks like it was spooked and fell off the cliff after running around wildly in the night. Elkin worriedly said, its condition looks critical. What should we do? She asked coldly, what do you mean? A horse with a broken leg is useless, so it might as well. His hands were stained with the horse's blood. He anxiously recalled the look of that little boy. He decided to do something. He turned his face away, reached back, and grabbed the knife strapped to his back. He asked her, Kaya, can I borrow your apron? She reached behind her back to untie her apron and asked him, my apron? Why? He replied, I'm going to put a splint on its leg. If we do some first aid now and bring it back to the castle, it might live. She was confused, huh? But the horse just lay there, breathing faintly and struggling. Hildega said, it's hopeless. It's going to die anyway. Do you even know how to treat animals? Wouldn't it be better to put it out of its misery? It's writhing in pain. He replied, Max said Finn is family to him. She said, but there are more reasons to let it die. It's humane, right? He answered seriously, I want to do everything I can to help it. She said nothing more, watching how he would act with the horse. It just lay there. It rolled its eyes toward her, and catching its gaze, she was startled. It started to cry. In the past, a soldier was standing on a battlefield, piled high with the corpses of fallen soldiers. A weak voice begged someone, please, kill me, it hurts so much. Please, please. The man cast a pleading look at that person. A voice spoke up again, Lady Kaya. Hildega jolted back to reality. She yelled, so stupid, I'll do it. While he was using a knife to whittle a branch, she suddenly approached and snatched the knife. She glared and raised the knife high to gather momentum. Elkin panicked and shouted loudly, Kaya, no. He grabbed her hand to stop her. No, help me tie the splint instead of killing it, Kaya. Even if we help it die, help it so that Max can at least see it again. She still kept that gaze. He earnestly pleaded with her, please. He gripped her wrist tightly, causing the horse's blood on his hands to smear onto Hildega's sleeve cuff. She lowered her face. She lowered the knife and quietly looked at him. Dropping the knife, she decisively approached the horse, bent down, and told him to move aside. He hesitated. She took the branch and brought it close to the wound on the horse's leg. She said as she worked, like this, right? He breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them administered first aid to the horse together. After a while, the horse's leg was carefully bandaged. Elkin said, we've done the best we can. It seems it's not too deep inside. It will be better if we take it out. Hey, Kaya, once I take it out, can you stop the bleeding immediately? Kaya, already holding a piece of cloth in her hand, nodded in agreement. He proceeded to hold the horse tightly and started counting. 1, 2, 3. The horse, startled, reared up and neighed. Elkin said, I did it. Now we just need to call someone from the castle. Suddenly, the horse struggled and kicked him. He slipped. Losing his balance, he fell toward the lake. Before he could process it, he panicked, and tumbled into the lake. Hildega was still holding the horse's wound tightly. She looked out at the lake where he had just fallen. Seeing no further movement for a while, she called out, Elkin? The surface of the lake remained still with the wind howling. She called his name, Elkin. Elkin. Suddenly, something emerged from under the water. It was Elkin. He surfaced and called out to her, Kaya. She said in annoyance, what are you doing down there? Get up here quickly. Elkin struggled to tread water. Floundering and panting, he said, Kaya, the water is deeper than I thought. But then he sank back down. Hildega was stunned and bewildered. What? That idiot. Does he not even know how to swim? She tightened her grip on the horse's wound. Running to the edge of the lake, she said, if you die, there will be trouble. She leaped into the lake. She dove down. Elkin, unable to swim, kept sinking deeper and deeper. He tried to open his mouth to call for help, but couldn't. Hildega appeared. She swam toward him. He saw her and tried to reach out. She grabbed his hand above the surface. Hildega finally succeeded in pulling Elkin up. She muttered in frustration, what does this guy eat to be so heavy? She dragged him along as she swam toward the shore. She kept swimming, but the shore was still far away. She complained, geez, it's still too far. She glanced at Elkin, who was still unconscious. Thinking at this rate, she tensed her hand, preparing to use her powers. She glared. She shot a beam of light from her hand at a tree on the shore. Inside the palace, Griselda was walking and talking to Hazy. All right, here is the next delivery address. And Hazy, tell Kaya later. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside accompanied by a flash of light, startling her. She ran to the window to look in panic. What the hell? A plume of white smoke rose from inside the forest. Back to Hildega. The tree she had shot the light beam at was completely burnt. She grabbed a large tree trunk that stretched from the shore to her. Then, using the trunk as leverage, she slowly pulled him to the shore. She tossed him onto the ground. She sat down, panting heavily. Elkin was still lying unconscious. She pushed her hair back and sighed. Elkin choked on water and coughed continuously. The horse also began to stir. Hildega shook her head in exhaustion. She said, "To be honest, I want to go back to the past." A gentle voice from two people advised Elkin, "Okay. Son, you'll be fine on your own, right? If anything happens, you must tell the village chief. Don't worry too much. We'll see each other again soon." "Okay, Elkin." Elkin slowly opened his eyes. Before he could fully regain his senses, he was immediately struck by a resounding slap and yelled. He panicked and said, "Hey, hold on. Wait a minute." Hildega, seeing this, paused and said, "Oh, you finally decided to wake up, huh?" he asked Kaya. He turned his head, looked around, and wondered, "Where is this? I remember falling into the lake." He instinctively asked about Finn. "What about Finn?" She sat down next to him and said, "I sent a message to the people in the village while you were unconscious. The boy will come looking for his horse soon." The horse lay tiredly on the cart. It was still weak and hadn't recovered. Elkin felt relieved it's still alive. A while later, the boy Max and his father arrived in front of the castle gates to pick up the horse. Much was overjoyed. Elkin and Hildega quietly turned to look. He was quiet for a moment, then told Kaya, "I didn't get to say goodbye to my parents. They died in a faraway place, on a field occupied by the battlefield. They went directly to ask for help from the soldiers, so I didn't know they died right after." She remained silent, listening. Then she recalled his words when he stopped her earlier. "Kaya, even if it dies, we must try to help so that it and Max can see each other again." But he continued, "I know that once a horse breaks its leg, its chances of survival are not high. If its owner is just a commoner child, it will be even more difficult. But I'm still glad it's alive." Hildega kept looking at him, catching that expression, and became somber. The two of them continued to watch Max and his father. In the past, a figure sitting on a throne, appearing to be the king. He said, Hildega, you have rejected all the royal members I sent to you. Not only that, but you also brought someone from the north without bothering to ask for my opinion. And now you're disguising yourself as a maid." He clicked his tongue. Truly a stubborn and obstinate girl. Hazy walked quickly down the hallway. She carried a tray with a glass on it. She pushed open a door. Hazy was slightly surprised when she looked into the room. She called out to Hildega. "My lady," she said, "you're awake. Here is today's medicine." Hildega replied, "Give it to me." She took the glass, tilted her head, and drank it all. She stuck out her tongue and complained, "Ugh, this is gross." Hazy smiled. "Bitter medicine cures the disease." She asked, "How is the pharmacist doing?" Hildega pondered. "The pharmacist?" She darkened her face and commented, "That guy's a bit lacking in brain cells, isn't he?" "Yes." She handed the glass to Hazy, sighed, and said, "But anyway, we still need to keep a close eye on him, because what else is there to do?" Hazy replied, "Yes." She suddenly announced, I have news from the pharmacist and Lady Griselda." Hildega looked at her in slight surprise. "Elsewhere?" Griselda asked. "You need more ingredients?" Elkin explained, "I need a few more ingredients to add to the medicine. Besides, the herbs from the north that I just bought are almost completely gone. If possible, I'd like to request more." She remained silent, thoughtfully looking at the small scroll in her hand. She glared at him and questioned, "You're not planning to use Our Lady as a guinea pig, are you?" Elkin replied in a panic, "I assure you I will only use medicine samples that have been proven effective everywhere." He continued, "But these things are very hard to find in the south. Even the carts that usually deliver goods here only bring food and a few essential items. So we need more in order for them to continue purchasing." Griselda asked, "Do we need to find someone to run errands? But I don't want anyone else to know about this." Elkin hesitated slightly, then suddenly said, "Now that you mention it." He said, "There's still someone we can rely on." A long time later, Hildega asked in slight surprise, "Anita?" Elkin replied, "Yes, a village girl. She's also very close to me. She is also Lady Griselda's younger sister. Do you know anything about her?" She silently remembered that Hazy had had mentioned it this morning. Then she replied, maybe I do, or maybe I don't. Elkin looked at the terrifyingly burnt cake on the table and asked, and what is this? She replied, this? It's a lemon cream cake. And Griselda suddenly burst open the door and shouted loudly, Pharmacist, the medicine you need has been brought here. Elkin looked at her in surprise. Wow, already? That was fast. She said, yeah, let's go. Then she suddenly stopped in her tracks. She wondered, what is Kaya doing? Hildega was silent for a moment, then replied, lemon cream cake. A while later, Griselda said to Elkin, the person you said we can rely on. She continued, I can't believe you dragged my sister into this. He wondered, are you doubting something, Lady Griselda? Anita, because she knew me before in this job. And more than that, he continued, the Elva tribe is running a large business chain in the capital, right? And if it's Anita, she could buy the medicine much more easily without being noticed by the pharmacy where I work. Griselda looked at him in silence. She muttered, but she's too young to get involved in things like this. Hildega, walking behind the two, suddenly asked Elkin, you seem quite excited. He shyly replied, because I'm about to meet an acquaintance again after staying in the castle for so long. Anita used to walk around the village with me a lot and help keep me out of trouble too. She wondered, she must really like you, huh? He smiled and replied, she's like my adorable little sister. In front of the castle gates, a girl was standing with a pack horse. Elkin ran quickly toward her. He happily called out, Anita. She turned her head and smiled brightly. Elkin. She ran toward him and asked, long time no see. How have you been lately? He replied, seeing you healthy like this makes me very happy. Anita excitedly said, how are things in the castle lately? You're dressing quite sharply now. Elkin said, you haven't changed a bit. Thank you for coming all the way here so quickly on such short notice. Hearing the sound of footsteps, she looked over. Griselda walked over in silence. Anita called out, sister. Griselda looked at her and said, you're here. She walked past Anita and went straight to the bags on the horse's back. She lifted the bag flap and immediately saw the herbs inside. She ordered, pharmacist, check if the goods are intact first. Griselda then instructed, we're not here to play, so once you're done, hurry up and go home. After saying that, she walked away, leaving Anita standing there in a daze. Anita sighed in silence. Then she happily turned around and asked, Elkin, who is the sister next to you? Elkin tilted his head to look at Hildega. He introduced, this is Kaya, the master's maid. Kaya, this is the person I told you about, Anita. Hildega stayed silent. Anita looked at her, secretly amazed, so beautiful. Then she said, it's very nice to meet you. Suddenly, Hildega stepped closer to her, startling Anita. Hildega unexpectedly said, so it's you, the little girl who likes Elkin. Anita's face turned bright red, and she panicked, shouting what? Elkin called out loudly, Kaya. He shook his head vigorously, awkwardly explaining to a trembling, angry Anita, no, Anita, I didn't say that. Meanwhile, Hildega wiped her hands and asked with a deadpan expression, do you want some lemon cream cake? Anita secretly wondered to herself, what the heck? She gritted her teeth, thinking what a weird person. Suddenly, someone approached them from behind. That person asked, Miss Kaya, Mr. Elkin, I heard you two have a guest. Elkin looked at the person who had just arrived and called out in surprise, oh, head chef Gustel. He brought a basket of bread and said, I've only been working here for a short time. There's so little traffic around here. I baked some bread to bring over and treat your guest. Anita replied in amazement, thank you, sir. As she turned her head to glare at Hildega, she thought, so there's still other good people in this world besides Elkin. Gustel smiled and said, it would be wonderful if I could visit my son just once. He joined the Eric Knights not long ago. He continued, he did so because he knew I was working at the castle of Lady Griselda, who is the captain of the Eric Knights. Elkin wondered, a knight? Anita asked in surprise, have you never heard of the Knights, Elkin? Gustel explained, it is a title exclusively reserved for the 5 guardian knights of Mamarata. Their commander, the first sword of the empire, is Lady Griselda. Anita chimed in, not to mention my sister, is also the youngest swordmaster among them. Hearing this, Elkin hesitated, I see. That's amazing. He turned his head and said to Gustel, please send my best wishes to your son. He smiled, thank you. Then Elkin asked, Anita, should we take a walk around the castle? Hildega looked at the two in silence. A while later, at the lake, Anita exclaimed in surprise, it's so beautiful. She marveled, the water here is really clean. Elkin warned, it's deeper than it looks, so be careful. Hildega silently observed Anita from behind. Meanwhile, she happily said, this is truly an ideal resting place. Let's relax. The aroma of this cake is seductively calling out to me. Hildega suddenly spoke up. You know you didn't have to do that, Elkin. The two looked at each other in silence. Anita wondered, what are you talking about? Hildega said, you didn't have to offer congratulations like that. You made it very clear that you don't like knights. Hearing that, Anita was stunned. She blushed in embarrassment and thought, oh no, I completely forgot. Elkin is from the north. Of course, he doesn't like talking about knights. Then she panicked and blamed herself. I'm such an idiot. Elkin sighed and replied to Hildega, it's fine. You have to get used to it if you want to live in the capital, especially since this castle is under the control of knights. She shrugged and said, do as you please. Elkin looked at her eating the cake and wondered, was she worried? He thought, a castle under the control of knights. Speaking of it, I can help, but I can't help but have some doubts. Elkin suddenly explained, besides being the master of the castle, that person is also the one the Eric Knights serve. How could they plan to control that disease and push it onto a mere pharmacist like me? Anita praised. That's because you're very skilled, Elkin. He smiled and replied, I'm glad you say that, but, he said, I'm sure the lady of the castle has contacted doctors much better than me many times. You also told me that they were looking for all the pharmacists and doctors in the empire. They must have run out of ways to deal with it. He asked, what the hell is that disease exactly? Hildega, sitting next to him, was deep in thought. She listened to Elkin's analysis. It really is a curse. So all I can do is stop its progression for a short period of time. But even if it were a disease, I still wouldn't be able to identify what it is. Hildega suddenly spoke up. It is a curse. Elkin wondered, why do you think so? She bowed her head and replied, I'm not sure. I can't explain it, but she lowered her eyes. Then Hildega clenched her fists and said, somehow, I can feel it. All three of them fell silent. Elkin suddenly hesitated. Then that means... Anita suddenly leaned toward Hildega and asked, Kaya, you also know about the master of the castle, right? She covered her mouth and replied, I'm not going to say another word. She exposed Elkin's shyness. Elkin, don't pretend that you don't care about this. Your ears are betraying their owner. Anita rested her chin on her hands and sighed. Kaya and Ione are so mysterious. If I knew the identity of the castle's master, I wouldn't be able to keep it a secret for long. She continued, just thinking about it makes me unable to hold back my excitement. How can my sister bear it? Elkin said, I was also very surprised to learn that. I didn't know Lady Griselda and Anita were sisters. He continued, but I forgot about it because you two don't look very much alike. She smiled and asked, doesn't she talk about me often? Hildega, while eating cake, said not often. She never says anything about you. Anita paused upon hearing her say that, she was flustered. I understand. Elkin nudged Hildega's arm with his elbow, signaling her, Kaya. Anita scratched her head and said, it's no problem. I'm Fine. Ione is very clear about separating public and private matters. Meanwhile, I go around bragging about my sister all day like an idiot. She said loudly, I've also never been to the castle before. I'll keep this a secret from my parents, so don't worry. Elkin sighed and called out, Anita. She stayed silent for a moment, then hesitated. Actually, my sister and I weren't born to the same parents. He wondered, both sets of parents? Anita replied, yeah. She explained, she is my aunt's daughter. But my aunt and her husband passed away very early. She continued, my parents took her in and raised her as their own child, even before I was born. She said, furthermore, she participated in the war when I was just a child. Anita said sadly, I wonder if that's the reason she doesn't consider me her sister. She continued, she also didn't trust me enough to let me come to the castle. Elkin worriedly questioned himself. Was I too hasty in dragging Anita into this? He comforted her. That's not true, Anita. Lady Griselda is just worried about you. Hildega also chimed in. Elkin is right. It's not because she doesn't trust you. She's just worried about you, that's all. Anita looked at her in a daze. Hildega said, many people tend to forget because of the peace this place currently has. But these castles hide many mysteries. She continued, no matter what, didn't she agree with Elkin's idea of entrusting the medicine to you? That means she trusts you, right? Hildega said, I heard that you were the first one to recommend Elkin, right? Griselda is not someone who usually listens to what others say. Her words made Anita widen her eyes in surprise. She trusts you. She recalled the time she chatted with Griselda. Anita remembered her sister's face. She dazedly muttered, could it be? But Griselda, Hildega suddenly smiled and said, I can't believe she hid such an adorable little sister like you. She giggled, making Anita freeze. I'm really jealous. She blushed and thought to herself, so cute. Elkin whispered to Hildega, I think you're very good at saying gentle things, Kaya. She replied in annoyance, what? Suddenly, she widened her eyes and looked up. A cold chill ran through her body. Hildega looked toward the castle and immediately saw a silhouette looking in her direction. She observed in silence. Then she stood up and said, as I said, this is not a peaceful place. She turned her head and instructed Elkin, you play with Anita. Anita muttered in annoyance, treating me like a kid. Elkin asked, Kaya, where are you going? Hildega pondered. She looked toward the castle and replied, I set a few mousetraps in the castle. The atmosphere at the castle was extremely quiet. Gustel carried a stack of plates through the hallway. He walked in silence. Hildega silently hid to one side. She suddenly called out, startling him. Gustel dropped the plates, clattering to the ground. Hildega stepped out. Gustel looked at her and said, oh my, you scare me. Don't suddenly call my name like that. Didn't you go out to play? You're back so early. She walked towards him and replied, yes, Uncle Gustel. They said the master of the castle injured her hand, and they wanted me to prepare some ointment and bandages. He was a bit surprised. What, the lady's hand? She wondered, yes, is something wrong? Gustel turned his head away and said, it's nothing. I'll prepare those things for you. Hildega silently watched him mutter, where could the bandages be? She questioned Gustel, why are you surprised? Do you think she could heal a wound like that? Immediately, she continued, making him panic. Because she is the Sun Knight? Then Hildega used her hand to press against Gustel's neck, pushing him against the wall. He coughed dryly. Hildega asked, who sent you? Northerners would never do things like this. Gustel, choking, struggled continuously. He yelled, girl, what are you doing? She stayed silent. Then Hildega smirked as if realizing something. Her next words made Gustel jolt. I know, King Momos. Her face darkened as she interrogated, you agreed to be a spy so that your son could join the Night Order? Don't you know that once Momos puts your son into the Night Order? She glared at him and continued, I could kill him as lightly as a feather without anyone knowing? Gustel panicked as she continued speaking. What am I now? Have I become useless to Momos? Gustel hesitated. He stammered to explain, it's not true. His Majesty is just worried about you, Your Highness. Hildega smirked. Worried? He yelled, that physician. He is from the north, right? He will vent his hatred on you. Your Highness, he shouted, if your identity is exposed, what will he do? Hildega remembered Elkin. Gustel yelled. So the Emperor prepared for the worst-case scenario. She was silent for a moment. Then she released her hand from Gustel's neck and laughed loudly. He looked at her in bewilderment. Hildega sighed and said, I am in a very good mood today, so I will spare you. Her face darkened as she threatened, hide, and make sure you hide well. She looked at Gustel and said, you'd better crush the thought of living peacefully in Mamarata. She continued, if Momos has told my true identity to a spy like you, she said, that means he has no reason to keep your miserable life after you have completed your mission. Gustel's whole body trembled. He scrambled away. Gustel ran away crying. Hildega wiped her hands and clicked her tongue. She wondered, Momos, why do you keep trying to interfere so pointlessly? In the evening, someone called her Kaya. She asked, Griselda, where is your sister? Griselda replied in confusion, I am seeing her off right now. But first, she grabbed Hildega's hand. She turned her head and observed the surroundings. Griselda whispered, I heard that the new chef ran away in a hurry. What happened? Hildega replied in frustration, that guy? She stroked her hair and sighed. Let me explain. Suddenly, she paused. Hildega asked, wait, Griselda, why didn't you tell me you have a sister? She hesitated. I thought it was unnecessary to mention while serving you. She asked back, I remember telling you multiple times. Hildega, embarrassed, turned her head and thought to herself, I guess I wasn't listening to her. Elsewhere, the sound of continuous sword swinging rang out. A person swung a sword forward. That person stood still in a defensive stance. Another person walked up and said, your swordsmanship is still as clumsy as ever. The young man turned his head. He called the general who just arrived Unbreak, commander of the Eric Knights. The young man bowed in greeting. I will do my best, sir. Are you on your way to visit Her Highness? He replied, oh yes. Then he suddenly said, get ready. He said, you finally have a place to go. Unbreak called the name of the young man in front of him, Theron. And the next day, at the castle, Griselda looked around and exclaimed, wow. She said, it's been a while since we had peaceful times like this. Heisey smiled and replied, indeed, the weather is beautiful today. Griselda wondered, what is Kaya doing? Heisi replied. She is with the other servants. She said she wanted to try making a few things today. Hildega was out in the yard, chopping wood under everyone's admiring eyes. Griselda pondered. Although her highness's condition has improved thanks to the physicians in the castle, this is only temporary relief. Moreover, we cannot know when other serious problems will arise. But she thought, I'm not even sure if Hildega and Elkin can take care of themselves alone. At this moment, Hildega stopped chopping wood and asked Elkin, who was walking by, "Where are you going, Elkin?" He replied, "To the forest." Griselda thought, the best thing we can do right now is investigate the source of this disease, exclude Elkin, and try to solve it with our own forces. She muttered, it's always easier said than done. Heisi suddenly looked in a certain direction. She spoke up. "Excuse me, Lady Griselda." Griselda tilted her head in wonder. Heisi looked towards the knights, riding horses rushing to the gate, and announced, "We have a guest." The fast-running horses were heading towards the castle gate. The knights' cloaks fluttered in the wind. They galloped right in front of Griselda. She widened her eyes in shock. No way. She looked at the man on horseback and called out loudly, "General Unbreak." Griselda ran up and asked, "What brings you here without any prior notice?" Heisi whispered to her, "General Unbreak. Is that the commander of the Eric Knights?" Griselda nodded. Heisi stepped back. Unbreak got off his horse and said loudly, "Lady Griselda, long time no see." He smiled and said, "You should have some social gatherings occasionally when living in such a remote place." But Griselda replied, "It would be better if you came here with prior notice. I don't think there's any reason for us to give special treatment to guests who suddenly appear like this." Unbreak laughed loudly. "You're really ruthless." Then he gestured and said, "Let me introduce him. This was also decided quite suddenly for me." Griselda was secretly surprised. "Decided for you?" He ordered, "Introduce yourself, Theron. This is Lady Griselda Elva, the person in charge of this place. You know her too, right?" Theron bowed. "It is an honor to meet you, Lady Griselda." He stood at attention and introduced himself. "My name is Theron Wyron." Griselda silently observed him. Theron nervously thought, this person. He recalled the first sword of the Empire, Griselda Elva. Like the commander, she is also one of the 5 knights. He pondered. I heard she volunteered to step back and take over a less important position than during the war. But I didn't expect her to be here. He secretly admired, continuing to do well in a supporting role from behind. She is truly a standard model for a knight. Griselda sighed and asked, "So what is this sudden decision for you?" Unbreak smiled and replied, "You must be in a hurry." He said, "We should find a place to talk, shouldn't we?" At the library, Griselda asked in bewilderment, "Theron, you want me to assign him to take on a position in this castle?" Unbreak leisurely nodded. She muttered, "Theron Wyron. He is a relative of the Unbreak family." He drank wine and answered yes. "I have kept him by my side as my personal knight. But since the war in the north ended, I don't trust my nephew very much if I send him to a rudimentary fortress in the west." He rambled on. "I thought he wouldn't be able to gain more experience with his current level if he went somewhere else. But since you are the person in charge of ensuring the safety of the castle, wouldn't it be better to let the kid stay by your side to learn from your experience?" Griselda remained silent. She called him Lord Unbreak, commander of the Eric Knights. She questioned, "Who is the master of this castle?" He smiled and said, "I know, but don't worry. Theron is just like the other soldiers. He has no way of knowing who this castle belongs to. That kid won't dare to do anything else that would endanger Her Highness." He continued, "And even if the kid knew, what would he dare to do as just a newcomer?" Meanwhile, Theron was standing awkwardly outside, facing the questions of "Who is that?" from the people around him. Unbreak asked again, "Besides, how is she doing lately?" He wondered, the Sun Knight, our hero, is she still doing well? Griselda was silent. Then she replied, "Yes, really thanks to." She recalled last night. Griselda asked in shock, "What did you say? Gustel is a spy for the Emperor?" But Hildega replied, "Yes, and it's not the first time." She said, "Momos, that old man has always been watching and manipulating me, even though the war has ended. I don't intend to hide it." Now Griselda recalled her words, "But I will not yield to him if that happens again next time." She raised her head and questioned Unbreak, "Should I consider that as something the Emperor has permitted?" He heard that and smiled. Unbreak swirled the glass, leaned back, and replied, "Of course." Elsewhere in the castle, Theron walked around the castle corridors and secretly admired. I thought it was a small and desolate castle, but it's actually spacious inside. And its architecture is beautiful too. He continued walking around. Then Theron suddenly heard the sound of conversation. He stopped. He looked at the people in front of him and wondered. Castle servants? He stepped forward. A servant inside smiled and asked, "Is it hot? You can leave it here and rest for a while." Theron walked towards the room and looked inside. He immediately saw Hildega sighing wearily. She noticed Theron. He paused at her beautiful face. Then Theron blushed and hesitated. He said nervously, "Good morning. The weather seems quite hot today, doesn't it?" Hildega silently observed him. Theron bowed. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Theron Wyron of the Eric Knights." He raised his head. Hildega had disappeared. He thought she disappeared. At this time, Unbreak walked down from upstairs and said, "Lady Griselda, I'm counting on you for everything." She replied wearily, "Yes." Theron turned and walked out of the room. He tried to look back. Then he rushed out, calling loudly to the commander outside the castle. Theron followed and asked Unbreak, "Are you leaving now, sir?" He replied, "Yes, I have business to attend to and must return now." He instructed, "Theron, stay here and learn everything from Griselda." Theron tilted his head to look at him. Then he saluted. "Yes, thank you for your concern, Commander." Unbreak looked at him in silence. He looked up at him. Unbreak suddenly leaned close to Theron's ear and whispered, "Don't forget your mission, Theron." He was silent for a moment, then replied, "Leave it to me." Then Unbreak sat up and smiled at him in satisfaction. He shouted the order, "Let's go." Then Unbreak spurred his horse and rode off. Meanwhile, Theron and Griselda stood still. She hesitated. "So now," Theron excitedly shouted, "I am very eager to learn from your experience, Lady Griselda." She thought, "I'm already in a heap of trouble myself. Now there's this guy too." She wearily ordered, "Theron, follow me." He replied, "Yes." She walked quickly, thinking to herself, "If he doesn't know anything about Lady Hildega, I'll make sure he doesn't run into Kaya too often." Theron suddenly hesitated. "By the way, Lady Griselda." His words made her stop. "Earlier, while walking around the castle, I met a red-haired girl." He blushed and asked, "I was just wondering what her name is." Griselda cursed inwardly. Damn it, too late. Inside the castle, Griselda explained as they walked, "There isn't much work to do here, because it's in a remote area, a very remote area, and there's little traffic passing by." She continued, "So just do your daily tasks well, and prioritize the safety of the castle above all else." A maid asked in surprise, "Oh my goodness, Lady Griselda, who is the handsome knight walking beside you?" She replied, "That is our new soldier, Sir Theron." She praised, "Oh my God, you are really handsome." Another servant said, "He's really tall, but his face is as adorable as a baby's." Another chimed in, "It seems like we're welcoming a lot of new guests to the castle lately." Lady Griselda and Theron stopped. He wondered, "New guests?" Griselda answered, well, we have a few new people working at the castle." She opened the door and said, "It seems the physician has gone out. I'll introduce you to him later." Then Theron imagined an old physician and wondered to himself, a physician like this? Outside the castle? "Yes." Griselda continued to guide. "All right, we will regularly patrol this area." "Good. These tasks are very simple. I assume you have no further questions, right?" Theron replied, "Yes, of course." Griselda was silent. After a while, she spoke, "And one last thing, Theron." He waited nervously. She tilted her head and said coldly, "Any intruders entering the castle without permission or any suspicious individuals will be dealt with on the spot, depending on your judgment." Theron was astonished. Griselda continued, "Don't report to me if you recognize them, no matter who you served before." He was startled upon hearing this. "What were you asked to do?" Griselda instructed, "Always remain loyal to the master of this castle. Never question anything. Always put the master's safety first." She continued, "You are permitted to do whatever it takes to ensure that. Everything here is executed in the name of the Emperor." However, Theron silently judged that it seemed quite extreme. Then he replied, "I will always keep that in mind." Griselda silently glanced at him. "Yes," she ordered. "We have enough guards for today. You may rest and try to memorize the rules I just told you. I'm heading back now." Theron bowed and pledged, "Yes, I will do my best to fulfill my duties." He thoughtfully looked up. He thought, "I'm sorry, Lady Griselda, but I already know who the master of this place is." Theron recalled the secret mission given to him by the commander. "You will report to me everything that happens in the castle every day, and furthermore." He remembered Unbreak's order. "Find out the true nature of the master of the castle, Hildega Ilias." Theron wondered to himself. No one in the Empire has ever seen the true face of the hero. An old witch or a woman of peerless beauty? All speculations lead to a dead end. I wonder what kind of person the rumored hero is. He clenched his fists and silently decided, I will uncover the truth and make the greatest contribution to this. Theron suddenly heard a rustling sound. His eyes widened. Theron quickly hid behind a tree. He pondered, how could they get here? Or did I make a mistake somewhere? No, I couldn't be mistaken. He looked at Elkin and thought, that man with the dark blue hair, he is. Theron affirmed, a northerner. Theron hid behind the tree trunk, suspicious. What is that guy doing here? He glanced at the knife tucked behind the man's back. He has a weapon. He came here for the Sun Knight. Thinking of this, he quickly jumped up and ran towards the castle. This is bad. I need to hurry and report this to Lady Griselda. The command then echoed in Theron's mind. Any intruders entering the castle without permission. Suddenly, he stopped his footsteps and thought about those words. All suspicious individuals loitering around this area must be eliminated on the spot. His gaze paused for a moment. He swallowed, hesitating. Then he turned back and shouted loudly, freeze right there, intruder. This aggression startled the man. Theron approached him, his voice sounding somewhat savage. You northerners keep finding every way to sneak in here. You guys make me sick. Who sent you here? When a man heard these words, a confused expression appeared on his face. What? He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. I will be generous and leave you with one arm if you obediently turn back. The more he listened, the more anxious he became. Theron continued, but if you dare to resist. He drew his sword, his eyes flashing. That I will end your life right here. This threat left the man more bewildered than ever. It turned out to be Elkin. Holding the small knife in his hand, he was sweating profusely, his face showing extreme panic. He didn't understand what was happening. It turned out that on a beautiful morning, that when Hildega curiously asked him, where are you going, Elkin? He had smiled and said, to the forest. I have some things to do. At the same time, Theron had just arrived and didn't know about it. Then he went to the forest. The beautiful flowers there made Elkin happy. Wow, these flowers bloom here too? It must be due to the different climate that their colors are slightly different. Right at that moment, Theron also received the order that, if you see any intruders entering the castle without permission, or any suspicious individuals loitering around this area, deal with them on the spot. Oh, and just like that, he ran into Elkin while he was picking those flowers. He happily held up his knife. Their scent is amazing. I'll pick some and take them back to the kitchen. The knife in his hand was for cutting them, but from behind the tree trunk, Theron thought he has a weapon. This incident led to Theron's aggressive threat just now. Freeze right there, intruder. And now, in a tense situation, Elkin carefully observed the person in front of him, thinking to himself, an Eric Knight? Who is he? What is he saying to me? Thinking this, he gripped his knife tightly and spoke up. However, this action made Theron more vigilant. He raised his sword high and lunged forward, knocking the knife out of his hand, making it fall to the ground. Elkin cried out, wait, that's very dangerous. But Theron had no intention of stopping. He lunged with his sword while shouting, how dare a northerner like you sneak in here without knowing who this place belongs to? Tell me the truth right now. Very quickly, he managed to dodge before the tip of the sword pierced him. It stabbed into the tree trunk behind him. However, Elkin tripped over a tree root protruding from the ground. He fell down, his whole body aching, and cried out, ouch. Wait, I'm someone from the cast. Ignoring his words, Theron took this opportunity to lunge forward. The cold, sharp blade slashed his arm. Drops of blood quickly flowed from the wound. He fearfully looked at the terrifying person in front of him. This guy, things are getting serious. Theron stood with the upper hand, his eyes bloodthirsty. I will end your life right here, northerner. This determined look made Elkin certain that he really wanted to kill him. At this moment, a figure dashed out in the wind, delivering a kick that sent Theron falling to the ground. Both he and Elkin were surprised by this unexpected event. He gasped, Kaya. It was Hildega. She turned around and asked anxiously, are you okay? In pain, Theron struggled to get up. Uraka, L-Lady, he is a suspicious person. He is very dangerous, so you should stay away from him. She glared at him angrily. What is wrong with you? Are you crazy? You're trying to kill the physician of the master of this castle. This information left him stunned. His face flushed red with fear. Huh? A physician? What are you talking about? After that, they returned to the castle. At this time, Griselda was reprimanding Theron. How is it that I only left for a short while, and you've already gotten yourself into a mess of trouble? He trembled and hurriedly bowed his head. I'm truly sorry, Lady Griselda. I'm deeply ashamed of my behavior. I should be punished. She frowned, rubbing her forehead. Well, it's partly my fault for not explaining the situation to you beforehand. He kept his head down in shame, thinking to himself that he just wanted to bury his head in the ground. Meanwhile, Hildega was bandaging Elkin's wound. He smiled and said to her, I think that's enough, Kaya. The bleeding has stopped. She asked worriedly, Are you sure you're okay? Can you still make medicine? Elkin calmly replied, Of course. It's not like I lost my arm. Watching her enthusiastically bandaging him, he let out a sigh. It's quite funny. Yes, I know you always care about everyone, but I didn't think you would worry about me this much, Kaya. She focused on bandaging the wound and said, Huh? Are you an idiot? Of course I have to be worried. She thought to herself, I regained my freedom thanks to you. Her eyebrows furrowed seriously. I'll be in a lot of trouble if something happens to you. These words moved Elkin, making his heart beat faster. His face flushed red. Kaya. However, she was bandaging his wound too tightly. The pain made him cry out silently. You're bandaging it tighter than necessary. It hurts. At this moment, Griselda walked over. Elkin, is your arm all right? I'm so sorry about the incident today. Hearing this, he smiled and replied, It's fine. It wasn't your fault, Lady Griselda. She turned her head back to Theron. I believe all misunderstandings have been cleared up, right? This is the castle master's physician, Elkin. He walked over and stopped in front of Elkin, speaking a bit awkwardly. Ahem, there was a slight misunderstanding between us. I am Theron Wyron. He felt a bit annoyed, thinking to himself, slight, then reluctantly replied, I am Elkin. Their lackluster greeting was closely observed by Hildega. Theron stood with his hands on his hips and said sarcastically, Humph, you really are a big, foolish kid. Don't you Northerners learn basic self-defense rules? Not to be outdone, Elkin turned away. Perhaps you Southerners should learn how to distinguish between friend and foe. This made him angry. In disbelief, he stammered, what? Hildega, standing beside them, looked bewildered and said to Elkin, You do look a bit foolish, honestly. He felt a bit let down. Kaya, whose side are you on? Theron pondered, asking himself, Is this the reason the commander sent me here? He looked at Elkin in front of him, thinking deeply. What is this situation? Was it none other than the sun, which herself, who decided to bring this northerner here to be her personal physician? Doesn't he know who his patient is? A look of worry appeared on his face. The sun, which is suffering from a strange disease. If that is really true, this whole country will fall into chaos. Is it okay to just leave things as they are? At this moment, a voice echoed in his head. Don't forget your mission. He realized his purpose for coming here and quickly shook his head to stay alert. I'm overwhelmed by all this information. Just ignore it, Theron. Your mission isn't to think about these things. The true identity of the sun, witch, and her illness. The key to solving all these questions is this northerner, Elkin. I must keep an eye on his suspicious face. He thought this, then turned to look at her, and, if possible. However, in response to him, she glared at him with an icy expression. This look broke Theron's heart. His image had shattered in her eyes. He cried internally, thinking, I still need to improve my image. Theron hesitantly spoke up, And miss, what is your name? Hildega asked indifferently, Why do you want to know? Elkin agreed, That's right, Kaya. Don't tell him. Hearing that, he frowned. So your name is Kaya? Watching the three of them talk to each other, Griselda felt helpless. She let out a sigh. I want to go back to those peaceful mornings. But when night fell, in Unbreak's room, a subordinate called out, Commander. He asked calmly, A letter from Theron? Hearing this, the subordinate stepped forward. Yes, just as you said. The sun, which is suffering from a strange disease, and that northerner is acting as her personal physician. He has also never met his patient before. Unbreak fell silent in thought. So that's the reason why the knights were urgently looking for a physician. He seemed to have realized something and smirked. Do as you please. Thinking this, he turned and walked away. A dangerous disease with an unknown cause and a northerner. Today, Unbreak sat down leisurely on his chair. Do you know what happened 8 years ago when the sun, which suddenly disappeared? The subordinate spoke up, recalling, 8 years ago was during the war in Canalus. He stated, "So you've heard about it. The son which suddenly disappeared in the middle of the war. The Mamarata army suffered a series of terrible defeats in the subsequent battles. There were some rumors that she was captured in the north, and also rumors that she had died. But I knew she would soon return. And then she continuously conquered the north for 3 years, bringing them to their knees in submission. Yes, that is what happened in history." After speaking, he fell silent for a moment, then beckoned his subordinate to come closer with a wave of his finger. "I need more men." The subordinate handed him Theron's report. "About how many knights do you need?" Unbreak gave a shady smile. "No, go find some mercenaries." This surprised the subordinate, who thought to himself, "Mercenaries?" He said, "Those who are good at searching, brave, and know how to keep their mouths shut. I need people like that." He blurted out, "Where do you want to send them?" He pondered for a moment, then burned the piece of paper. "To the place where the sun, which suddenly disappeared 8 years ago. The northern border of the Canalus Plains. On a day with heavy snowfall, as the door of a house opened, a woman with a weary face was holding her small child. Welcome home. Did you catch anything today?" It must be her husband, the father of the child. He brushed the snow off his clothes, holding 2 small fish in his hands. "I am sorry, Yazu. I couldn't hunt much today. That damn war ended 20 years ago. Because of it, all the animals in the mountains have fled. We have to endure the freezing winter with meager food from the trampled fields. It'll be hard to survive this winter." He said this as he staggered into the house. She held the 2 fish in her hands, her voice tired. "Right. Elkin is also growing up soon. It's really not fair if we have to keep taking care of him just because you are the head cook in the village." He took off his coat, his face red from the cold. He said dejectedly, "But Yazu, you know that even if Elkin grows up, he's still just an innocent child. He doesn't know how to hunt. All his parents taught him was reading and making herbal medicine. I still can't forget his face when I informed him of his parents' death. Furthermore, many villagers became healthier thanks to his parents. At the very least, I want to repay their kindness." Hearing that, she hugged her shivering child. "I understand. I want to do the same, but our food storage is running low. Our child is still young. We need more food to take care of him." Looking at their innocent child dozing off, his cheeks flushed in the cold, he sat down and scratched his head. It's better if we ask Dilek to take care of Elkin this winter." Lacking any energy, Yazu said, "Dilek and his family have already left the village." Hearing this, he was surprised. "What?" She said that they had headed towards the coast. "Those who can leave are abandoning the village, one by one. This place is too harsh to live in." The atmosphere grew silent. The 2 of them stayed like that, saying nothing. He said softly, "I will ask Elkin if he wants to start a new life in another village." Unfortunately, the boy had overheard their conversation through the door. His eyes became empty yet full of thoughts. Amidst the cold, he walked on the snow. He kept walking until a voice called out from behind him. "Elkin, where are you going? Are you also going to the coast to get more food? Don't you know people say there's a giant monster out in the sea?" At this moment, he smiled gently and said, "I'm thinking of heading south." The little boy asked, "Is there a giant sea monster there too?" Elkin sighed, "Well, I don't know either, but there are many other things there. Nobles, knights who don't fear death, and maybe a witch too." The boy was surprised. "Are you going to meet the witch?" However, he just remained silent and said nothing. He thought about something, then turned and continued walking. "You have to always stay healthy, okay?" Just like that, he gradually moved further away from the village. In the present, Theron was peeking at the castle guards. He slowly walked over. "Ahem, good job. Do you feel bored standing here alone?" "Out of the goodness of my heart, that I will help." Before he could finish his sentence, the guard replied sternly, "How annoying. I don't need help." This rejection was like an iron wall blocking his path, a wall separating him from his castle. Then Theron clenched his fists and groaned inwardly. Why do the residents of this castle either treat me like a child or act overly cautious? He scratched his head and walked away. Sigh, how am I supposed to gather more information if they won't even talk to me? At this moment, his eyes caught sight of a little girl entering the castle. It was Annetta. She greeted the guards and dismounted her horse. Theron marched over aggressively. "You stop right there," spoke with a slightly arrogant tone. "This is not a place where a little kid can come and go as they please. Tell me why you are here, and what is in that person's luggage?" Hearing this, Annetta fell silent, wondering about the newcomer. She hugged her luggage and explained, hello. I brought the things Elkin requested." At that, Theron put his hands on his hips and bent down to inspect her. "Elkin? That northern pharmacist?" He then sneered contemptuously. I can't believe he's working with a kid whose mouth still smells like milk. What a useless bastard." This ignited the flames of her anger. She thought to herself, a kid whose mouth still smells like milk? Just then, a voice rang out from nearby. Sir Knight, it seems you like picking fights with a kid weaker than you. Huh? It was Elkin, and he was slowly walking over. Seeing him, Annetta rejoiced. Elkin. Her joy made Theron turn gloomy and point at himself. What the hell? Your attitude did a 360-degree turn, even though he also called you a kid. He mocked. Tisk, it's you again. Are you trying to act like a prince on a white horse? Elkin wasn't angry at all. He stepped forward to take the goods from the horse and sighed. Who knows? I don't think Annetta needs rescuing when she can face you all by herself. Doing so well, this attitude of his made Theron annoyed. How dare a lowly northerner like you act like this in front of a royal knight? Or do you want to actually chop off your arm right here? Without any fear, Elkin glared back. You could try it right now. Just like that, the two of them threatened each other with their words and glares. This tense atmosphere made Annetta anxious. She hurriedly tried to stop them. Her mind went blank. Excuse me. Huh? What the hell is going on? Why are you two suddenly so tense? But just in time, Griselda arrived and stopped the fight. She angrily shouted, "Stop right there! Stop right there!" She yelled at Theron, "You idiot! Why do you always start a war the moment I take my eyes off you, huh?" Saying that, she rushed in and repeatedly hit Elkin's arm, not forgetting to scold him. "You don't even know how to fight. Why do you keep provoking him?" Meanwhile, both Annetta and Theron awkwardly backed away to avoid her wrath. Seeing that, she yelled, "You too, Theron." He jumped, his face turning pale as he turned around. Griselda frustratingly stated, "Annetta came here my invitation because her highness requested it, so don't you dare act rudely towards her." Hearing this, he stammered, "I apologize." After that, both of them quickly ran away, leaving little Annetta standing there with her annoyed older sister. Now, she remembered her sister's instruction, "You are not here to play. So, head back immediately after finishing your work." She suddenly remembered that, and hurriedly walked to her horse. Then I think I should head back since the goods have all been delivered." Seeing this, Griselda immediately said, "Wait, Annetta, if you're not busy, could I talk to you for a moment? In my workspace." This momentarily made her freeze. She seemingly couldn't believe it. Annetta's eyes sparkled with anticipation when her sister said that. She secretly rejoiced. Sister Griselda's workspace. At the castle, as Hildega was carrying a tray of food, she suddenly heard a voice calling, "Miss Kaya." It was Theron, looking eager. "Is that Her Highness's lunch? Let me help you carry it." Seeing his joyful face, she immediately turned away. "No need." Refusing to give up, he trailed after her. "But looks heavy." She said nothing, helplessly letting out a sigh. As she reached the stairs, her steps halted. She glanced at him and said coldly, "The household servants are not allowed to set foot in this area. From here on, it's best if you leave." Before he could react, she just walked up the stairs. From below, Theron watched her and thought, Her Highness's bedroom must be upstairs. After she was out of sight, he turned away. "Well, it seems I can't help anymore." His departing footsteps gradually faded away. At this moment, Hildega was peeking from the stairs, poking her head out to observe. When she was sure Theron was no longer in sight, she opened the door and entered. Behind the door, Hessa was sitting there reading a book. Seeing her, he was surprised. "Good heavens, did you bring the meal up here yourself, Your Highness?" She happily walked in and placed a tray of food on the table. "Have a meal with me." Hessa smiled. "How could I dare let Your Highness serve me like this? I would be punished by the heavens." Hildega plopped down on the chair and groaned, "Phew, that shaggy blonde guy is making me sick with worry." Hearing that, Hessa immediately asked, "What do you mean, Your Highness?" She said in frustration, "It's very obvious that he came at the Emperor's request. It's not hard to see through his thoughts. But I'm confused because I don't know if he's intentionally playing dumb or if he's actually just stupid. I can't casually kill him just because he's a relative of the commander." Hessa added, "But fortunately, he didn't recognize you as the master of this castle like the chef did last time." Hildega rested her chin on her hand and continued, "The Emperor might not have told the commander about that. He is a relative of the commander of the Royal Knights, the sun, which cannot just arbitrarily eliminate him. But the Emperor can only squeeze more information out of him, so he won't be easily wiped out. That damn old man just keeps making things more and more exhausting." Hearing the situation, Hessa exclaimed, "How terrifying. Why is the Emperor trying his best to hide your identity?" "Your Highness." At that moment, she looked at him and then quickly looked away. "Because he is afraid that I will heavily influence his followers or that I will ally with his enemies to plot to overthrow the throne. He maintains his current position by using me like this. He is trying to completely isolate me from all his followers. Hesse rubbed his chin and thought, Wyron, he comes from a powerful family in the South, so it's worth being wary of him. At this moment, she seemed to realize something. If so, although the Wyrons are trying their best to build an army in the North by sending their strongest knights there, they have also suffered losses from this. Their family lacks an heir. Currently, Theron was feeling depressed about the progress of his mission. If the situation continues like this, I won't have the face to meet the commander anymore. Saying that, he gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Thinking of him, Hesse continued, speaking of Theron's age, he must have lost many of his siblings. Hearing that, Hildega was a bit surprised. Really? Theron sulked. What am I even doing? Everyone is on guard against me. With a situation like this, how am I supposed to get any more information? Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, that's right. If I can find out what medicine Her Highness is taking, I can figure out the strange disease she's suffering from, right? Thinking of this, he eagerly dashed off. That's it. He hurriedly ran to Elkin's room. Hey, you. Seeing him rushing over like the wind with bright eyes, Elkin was a bit puzzled. Theron's face became eager. Do you need any help? Elkin quickly ran into the room and closed the door. However, Theron was fast enough to block it. He tried to push the door open. Hey, how dare you close the door when I'm talking to you? Elkin panicked and shouted, Why are you acting like this? Theron explained, I'm just trying to be kind and help others. And you treat me like this? Elkin tried to force the door shut. Please stop. Lady Griselda ordered me not to let anyone into the pharmacy room. Hearing that, Theron froze. He then let go. All right, I give up. Don't be so difficult with me. He blushed and stammered, Well, I didn't come here just for that. Hearing that, Elkin opened the door a bit more and stared at him. Then Theron scratched his head and asked shyly, Gaia, what kind of person is she? She comes from a middle-class family, right? She seems quite strange. Elkin thought of her and spoke up, Gaia? The moments between him and her just popped into his head. She's a bit special indeed. She is quite gruff, but she always cares about everything, even the little things. Regardless, she is a kind and reliable person. At the very least, she is better than you. Saying that, he slammed the door shut. Theron hadn't even had time to react. What? He stood dumbfounded in front of the pharmacy room for a long time. Only then did he get angry. What is wrong with this bastard? How can he talk as if he knows me so well? Thinking of this, he turned away. Fine, I won't tag along anymore. He recalled his own past memories. The servants always told him, again, young master, you don't need to intervene. You just need to sit right there. What does that pretty boy Wyron know? And even the people here. How did you get yourself into a mess when I only looked away for a moment? I don't need your help. Don't bother me anymore. It's best if you leave. And now Elkin, a good person, at the very least, she is better than you. But all of these words made him furious. He clenched his fists tightly. Right now, Annetta was heading to Griselda's room. She walked into the room, happily observing everything there. She thought to herself, is this sister's room? We've lived together for a few years now, but this is the first time I've been to her workspace. Annetta cheerfully touched the pile of books on Griselda's desk. She left her things a mess again. However, her joy didn't last long. Suddenly, the stack of books came crashing down. Instantly, her happiness turned into unease and anxiety. Right at this moment, Griselda walked in. Sorry for suddenly calling you here. Please make yourself at home. Hearing her sister's voice, she immediately went over to shield the messy pile of books. Why, yes, I'm fine. I'm not busy with anything either. Annetta was restless, her whole body stiff as she sat on the chair. Feeling a bit anxious, she thought to herself, she has never brought me here, even though I've been to the castle many times before. A lot of times, I couldn't even see her because she was too busy. Now she's just sitting in silence after inviting me here. I'm so nervous. Her face turned red. She looked up and stared at her sister, who was sitting quietly opposite her. She wondered to herself, what does she want to say? Is it about me? Even though Griselda looked calm and quiet on the outside, she was screaming internally. To be honest, she had nothing to talk about. She only brought the girl here because Her Highness told her to. At that time, Hildega had told her, Griselda, you should pay more attention to your younger sister. Thinking about this, she hesitantly spoke up. Are our parents doing well? Did anything happen at home? Hearing this, Annetta cheerfully replied, yes. They were very happy when I told them about you. So, I think you should visit them more often. Griselda replied faintly, I know. Just like that, the conversation came to an end. The atmosphere fell silent again. Annetta chuckled. I I thought I would never be able to set foot in the castle. But thanks to Elkin, it has now become a reality. It's unbelievable, right? If it were before, you would never have agreed to this. These words surprised Griselda. Did I do that? All right. I used to disapprove of you entering the castle. She raised her hand to rub her chin, now that I think about it. How do you and Elkin know each other? Did you meet him while working at the store? Mentioning Elkin, the little girl's face immediately turned bright red. Me and Elkin? Her hands nervously clutched her clothes. Elkin? Oh, well, I met him 2 years ago. At that time, she was bringing food to the castle for her sister. But her excitement was immediately extinguished. You cannot enter. Please leave. Sadness appeared on her face. I couldn't even see her today. She just walked along the road to return home. But a shouting voice caught her attention. Oh my God, this is terrible. Why would we see a northerner in the capital? Their words made her curious. She walked toward the river. She saw a young man with blue hair sitting there in a daze. That was Elkin. He was feeling discouraged, thinking, I can't believe I got lost in the capital. I spent all my money paying for my luggage, and now I have nowhere to stay for the night. He slumped down. I'm so exhausted. I don't have any energy left. He recalled a small fragment of his memory. Your name is Elkin, right? We have a small shop in the capital. It's a pity you aren't coming with us two old folks. But if you ever need help, just come to the capital. We'll always welcome you. Elkin at that time had a touched and joyful expression. Now, his face was full of fatigue, his eyes had dark circles from lack of sleep, and his appearance was gloomy. He asked himself, why did I come here just to be treated like this? Or did I really believe those two would help me? Just when he was at his breaking point, she spoke up and asked, what are you doing down there? Hearing that, he looked toward the source of a voice. She was standing on the bridge, looking at him, but this action made Elkin feel a bit happier. Is she not disgusted by me? Thinking this, he spoke up, hello. Annetta calmly asked, it seems you're not from around here. What happened? He smiled and said, I'm from the north. Do you know where the Linderman store is? I'm looking for it, but I got lost. I couldn't ask anyone else because they don't want to see me here. Annetta rested her chin on her hand, thinking, the Linderman store? It's on the opposite side of this town. You'll have to walk for hours to get there. This answer made him sad. Is that so? Thank you. Just like that, they fell silent again. He looked toward the river, while she looked at him, then followed his gaze. She wondered to herself, why does he keep staring at that river? Seeing his empty eyes and haggard face, she brought over a piece of bread. If you're hungry, do you want to eat something? Seeing it, he was stunned. Yeah. After handing him the bread, she sat down next to him and said, actually, I prepared this to have lunch with my older sister, but I was chased away before I could even see her. Elkin hesitated. Can I really eat this? Annetta sighed in frustration. Phew, I just hope someone will eat it right now. She smiled. Oh, could you tell me about your journey? But before that, let's introduce ourselves. I am Aneta Elbe. Faced with this friendliness, he was happy, but hesitant. My name is Elkin. He held the piece of bread tightly in his hand and smiled. Thank you for helping me. Annetta, actually, I was really hungry. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Well, it's no big deal. But do you not have a last name? Elkin replied. We don't introduce ourselves with our family names in the north. At this point, Annetta smiled gently and said to Griselda, so, we met because of you. She spoke up, I see. In her heart, she pondered the pharmacist. I remember his parents died in the war when he was very young. Just then, Hessa opened the door and walked in. Lady Griselda, about dinner tonight. Oh, please excuse me. I didn't know you had a guest. She stood up. It's fine. Annetta was startled and hurriedly said, I'm sorry for staying so long. You must be very busy. I'll head back right now. Griselda said gently, Annetta, why don't you join us for dinner? The little girl asked in confusion, is that okay? Griselda continued, I don't think Her Highness will mind much. It's not a fancy meal anyway, since we just lost a chef. This made Annetta excited. She quickly ran to her sister's side. I'd love to. She was immediately overjoyed. What is happening? Am I dreaming? I can meet Elkin and Kaya again. If I had known, I would have dressed up nicer. Seeing this, Griselda smiled. Meanwhile, Theron, excited like a child, happily said, Miss Kaya, have you heard? Stepping down the stairs, Hildegas saw him. She sighed. You again? Heard what? He informed her, we're going to throw a party with Lady Griselda's younger sister while she's here. Just like the welcome party for me when I first arrived at the castle. Hearing this, she was a bit surprised. Is that so? A party? She thought to herself, what is going on with Griselda? Then, Theron stood next to her and muttered, Kaya, is there anything you'd like to eat tonight? Our southern territory is a fertile land with bustling trade. Because of that, we can easily import new fruits from the outside. I hope that one day, Ignoring his words, Hildega turned away when she saw him. Elkan. Hearing the call, he stopped. Kaya. Just like that, she walked over to him, leaving Theron standing there stunned alone. For a moment, he became embarrassed, then angrily thought, that bastard again. Hildega ran over and asked Elkan, have you finished moving the herbs? Suddenly, she noticed something. Hold still. Lower your head a bit. He was a bit curious and bent down. Why? She reached out and picked a leaf stuck in his hair. He froze. Before he could finish his sentence, she spoke up. Just stay still. She blew on the leaf. Done. There was a herb leaf stuck on your head. They walked away together, chatting happily. So have you heard? Tonight, Annetta and us. Annetta is still here? Their whispers gradually faded away. The space became quiet again. This left Theron standing there quietly, feeling awkward. He looked at the leaf on the floor, walked over, and picked it up. He turned his head and looked in the direction the two had just left, lost in thought. The party had begun. Everyone was joyful and excited. I can't believe we're having a party. Go check if the chicken is cooked yet. Where is Hessa? She told me she would help out in the kitchen. At this moment, Hildega brought out a terrifying-looking dish. I made something for the party. Please have a taste. Hearing this, the head cook became nervous. Alright. Let me see. A minute ago, there was a hint of panic on his face. Right now, his face became completely frozen. Seeing this, the other kitchen assistants panicked. He's frozen stiff. Just then, Griselda and Theron walked in. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Is everyone here? Then please, make yourselves comfortable. Then, Theron scowled, looking toward Elkan and Annetta. He sat down next to Hildega. Theron's gaze caught her attention. A banquet table was set up. Delicious dishes were lavishly displayed on the table. The assistant cook spoke with a mix of pride and relief. Even though we don't have a head chef here, I tried my best to make the most wonderful dishes for everyone. Both Elkan and Annetta were excited to see them. They happily whispered to each other, "It looks really delicious." Yes, this is the first time I've been invited to such a lavish party. Seeing this, Griselda asked, "Is it much different from a party in the north?" This question made Elkan scratch his head. It's even more amazing than that. I've never been treated like this since I arrived in Mamarata. After a moment of silence, she spoke up. I understand. You must have had a hard time. Theron frowned. I'm also very surprised. As he spoke, he approached Griselda. I never thought Lady Griselda would be in a place like this. Is there some other reason? Hearing this, she glanced at Hildega. But at that moment, Hildega was only focused on the dish she had made. Where did my dish go? Seeing this, Griselda continued, I am here because I was requested to do so. Theron flattered. No one could object to it if you were on an important mission for the royal court. You wiped out those arrogant northern bugs. This was a direct insult aimed at Elkan. He looked over at Theron, but Theron refused to stop. Your reputation was elevated after taking down the capital's defenses, wasn't it? The Great War of Catalos, the defensive battle at Epidon, countless battles and exploits. Speaking up to here, he fell silent and gritted his teeth. My older brother was also among them. Thinking of that painful day, he gave a bitter smile. Just like my late brother and Lady Griselda, I also participated in the war to wipe out those arrogant people. But unfortunately, the war ended, and I became a true knight. As Theron spoke, he glanced at Elkan. His sarcastic tone enunciated every single word deliberately. His face darkened at this moment. His lifeless eyes looked towards him. The atmosphere became tense, making everyone cautious. Elkan spoke up to break this terrifying silence. Why don't we talk about other topics? Then Theron sarcastically said, Why should we? It's normal to talk about historical legends at a party. Furthermore, we have two knights here. Is there anything wrong with talking about it? But Elkan's eyes turned sharp and cold. I don't want to discuss the war with you. Sir Theron refused to stop. He leaned back with his arms crossed over his chest. So what? I want to talk about it. Do you feel guilty? Well, Theron sneered. The ones who broke the treaty between the two sides first. The ones who carried out the looting of the villages on the southern border. It was the northerners, right? Hearing this, Elkan angrily shouted. It wasn't looting. Mamarata was the one who exploited the North's minerals before any of that even happened. Theron got angry and gritted his teeth. He slammed his hand on the table. You can say that because you're also a piece of scum, just like those northerners. This made Annetta jump. The situation had gone too far. Elkan remained silent for a long time, then shook his head and said, Sigh, forget it. It's not an appropriate topic to talk about on an occasion like this. Anyway, it's all in the past. However, Theron didn't seem to accept that. Huh, are you playing the good boy again? That attitude of yours doesn't suit a place like this. Just be a bastard like usual. His tone was sarcastic. Do you know what they call bastards like you? Hypocrites. You are here because you have no self-respect, and your head is just full of flowers, grass, and trash. Just keep pretending to be an innocent little lamb and playing the victim. You guys did everything, but what are you saying? As he spoke, he thought of his siblings who had passed away. Seeing people getting so angry, they could go crazy, yet you say it's all in the past? Theron's face showed anger as he yelled. Would you have the courage to say that if your enemy was standing right in front of you? It seemed Elkin couldn't take it anymore. He angrily slammed the table and stood up. His eyes became resentful as he looked at the person in front of him. However, he just pushed his chair back, turned around, and walked away. Continue with dinner. I'll excuse myself and head back first. Seeing this, Annetta became worried. Elkin, even Griselda, was helplessly silent. Theron's anger still hadn't subsided. Humph, that bastard. At this moment, Hildega sighed and stood up. I'll go after him. And then she dashed off. Faced with this situation, Theron hurriedly looked at that fading silhouette. His face flushed red. He angrily gritted his teeth. Why? Why are you all taking his side? But the servants in the castle all felt confused. What just happened? Theron continued to complain. Why can he live with us? That bastard. At this time, Griselda spoke up. That's right. He is a northerner. Was Elkin the one who killed your family? These words instantly left him speechless, unable to utter a word. He clenched his fists. It wasn't him, but as a knight of Mamarata. But Griselda calmly shook her head. Everything you've said so far is not how a knight speaks, nor is it how a respectable person speaks. Her words seemed to strike Theron directly. He spoke loudly, but Griselda said in a stern voice, that was an impulsive and thoughtless action. To speak and behave like that with the people you work with in the same place. I never want to hear such things again during a family dinner like this. This conversation made Annetta endlessly worried. Griselda was silent for a moment and then continued. Of course, at first, I was also very wary of him, just like you are now. It's true, as you said, he is a northerner. Even so, he doesn't care at all, even if we are related to the royal family. But only focuses on researching herbs to cure her highness. That alone is worthy enough to keep him here. But at least in my opinion, you have no right whatsoever to interfere in this matter. Hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed across his face. She said sternly, being a knight doesn't mean you get to behave rudely to an innocent person. I didn't fight to do that. She glanced at Theron. But how dare you use me as evidence to lead into that topic? This question quickly startled him, making his whole body tremble. She let out a sigh. 5 years. It might be too short to soothe your pain, but I hope you can cherish the current peace with all your talent and dedication. He must have understood this clearly. His anger was no longer there. Theron hesitated. I'm sorry, I was too sensitive. Griselda leisurely replied, I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. At this time, Hildega had hurriedly followed Elkin outside. She looked around, thinking to herself, where did he go? She thought of the scene of him falling off a cliff. There was a deep ravine next to the castle. Don't tell me he's planning to return to Mother Earth. No way. Then she saw him standing there quietly. He wiped his face, full of fatigue. The sound of footsteps drew his attention to Kaya. Did you follow me? She hesitated a bit and asked, why are you making such a pitiful face? Hurry up and go back inside. Elkin replied disappointedly. Everyone was looking forward to this party. I'm sorry for ruining the atmosphere, but I can't. Hildega stretched her arms and said, don't care too much about that anymore. I really feel sad for Annetta. She thought of the scene where she would tear up. I didn't get to eat even a single bite. Why did things turn out like this? She sighed. You can stay here until you feel better. However, Elkin just turned away and remained silent, saying nothing. Noticing his mood, she calmly said, well, I also need an evening stroll. Hearing that, he smiled. His eyes were full of contemplation. At this moment, she looked up at the sky and suddenly asked Elkin, do you remember that a long time ago, you asked me about my parents? Hearing this, memories of that day suddenly flashed in his mind. Of course, now that I think about it, you didn't answer my question back then. Hildega casually replied, to be honest, I don't even have any memories of my family. I was brought to Mamarata when I was very young. Thinking about Theron's emotions when he scolded him, she continued, I can't understand the pain of losing the ones I love. And I certainly can't understand why you two acted like that. But the only memory I have is a vague feeling that I don't belong here. That's all there is. This answer made him ponder and think to himself, a place where I don't belong? He remembered the words he had heard in the past. It will be very difficult to survive this winter if Elkin continues to stay with us. Why do I have to see that bastard northerner's face in the capital? Hildega slowly spoke, but I'm quite satisfied with my current life. The atmosphere here has changed since you came to this castle. That was the first time we threw a party to welcome a guest. I know it wasn't an easy decision for you to agree to help the master of this place. Her face darkened slightly as she turned to look at him. Although that person can't tell you directly, I'm sure they are very grateful for what you've done. These words made him pause for a moment. His hands clenched tightly. No, I don't deserve that gratitude. His inner thoughts became chaotic, silently asking himself, do I deserve to be thanked? I tried to seize the opportunity to approach a part of the royal family, but I honestly feel a bit. Thinking this, he then gently said, me too. Looking for a place that needs me. That's the only thing that relieves the sorrow. Hildega looked at him for a long time and then spoke. Return to where? After that, they returned to the castle together. Elkin was a bit worried. I wonder if Annetta is crying in there? Just then, the door opened and it was Theron. The three of them faced each other. However, Theron just remained silent and ignored them walking past. Elkin just sighed and didn't pay attention to him. Then Theron turned around. I went too far. I'm sorry about that. After saying that, he walked away. Seeing this, Elkin suddenly asked, are you planning to leave? This question made him stop and startle. Elkin opened the door. It's rare for us to throw a party, and everyone prepared their best for it. It would be a shame not to enjoy it. Seeing that his back still didn't budge, silent and saying nothing, he gently said, let's go back inside. Theron must have hesitated for a long time. He let out a sigh of relief, then awkwardly scratched his head and turned back. How dare a guy like you preach to a knight like me? It's useless. Seeing this, Elkin smiled in relief. Well, it's hard to see you apologize to others. Theron was embarrassed. Ugh, shut up. Their situation seemed to have improved. Hildega breathed in and prepared to step inside. At this moment, Elkin gently bent down and whispered to her, Kaya, thank you. Then he stepped inside. The party continued. He saw Annetta crying and worrying, please don't fight anymore. I'm sorry, while Griselda was angry about their quarrels. Would you too die if you stopped fighting for one day? Seeing them, he suddenly chuckled and thought to himself, I know, there are still people like Annetta and Kaya in Mamarata. He thought of the people in the castle and the master of this place. There are still people willing to help me, and people who need my help. I shouldn't vent my hatred on others. There is someone more deserving of that. The one who makes me the most resentful. The one I need to take revenge on the most. Only me. Towards the sun, dawn had broken. As the pigeon flapped its wings and delivered the letter to Ambrake's place, he looked at the small piece of paper in his hand and let out a chuckle. By now, it was completely bright outside. Griselda held the letters delivered by the pigeon in her hand. She walked into Hildega's room and said, it's been over half a year. Hildega, confused, blurted out, what? Griselda leaned against the door, waving the letter. You keep ignoring the request to come to the Emperor's imperial palace. For so long, you've been using the excuse that you're unwell. But how much longer can you keep using that excuse? Don't you think you should visit the imperial family at least once? I'm afraid the Emperor will come here in person. Hearing this, Hildega sighed and waved her hand, signaling Hessa to stop. Griselda asked, if so, what do you plan to do? After a long silence, she spoke up, pack my bags. Later, Griselda relayed this to Elkin and Theron. He was a bit surprised. The master of the castle is preparing to go out? He thought to himself that he hadn't seen them for so long, and now, suddenly, Griselda walked on. That's right. The servants who directly serve him will go with us. So today, Theron will directly oversee all matters in the castle. It's only for one day, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Hearing that, he rejoiced. I will do my best to fulfill my duty. Elkin pondered one day, then spoke up. Lady Griselda, may I go with you? But faced with this difficult situation, she remained silent. He persuaded her. I am the doctor of the castle's master. What if the symptoms of the illness suddenly relapse while everyone is on the journey? Not letting him continue, she sternly said, no. He will bring his medicine. We will be back by morning. You don't need to worry. But Elkin wasn't ready to drop it. Hearing this, however, Theron immediately raised his hand, excitedly, wait, hold on. If Elkin goes, I want to go too. Seeing that, Elkin replied, what? Theron, what are you talking about? Griselda frowned. After all this time, are you two still going to act like this? Be mindful and start your work at the castle. Her words made the two of them flinch. Saying that, she turned and walked away, leaving them standing there stunned. Then Theron embarrassedly hit Elkin. You made her mad. Elkin dodged. Come on, isn't that your fault? Theron roared angrily. What is wrong with this guy today? Elkin stood there, deep in thought. Things were not simple at all. The master of this castle had hidden their identity for a very long time. Maybe they wanted to go out for some fresh air, but if it only takes a day to get there, could it be the Imperial Palace? After the carriage left, everything in the castle remained as peaceful as usual. Theron was sitting leisurely, wiping his sword. He leaned back and complained to Elkin, "It's so boring being stuck in a castle like this." He thought about something, then spoke up, "Elkin, what do you think about Kaya?" He sighed and chuckled. Huh, that question again? I remember answering it already, haven't I? Theron shyly turned away. Is that all? You're the first person I got to know, along with Lady Kaya. And now, even if I want to behave properly, it doesn't matter, right? Elkin paused for a moment. It also depends on how Kaya feels. Hearing that, Theron immediately turned back. What? Seems like you enjoy shutting down my questions. He looked out toward the castle gates. Huh, what's that? Smoke? At this moment, a figure gradually approached Elkin. They were startled to see it was Annetta. He hurriedly ran over. What are you doing here? Lady Griselda has already gone out. Riding on horseback, she hastily explained, No, it's not because of my sister. Elkin was surprised to see the boy, Mark, with her. Seeing him, the boy cried, Please help us. The town. There's a fire in the town. The situation grew tense. Elkin panicked. The village is on fire? The boy quickly explained the current situation. There are so many injured people, but there's no doctor in the village. So I thought of you. Annetta hurriedly continued. I met this boy running to the castle alone and brought him here. Elkin, we have to go right now. Seeing this, he immediately ran off. Wait a moment. I'll get my medicine and set off right away. Suddenly, they don't shout loudly. No. Elkin, stop. He said anxiously. Lady Griselda isn't here. We can't just abandon the castle. What if enemy forces invade the castle while we're not here? He turned to Annetta and Mark. I'm very sorry for the village, but they will have to find another doctor to handle this. Elkin stood there hesitating, and Theron added, If you, the doctor to the master of the castle, go to that burning village, what if something happens to you? Just then, a servant in the castle said in horror, A fire? What is going on? If it's the village down there. My younger brother and his wife live there too. It's not a major fire, is it, right? His distressed state left the two of them flustered and speechless. Elkin shouted loudly, Sir Theron, startling him. He urged, We have to hurry. Sir Theron hesitated for a moment. Then, gritting his teeth, he unfastened his armor and ordered, Butler, we will prepare a wagon. Go and gather everyone here. Gather all the water sources and buckets you can find. Theron said tensely, Elkin, take everything you need and go with her first. He quickly replied, Got it. Annetta then said, Let's get on the horses. Before leaving, Theron paused and asked Elkin seriously, Have you ever seen such a massive fire before? For a moment, he was taken aback. No. Theron frowned and warned him, You must keep a clear head. Hurry up, go. Elkin and Mark hurriedly rode their horses to the village. He anxiously asked Mark, I wonder what happened to Vin. The boy hesitantly replied that Vin. After you found him, he tried to hold on for a few days, but in the end, he couldn't make it. When he arrived at the village, his eyes widened in shock. Standing before the massive fire, he was stunned. No unbelievable. They dismounted. Just then, a voice called out, Mark. The boy turned to see a man limping towards them. Dad, I brought the doctor here. The man said anxiously, Oh my God, that's great, that's great. Elkin looked at the flames, blazing fiercely ahead. Approaching, Mark ran ahead and shouted, Doctor, this way. Elkin snapped out of it and turned, What? All right. He hurriedly ran after him, but couldn't stop worrying about the fire. Agonizing screams rang out from where the villagers were. A devastating scene. The sobbing of children, along with their groans and dry coughs, made him shudder. A miserable woman, crying weakly, begged, Doctor, can you help us? My son, his arm. Thank God we have a doctor here. Elkin sat down and asked about the situation. He's burned? Let me see. He lifted the cloth covering the wound, which made him freeze. Seeing this, the mother called out to the doctor. Hearing that, he jolted. Ah, yes. He turned to her. I need something to soothe the burned areas. What about water? She stammered. Water? Water? We don't even have enough water to put out this fire. Please bring me some water. The mother agonizingly pressed him. My boy is still alive, right? He's only injured on his arm, right? Elkin set his bag down. Yes, I will do my absolute best. He quickly grabbed his supplies. But how? His face went blank, his eyes filled with fear as he silently asked himself, What am I doing? Cries of pain continued to ring out. He couldn't take it anymore, so he jumped up and ran outside. On the other side, Theron and the others were urgently putting out the fire. Buckets of water were continuously poured. Theron panted, "All right, the fire on this side has been put out. We have to stop it from spreading to the forest. Let's move to the other side." Annetta was also rushing to extinguish the fire. Suddenly, she saw him turning his back and running away. Elkin, in his mind right now, the moment he heard the news of his parents' death kept flashing back. "Elkin, there's a notice from the front lines of the Canteras Plains. It says that your parents." As he curled up, covering his ears, she ran over and called out loudly, "Elkin." He was sitting against the wall, huddled and trembling. He flinched upon hearing her call. Annetta stopped in her tracks when she saw him in this state. Are you okay?" She knelt down. "What happened? Why are you here alone?" Elkin trembled, struggling to utter every word. "Annetta, I'm sorry. That scene, it's just too horrific and traumatic." Tears welled up in his eyes. "That fire is terrible." Annetta looked toward the fire. "The situation is worse than I thought. But Elkin, you are a doctor. Even though it's very difficult, for everyone's sake, even just a little bit." He hurriedly shook his head. No, it's not. It's not because of that. His voice became agonizing. I can't bear to think that my parents had to go through such a painful death." These words made Annetta freeze. "Your parents, they died in a fire?" So, just then, a figure was approaching them from behind. Elkin covered his face and sobbed. "Because my parents passed away. I had to leave my homeland. Everything." He recalled the word from back then. "Your parents, the son which was captured, and she burned them alive." His voice roared with indignation. "It's all because of the sun witch." That figure from behind was Hildega. She had heard these words. Her eyes widened in shock. It turned out they had gone to the imperial palace, but couldn't meet the emperor. Griselda helplessly asked the guard again, "His Majesty is out on an inspection? Are you saying he is not in the palace?" "Yes," the guard quickly explained. "Yes, there was no notice that Lady Griselda would be visiting. He has gone to Baetica and will not return for 4 days. Would you like to wait inside the palace?" She remained silent, glanced at Hildega, and then spoke. "No, we will return next time." Just like that, they got into the carriage and returned to the castle. In the carriage, Hildega was gloomy. "I knew that damn old man would play a trick on me like this. Did I come here just to wait for an old geezer? I won't let things go like this." Griselda beside her was full of anxiety. It was a real waste of time. Hildega couldn't hide her frustration. "I only just accepted that I couldn't ignore the request from the imperial family anymore," she shouted out loudly. "I told you, Griselda, we didn't need to come here. You're too sensitive. Are you actually the Emperor's spy?" Her words were like arrows piercing straight into Griselda. She blushed, silently telling herself, "I didn't hear anything." Suddenly, a plume of smoke caught her attention. She looked up, wondering, where is it coming from to have so much smoke? At this moment, a voice echoed, Lady Griselda, Mark." It was a servant at the castle, carrying a bucket of water on his shoulder. He hurriedly asked, "You returned earlier than expected?" Seeing that, she immediately blurted out, "Mark, what are you doing?" He awkwardly recounted, Well, there's a huge fire in the village at the foot of the hill." At that moment, Hildega lifted the curtain to listen. "As per Sir Theron's request, we are helping them. The doctor and your sister have also gone down there." This information made her pause for a moment. Griselda worried, "Annetta, it's very dangerous." "Why?" Without hesitating for another second, Hildega quickly stepped down from the carriage and rushed off. "Griselda, take the carriage back to the castle first." Seeing this, she stopped in her tracks and called out, "Kaya, where are you going, Kaya?" She ignored Griselda's call and sprinted to the village. The fire blazed fiercely, making it visible even from a distance. She looked towards the village, but heard a sound. "Your parents, they died in a fire? Is that so?" So Hildega stepped closer. It was Annetta and Elkin. Right at that moment, he said, "Because my parents passed away, I had to leave my town. Everything is because of the sun witch." That resentful voice pierced deeply into her. Her face showed astonishment, silently thinking, "What?" She leaned against the wall, her heart beating faster. What did he just say? At that moment, Theron rushed over and shouted, "Elkin, what are you doing here? I finally found you. So many people are injured. You have to go right now." Hearing that, Annetta agreed. "That's right, Elkin. We should head back to the village first." However, he remained silent. His eyes were lifeless, his face dazed, and tears just kept falling. This appearance of his made Annetta anxiously think, "What should I do now? For everyone's sake, Elkin needs to go now. I've never seen him like this before. I don't know anything about his parents at all. No matter what happened, I understand him. I've always grown stronger, but in the end, I can't do anything. Because I am from Amarata. After a long silence, Elkin tremblingly spoke up. But even if I go, I won't be able to do anything. Theron's face showed a bit of exhaustion mixed with anger. What the hell? What the hell are you talking about? We have to help them. He looked at the person cowering in front of him and yelled, "You were the one who said we had to help them." Fear had now consumed Elkin. He leaned his head against the wall, tears streaming down. At this moment, a voice rang out, "You don't have to go, Elkin." It was Hildegas. Her appearance astonished all three of them. "Miss Kaya?" She stepped closer. "You don't have to go if you don't want to." Her eyes were a bit downcast and sorrowful. "No one has the right to force you to do that. No one." Her words seemed to touch his heart. His tears began to stop. Looking towards the burning village, he seemed to see his parents. Elkin clenched his teeth. He opened his eyes to look at the fiercely blazing fire. His hands clenched so tightly that his veins popped. "No, I have to go." Seeing Annetta's worry, he quickly reassured her. "Annetta, I'm fine now," he said as he stood up. "If I don't go now, I will definitely regret it later." "This way." Theron nodded slightly. "This way." Just like that, they returned to the fire. Hildega sat silently on a large rock, looking towards the village. By then, Griselda had run over. She was panting. "You cannot just leave like that. I have already taken a carriage back to the castle." She stepped closer to her and exclaimed, "The fire is really huge." Hildega Sophie de Plaid. No. Griselda looked at the fire before them. "Your Highness, is there any way your power can fix this?" She spoke up. "My power? Caria's blessing is the power of light and fire. I cannot extinguish a fire once it has flared up. If I were a god, perhaps I could do that." Hearing that, Griselda immediately took off her cloak and draped it over her. "I will help them." "Your Highness, you shouldn't let others see you. You should just stay here." She walked over and called out to her little sister. Annetta, the little girl, who was frantically putting out the fire, turned her head. "Sister, sister." Griselda now put on her gloves. "The fire is blazing too fiercely. Get out of here. We will help you." On this side, Theron was striving to save those trapped. Elkin was rushing to give first aid to the injured in the fire. Hildega was in a daze, looking at her hands. Her eyes were filled with so many thoughts. When dawn broke, the sunlight shone down on the village. The chirping of birds rang out, breaking the silence. Elkin was nodding off when he was startled by a call. "Elkin." It was Theron patting his shoulder to wake him. He gently said, "The fire was put out last night. Everyone is exhausted. Let's head back quickly." Opposite them, Annetta was walking sluggishly, still half asleep. He stumbled to his feet and slowly said, all right, all right." At this moment, a man spoke up. "Doctor, please wait a moment. Are you leaving?" He turned his head. "Yes. Although it wasn't much, I tried to do everything I could." "No. I am very sorry, but if everyone wants more than that, please call another doctor." Hearing that, the man hastily ran over. No, that's not it. I apologize for acting so rudely last night. None of us knew what we should do. I was so scared." He rubbed his head in remorse. "I shouldn't have acted like that. Even if you had abandoned us, I wouldn't have had the right to blame you. But you came back and helped us. Thank you very much. Truly." These words suddenly moved him. "It's nothing." Looking at the remnants of the fire, he continued, "This place has been heavily destroyed. It will take some time to rebuild everything." The man shared, "We will have a very hard time rebuilding this village from the ruins. It wasn't a sturdy structure to begin with. Now it's been burned to the ground. The capital is right nearby. We will go there and ask for their help. But I'm not sure if the people there will be willing to help." Hildega, standing not far away, seemed to have thought of something. She waved towards Theron. "Blondie, come here. Go and tell them." "Yes." She whispered something into his ear. Theron, hearing it, was a bit panicked. "Yes? What? Really?" He worriedly asked. "Have you gotten approval for that?" Hildega poked his arm. "It's fine. Just hurry up." He walked over to them. "Ahem, you are the village chief, right?" Hearing that, the man replied, "That's right, Sir Knight." Theron pointed toward the castle. "We live in the castle on the other side of the hill. The master of the castle is very sorry about this incident. Therefore, he has decided to provide everyone with all the necessary manpower and materials until the village is completely restored to normal." The village chief was overjoyed and asked in disbelief, "Really? Is that true? We are so grateful." Griselda, who was standing next to the sleepy Annetta at this moment, suddenly stiffened. Her face went blank. She quickly approached Theron, who was proudly saying, all right. No need to say thank you." Griselda swiftly grabbed him by the collar and slammed him against a nearby tree trunk. With a terrifying voice, she said, "Who gave you the right to decide that?" Theron, trembling with fear, replied, "What? No, I just said what Kaya told me to." Hearing this, she paused. Griselda glanced towards Hildega, silently wondering, Lady Hildega, why? But for a moment, she became speechless. Feeling a bit awkward, she let go of Theron. Honestly, she sighed. Yesterday, you arbitrarily abandoned your servant. Today, you didn't even bother to consult my opinion on matters concerning the castle. He hurriedly replied, I am sorry. I was just trying to. She interrupted. Even though it was a huge fire, you managed to handle it very professionally. Have you had experience in things like this before? This question made Theron shyly blush. He awkwardly answered, when I was a cadet, I was mobilized to put out a similar fire in the city. Hearing that, Griselda rubbed her head. I see. Sigh. I'm not sure if I should praise you, since you arbitrarily abandoned the castle. But it was the right decision. You've worked hard. At this moment, he remained silent for a long time, then sadly said, I wasn't the one who made the decision. I hesitated. I was afraid I would disobey orders and mess everything up. Elkin was the one who convinced me. Seeing that, she immediately said, I decided to entrust the responsibility of managing the castle to you. You deserve praise for your decision. If things had gone south, you would have had to take responsibility for your own decision. Looking at him with his head bowed, she encouraged, you hesitated because you knew that. I am very glad that you know how to take responsibility for your actions. Her encouragement made Theron rejoice. He clenched his fists and stuttered, I will try to work even harder. Later, as they were preparing to leave, Annetta overheard the instructions between Elkin and the village chief. So, if you buy more ointment from that shop. She rubbed her eyes, silently thinking, I'm glad Elkin's mood has gotten better. She breathed a sigh of relief. I was really surprised yesterday. At that moment, a voice called out Annetta. Startled for a moment, she realized it was Hildega. She said, I need to talk to you. Last night, I overheard the conversation between you and Elkin. What exactly were you two talking about? She froze, then quickly turned away, thinking to herself, why did I get so startled? And she said, that? I don't know the exact details. But I think Elkin's parents died tragically in a fire. No, he kept saying it was caused by the Sun Witch. I just know they passed away because he didn't say much about it. Hearing this, Hildega's voice dropped. Is that so? She grabbed her hand. Annetta, Hildega leaned in close and whispered, can you keep this story a secret from Griselda? After all, she is a knight. I don't think it would be good for Elkin if this gets out, and he wouldn't want anyone else knowing about it either. Annetta's face flushed red as she stammered, That's right. It's not something to be spoken of casually. Suddenly, she paused. Wait, her face turning red with indignation. She muttered, Kaya, did you really think I would tell my sister about this if you hadn't warned me? I wouldn't have even thought of doing that. With that, she quickly ran off. I'm tired, so I'm heading back to the castle first. Afterward, Hildega also walked away, her mind heavy with a barrage of thoughts. Don't tell me. She recalled her own past words. I'm sure I've met them before. That northerner. I'm certain I've seen him, but I just can't remember where. I'll keep an eye on him. And she remembered what he had told her. They passed away a long time ago during the battle in Cantaris. They went there to treat the wounded soldiers. At that moment, a realization struck her. Could it be that I recognized Elkin's eye color because I saw it right before I killed his parents? No. She clenched her fists tightly. I have absolutely no memory of it. Elkin said his parents died a long time ago. He wasn't with them at the time, and I don't recall taking the lives of a doctor couple with my own powers. She continued to walk, step by step. But what if, by some 1 in a million chance, that story is true? At this thought, Hildega stopped dead in her tracks. She took off her hood and looked up at the sun. Last night, I slept through the entire night without needing any medicine. Ever since I started his treatment, the symptoms have gradually lessened and completely disappeared, even at night. The herbs. That's right. We can't just kick him out of the castle. She then glanced over at Griselda, thinking to herself, no, whether it's true or not, if Griselda finds out about this, she won't let it slide easily. The situation will only get worse if word reaches Mamarata. Her tired eyes gazed in the direction Elkin was walking away. There's no need to rush. I will make that story disappear completely before anyone can dig it up. For now, he's just a doctor. At that moment, he turned around and said gently, Kaya, let's go. After a brief silence, she stepped forward. Deep down, she knew she needed Elkin. Meanwhile, voices called out from behind Griselda. At the time, she was clad in armor, holding a sword. Zelda, Griselda. She turned around to see her two comrades. Griselda spoke up, Ines, Diane. But Ines just laughed. What are you doing with Her Highness's sword? Give it to me. I'll hold on to it. You can't go in any way. With that, she snatched the sword right out of Griselda's hands and chuckled. Hee hee, Griselda, you're just a commoner, yet you made it into the Order of the Sun Knights. Don't you want to be successful? Hearing this, she hesitated as successful. Ines eagerly leaned in. Actually, you're also really curious about Her Highness Hildega, aren't you? Right? Tell me. Cheer up. Who knows? Maybe on some fine day, you'll get to become one of Her Highness's closest knights, just like us. Saying this, she burst into a hearty laugh and boasted, of course, I will forever be her right-hand woman. Ha ha ha. Griselda looked a bit helpless. Right-hand woman? Diane, standing nearby, smiled gently. Ines, stop teasing her. You know your jokes don't work on Griselda. Griselda tilted her head slightly. Aren't you a commoner too? Ines Poodle. You're a noble. You wouldn't understand. It's a very wealthy city. She thumped her chest armor proudly. From this day forward, the name of the poor commoner Ines will exist no more. I will make a famous name for myself in this war. One day, I will become the master of a castle with vast, fertile lands and massive farms. She then pointed a finger at the two of them. When that time comes, you two will have to call me Lady Ines. But Griselda still wore a blank, uncomprehending expression. Diane chimed in, just try not to die before then. Ines cheerfully hugged the sword and pointed at them. You'd better remember my name. Diane turned back to converse with Griselda. Honestly, there's just no stopping her. 8 years ago, Canterra's Peninsula, Hildega's military camp. Ines carried the sword to Hildega's tent. She waved a greeting to the guard. He gave a slight nod and allowed her to enter. Your Highness, it is I, Ines. I have brought your sword. However, there was no response. Ines glanced at the plate of food sitting untouched on the table. She couldn't help but ask, Your Highness, are you not going to eat? If you do not wish to have your meal, shall I take it away? The silhouette behind the curtain remained completely silent, without the slightest movement. She stepped outside and met up with Griselda and Diane. Griselda spoke up to ask, Ines, did you deliver the sword? But Ines kept glancing back toward the tent. Yeah, I did. But you know, Her Highness Hildega is usually very quiet, yet today her demeanor seems different than usual. Could something be weighing on her mind? Later, as the soldiers stood ready and dusk began to fall, Ines grew restless. Why hasn't the order to march been given yet? Her Highness Hildega still hasn't come out of her tent. Diane looked up at the sky and spoke. It started to get dark. General Albrecht's vanguard must be facing off against the northern forces by now. Amidst this tense situation, Griselda remained calmly silent. Suddenly, Diane exclaimed, Oh, isn't that the general? Hearing this, Ines immediately looked around. What? Isn't that General Albrecht, the one leading the vanguard? Why is he here? He galloped furiously toward the camp. He's going inside Her Highness Hildega's tent. A long while later, as the three of them waited in silence, the tent flaps opened. He stormed out, followed by Her Highness. Prepare the troops. A report echoed across the camp. The Northern Army has launched an attack. Ines was stunned and pressed. What? He said that our vanguard. Hearing this, both Ines and Diane froze in shock. At that moment, Albrecht mounted his horse, raised his sword, and bellowed, Warriors of Mamarata. Behind us lies the Empire of Mamarata. Do not let the Northerners violate even a single inch of this peninsula. Do not let those filthy pests set foot on our beautiful land ever again. Justice is always on our side. Hearing this, the three of them lowered their visors, their faces devoid of any fear. Let's go, Griselda. Just then, a voice called out, bringing her back to reality. Lady Griselda. It turned out it was all just a memory. The voice snapped her out of her deep thoughts. She turned her head. Ah, doctor. Elkin walked over. What are you doing? I called you several times, but you didn't answer. She replied with a hint of melancholy. I was just reminiscing about some old memories. He looked around. Speaking of which, I don't see Terry anywhere. Griselda informed him. He had some business to attend to in the south. He'll be back in a few days. Is something the matter? Elkin suddenly remembered and said enthusiastically, Ah, it's regarding the promise to assist the villagers at the foot of the hill. I'm preparing a cart of supplies to send down to them. I think we should send down some medicines and herbs to treat their wounds. Would that be all right? The medication supply for the master of the castle is already sufficient. However, he was met with total silence from her. This left him feeling bewildered. Ah, Lady Griselda? Hearing this, she snapped back to reality and turned around with a start. All right, the medicine. She waved her hand dismissively as she walked away. I'm sure you'll handle it fine. Just do whatever you see fit. Watching Griselda's retreating figure, he thought to himself, she looks a bit exhausted. Meanwhile, Hildega was sitting outside, lost in a daze. The battle on the peninsula. A doctor couple was burned alive. She sighed heavily. I can't remember a single thing about it. A voice suddenly interrupted her train of thought. Kaya. It was Elkin. He was cheerfully carrying a sack of supplies over to her. She spoke up. Oh, Elkin, did you get approval? He smiled. That's right. Once we load this onto the cart, we can deliver it down to the foot of the mountain. However, Hildega quickly sank back in her own thoughts. Noticing this, he hesitated before speaking up. How should I put this? Everyone seems so exhausted today. Could it be because we're missing those two? I mean Terry and Annetta, the two biggest troublemakers in this castle. Hildega furrowed her brows, thinking to herself, how annoying. She then gave a lukewarm explanation. I was just thinking about a few things. Elkin stared blankly for a moment before asking awkwardly, are you worried about the villagers, just like I am? His words made a giant question mark practically appear on her face. This idiot is definitely misunderstanding something. He quickly finished packing the supplies. Would you like to head down to the village with me? She looked up, asking in surprise, leave the castle? Just the two of us? Elkin replied, well, Terry isn't here, and Lady Griselda doesn't seem to mind too much. He hopped onto the cart, offering his hand with a gentle smile. It'll be our little secret. Hildega hesitated for a moment before slowly taking his hand. Elkin exclaimed in surprise, my parents' eye colors? Accompanied by the rattling sound of the cart they were riding on, Elkin began to explain. My mother's eyes were the same color as mine. My father's were a light gray. Hildega replied indifferently, is that so? Elkin enthusiastically continued. But people often say I inherited more from my father. Unlike me, my mother was a strong woman. Because of that, my father usually had to. Hildega looked at Elkin and pondered no. I don't think I mistook him for another face. Elkin noticed Hildega staring intently at him. He spoke up, is something wrong? Seeing him ask, she shyly turned away and said loudly, don't mind it. Seeing her act a bit strangely, Elkin thought deeply, does she have something to tell me? Elkin then remembered the conversation between him and Theron. Theron asked Elkin, what do you think of Kaya? He racked his brains thinking about what he wondered. Why did I suddenly remember that? He shyly glanced at her and thought to himself, now that I think about it, Kaya has been curious about me since I first came to the castle. At that time, I simply thought she was curious and a weird person. His gaze turned towards her full of suspicion. So what do you think of me now? While the two were sitting, the carriage suddenly bumped, causing Hildega to ask, what's wrong? Why did you stop? The driver hesitantly spoke up, because down on the road. Elkin got out of the carriage and asked Inessa's mother, excuse me, are you all right? Do you need our help with anything? Inessa's mother indifferently replied, don't mind me. Just go about your business. Elkin spoke up to remind her, be careful. She angrily said, don't bother me. Hildega said softly, let's go, Elkin. She just wants to return to her ancestors quickly. Hearing Hildega say such unpleasant words, Inessa's mother angrily said, what did you say? Elkin, seeing the situation getting too tense, said loudly, come on everyone, let's calm down. Then he turned to Inessa's mother and said, I am a doctor. I will take you home and examine you, all right? Do you live in the town? Inessa's mother surprisingly replied, oh, how does a northern doctor have time for this old body? Elkin gently explained, do you think I will turn back if you say such things? She began to talk about her injuries. I just got a little scratch on my leg. There was a fire down in the town. I don't live there. I live up on the mountain. If you are that sincere, I will accept your help. He thought while saying, wait a minute. In that case, if we go down the mountain together with all this luggage. Hildega angrily spoke up. No, it's too cramped, I'll die. If you want to go, then hurry up. After saying that, she suddenly picked the old woman up. Inessa's mother asked in confusion, what the hell do you think you're doing? Elkin fearfully shouted, Kaya. We're being pushed back if the situation continues like this. Griselda loudly called, Your Highness Hildega. Griselda fearfully thought, she's going deep into the center of the enemy lines. Why isn't she using her power? A light flashed. Griselda was shocked as the scene before her eyes disappeared. Did she fall off her horse? Griselda startled and shouted loudly, Your Highness. The enemy rushed towards Griselda. Griselda quickly blocked the enemy's sword strike. A clang rang out. Griselda's sword shattered before the enemy's strength. He pulled his sword back and then slashed hard at Griselda. That sword strike slashed into Griselda's waist, causing her to fall hard. She cried out in pain. Ah! He shouted loudly, die. When he was swinging the sword strike that would decide Griselda's life, from behind him, Ines appeared and finished him off. Ines shouted, Griselda, hang in there. We are retreating to Eppledorn. Ines said loudly, damn it, where is Diane? Griselda, in pain, spoke up. Your Highness Ines. Your Highness Hildega. The soldiers asked loudly. The Mamarata army is retreating. Retreat. Griselda, in her delirium, anxiously said, Your Highness Hildega. Retreat, retreat. A servant spoke up. Oh, Lady Griselda. Two maids spilled water on Griselda, surprising her before she could react to them. The two maids fearfully spoke up. I am so sorry. I will wipe it clean right away. I will definitely be more careful next time. Griselda gently reassured them. No, I wasn't paying attention. It's my fault. Don't worry about me. You two just need to clean up. Just clean the floor. Sorry for adding more work for you. Then she turned and walked away. She walked straight towards the wall. Then she bumped her head against the wall with a thud. She quietly walked on. The two maids whispered to each other. Lady Griselda. It seems like she has something on her mind today, right? I'm not sure either. Heisey walked by, heard them, and pondered. After her delirium, Griselda opened her eyes, looked around, and asked, This is... Ines, sitting nearby, saw that Griselda had woken up and came closer to ask, Griselda, you're awake. Griselda asked in confusion. I can't move. The battle. What happened? Ines sat quietly and recounted, Her Highness Hildega has disappeared. The peninsula has been occupied by the Northern Army. Even the smallest fortresses along the border have fallen. We will gather our forces at Eppledorn Castle until we find Her Highness. Griselda tried to speak despite being heavily injured. Ines, where is Diane? Ines gently spoke to reassure Griselda. Your wounds are very serious. You won't be able to fight for a while. Protect the castle and the injured soldiers until you fully recover. No, don't think of it as trivial. Griselda firmly said, No, then I want. Then Griselda began to tell Ines about her younger sister. I left my little sister in the capital. I promised her I would return to the capital before she reached adulthood. She must have changed a lot since then. I want to see her again. The wounds were still clearly visible on her body when she was ready to face death. But now Griselda was very regretful and blurted out, I don't want to die here. As Ines sat cowering, Ines's fear could be seen on her face. Heisey, standing outside the door, quietly opened it and walked in. Heisey spoke up, Excuse me, my lady. I have prepared clothes for you. When Heisey walked in, Griselda was preparing to change her clothes. This made Heisey shyly say, Oh God, are you changing clothes? I'm so sorry. Heisey embarrassedly turned away to look in another direction. When she turned her head back, what caught her eye was a large scar appearing on Griselda's waist, leaving Heisey not knowing what to say. Heisey spoke up, wondering, I understand why you acted a bit strangely today. Today, Tarion rode his horse majestically back to his mother's house. Theron got off his horse and looked at the entire house that he had been away from for so long. Zenivia, Theron's mother, was standing in front of the gate, waiting for her beloved son to return. Theron happily called out, Mother. Hearing the call, Zenivia immediately called back. Ah, you finally returned. Nivea hurriedly ran over. She hugged her beloved son tightly in her arms and happily said, Victor, my son, I have been waiting for you. I have waited for you for so long. Hearing his mother's words made Theron so surprised that he was speechless. Theron hugged his mother tightly and said firmly, Mother, I am Theron. Theron silently thought for a moment and then hurriedly spoke up to correct her. Today makes 8 years since he died. It is the 8th anniversary of the battle at the Canteras Peninsula. Griselda quietly pulled her shirt down and spoke. It has been a very long time. Since the first time I joined Her Highness Hildega's army. Back then, I was just a rookie. I couldn't even see her face. I was injured in the battle and was discharged from the army. Griselda hastily said, but in the final battle, when Hildega's army fell, defending Eppledorn Castle, people said I was the strongest swordswoman. Becoming one of the 5 members of the Royal Knight Order wasn't because I was stronger than anyone else. It was simply because I was the only one of them left alive. Griselda's mind was quite troubled as she recalled past events. She hesitantly took steps toward the bed. Sitting down with an extremely heavy heart, she spoke. That is the reason, Heisey. Sometimes I wonder. After the war, Her Highness and I have spent all our time in this castle. Not even once has she ever mentioned or felt sorrow for those who died. Griselda spoke of her innermost feelings. How could she do that? Heisey, Her Highness Hildega, everything. Is she really okay? Elkin took step by step up the hill, come on. In the end, the two of them had to take turns carrying her. Elkin asked, "Is your house near here?" Inessa's mother replied, "Yes, because this house is isolated. It didn't suffer any damage." Elkin pondered deeply. But if she was injured by the fire in the village, it seemed she had to go look for help. Elkin helped Inessa's mother sit on the bed. The bed creaked. Inessa's mother said, "You've worked hard." Elkin asked, "Do you live alone? Where are the others?" She sadly replied, "My husband and son died during the war. It's also been 8 years since my daughter started her revenge plan, or whatever." Inessa's mother turned to look at Elkin, making him startle. She explained, "Don't worry, I'm not saying you are a bad northerner." Elkin asked, "Is your leg injured?" "Let me see." She thought deeply and then said, "It's all because of the sun witch. I don't know about young people like you." Because the North was superior in both territory and population. Right from the early days of the war, Mamarata was always the leading one. At that time, I thought everything would pass quickly. Why should we care about the war? The nobles would get more land, while the commoners would have to eat dirt. But everything changed when the sun witch appeared. Hearing Inessa's mother mention the sun witch, Hildega turned sharply to listen. Even the people in the most remote rural areas flocked to join the army for glory and honor. Inessa's mother said angrily, how many people can honor feed? Even hardworking people like us are just dragged into it by the war." Hearing this, Elkin said shyly, "Yes, I understand." Elkin asked, "The war is over. Has your daughter still not returned?" She sadly repeated the words her daughter had said to her, "If I am a knight, I can eat my fill and live better than now. I will have the greatest merit, you will see." She said she joined the war to cultivate herself, and she really did. "I will have a castle of my own. When that time comes, you just need to find it." Inessa's mother mentioned her daughter. As she spoke, so many memories of her daughter flashed through a mother's mind. At least with that spirit, the brat will never starve to death. So stupid. Inessa's mother spoke up, "Young man, you must have worked hard to bring me down here." Elkin explained, "You can just call me Elkin." "All right, Elkin." Inessa's mother rolled her eyes toward the door where Hildegard was, then called out, "And the beautiful girl over there. You were the one who rushed over to carry me first. Why are you so quiet now? What is your name?" Hearing that, Hildegard hesitantly spoke up, "Kaya." Elkin looked around the room and exclaimed, "They're out of water." Elkin looked at Inessa's mother and said, "I'll go get some. Please get some rest." Elkin stepped outside and gently said to Hildegard, "Kaya, let's talk for a bit." Elkin closed the door. Elkin said to Hildegard, "I don't think she has much time left. That leg. When I treat patients, I often see such wounds. If the wound is not treated promptly and properly, it will slowly destroy the body. She must have suffered a lot of pain. She is too weak to fight it alone. How could she endure in such a condition?" Hearing Elkin inform her about Inessa's mother's condition, Hildegard replied, "I understand." Hildegard turned to mention what needed to be done now. "I will stay here and watch over her. Can you go get water alone?" Elkin replied, "Then I'll trouble you." Hildegard stepped into the house and gently closed the door. Inessa's mother asked, "Aren't you going with him, Kaya?" Hildegard stood deep in thought, then gently spoke, "I am Hildegard alias." Hearing Hildegard assert herself as the northern witch, Inessa's mother lost her calm and retorted, "What? Don't joke around like that. Hildegard kom spoke Ines." Hearing her child's name, she looked up at Hildegard. Hildegard clarified, "That is your daughter, right? I have a few things to tell you." When Ines collapsed on the ground, bleeding wounds appeared on her body. Ines looked up at Hildegard and struggled to say, "Your Highness Hildegard, at my mother's house." From Hildegard's mouth, Inessa's final words were recounted to her mother. She stared wide-eyed at Hildegard. Inessa's mother was so heartbroken that she couldn't utter a word. Inessa's mother spoke up, "Sun witch, because of my old body, please forgive me for not being able to bow to you." Inessa's mother tightly grasped her trembling hands and said heartbreakingly, "Ines, did she die in the war? Did she die 8 years ago in the great battle on the peninsula?" "No." Hildegard shook her head and spoke. "Ines fought alongside us throughout the battles, except for the final one." Inessa's mother looked aimlessly. Her eyes were filled with so much pain. She said heartbrokenly, "It has been 5 years. What kind of mother am I, not knowing where my child has been during those 5 years?" Inessa's mother turned and gently asked, "If you are truly the sun witch, why are you traveling with a northerner?" Hildegard explained, I am like you. I took advantage of his kindness so that he wouldn't know who I am. Inez's mother lowered her voice to remind Hildegard, that doctor, beware of him. Behind that gentleness, there is hatred in his heart. I have seen those eyes before. Silence enveloped the room. A moment later, she spoke again. How could a northerner accept coming here and finding a way to stay in this place like that? Who knows what intentions lie behind it? Then Inez's mother spoke, as if suppressing her emotions. Now, please leave. Hearing that, Hildegard looked back at Inez's mother with a gaze full of regret. Perhaps this was the first time. And to tell the truth, knowing you are the sun witch. Honestly, I cannot throw away the hatred in my heart toward you. Your appearance changed the tide of the war. You were the one who encouraged Inez to join the war, no matter how much I tried to stop her. A teardrop fell, not out of weakness, but like a remaining part of Inez's mother's frozen heart. If it weren't for you, the whispered words showed full resentment, not only toward Hildegard, but also her own torment, that she could have lived a normal life like everyone else. Two streams of tears slowly rolled down the old mother's cheeks. She looked up and softly exclaimed, I don't want a brave corpse. I want my daughter alive. As the words were spoken, the torment within her grew greater. Inez's mother heartbreakingly called her daughter's name. Ah, Inez. Inez stood nearby, stunned upon hearing every word. Every word made her feel remorseful. Hildegard stood hesitating for a long while. She turned around and decisively opened the door, carrying the torment in her heart. Beams of light peeked through every crack in the window. Griselda's sharp, cold eyes looked aimlessly. The North has surrendered. A news of victory echoed in Griselda's ears. The Northern Army must have surrendered. The leader of the alliance has knelt down to beg for surrender before the Sun Witch. Hildegard stood looking at everything around her, the majestic posture of a leader upon hearing the news of our army's victory. The Mamarata army won a great victory. Griselda stepped out from the battle, speaking in surprise. Your Highness Hildegard, you did it, Your Highness. Griselda tried to stay calm and asked, then what about Inez? In Griselda's heart, there was an undercurrent of surprise, worry, or even doubt. Your Highness, what about Inez? Inez, why hasn't she returned? Inez. Hildegard's back grew further and further away. The doubt in Griselda's mind grew larger. Hildegard ran straight out of the house. On the way, she met Elkin. Elkin asked in wonder, Kaya, did you come here looking for me? Seeing her not answer, he stopped short, his eyes staring in astonishment at the rushing figure. Elkin exclaimed in surprise, Kaya. But Hildegard didn't even turn her head, as if she didn't hear him or was deliberately avoiding him. But in a moment of distraction, his hands loosened. The water bucket tilted sharply, splashing onto the ground. Water droplets splattered everywhere, as if reacting to the unease in Elkin. Now Griselda sat deep in thought, her sad eyes holding a gloomy sky. Sometimes I wonder, Your Highness, is she really? Without time to think, Elkin immediately stepped quickly forward, his hand reaching out to grab Hildegard's wrist as she ran past. What's wrong, Kaya? His voice was hurried, his hand squeezing lightly but firmly. His eyes at that moment flashed with confusion mixed with bewilderment, as if he was trying to hold on to something about to slip from his grasp. Her wrist suddenly held tight by someone. Hildegard startled and spun around, her eyes wide open, her gaze full of panic. Kaya. She panted in short breaths, hurried as if there wasn't enough air. Sweat beaded on her forehead and dripped down her cheeks. Her panicked eyes darted continuously as if looking for a way out. I wonder if you feel all right. He stood frozen, his hand still holding her wrist, but his palm was now freezing cold. A surge of panic rose from his chest. Kaya, he stammered, his voice choked upon seeing her. She not only failed to calm down, but became even more panicked. Her eyes widened, filled with doubt and fear in her head. The sounds repeated over and over. Beware of that northerner. Hildegard quickly yanked her hand away, her movement so decisive that it almost made Elkin stumble. That brief touch felt like it burned her skin, making her shudder. Her eyes gleamed with a deep panic, as if she had just touched something she was determined to avoid. Elkin stood still, as if nailed to the ground. The arm he had just extended still hovered in the the air. Before he could pull it back, his eyes followed her figure as she backed away step by step, full of haste and unease. She took a few steps and then stopped short. Her whole body stiffened, as if held back by an invisible string. In a fleeting moment, the wind blew gently, carrying away her heavy breaths and her heart trembling with panic. She stood still, her shoulders still shaking. But her voice sounded hoarse and choked, yet like a sharp knife. I will return to the castle first. His voice trembled. Every word uttered seemed to hold an abyss of worry. Elkin didn't know what had made her like this. He spoke up, "Wait, I will go with you." Slowly, very slowly, she turned her head. Their eyes met, just for a brief moment, but both seemed pulled into a vortex of memories. His eyes were filled with worry and pain, while in her eyes was a deep inner conflict. "I will go alone." The sound of footsteps echoed steadily on the ground, no longer hurried, but each step seemed to push him further away from her. He still stood there, his eyes following Hildegard's fading silhouette, his brow furrowed, his pupils lost in vagueness. A moment later, her voice softly echoed, trembling and uncertain. "You are dead? Why are you saying such scary things?" Then Theron looked down at his mother, the woman who gave birth to him, sitting there with cloudy eyes and a heart that still kept a figure that no longer existed. "Mother, I am Tarion. Victor, Enter, and even Sister Mila, they are all." Suddenly, her face turned pale. Her voice broke, confused and full of fear. "Victor, you are scaring your mother. Where is he? Why haven't your brothers and sisters returned?" "Va." The old woman took a step back, then collapsed onto the floor as if all her strength had just been drained. Her bony shoulders trembled violently. She buried her face in her hands, and her cries broke out, not loud, not screaming, but choked with emotion. It was like the sobbing of a heart that had run dry of tears, but had not yet ceased to ache. "Everyone said so. I have left the fate of my children in the hands of the Emperor." All the sounds around him seemed to blur. Only her choked sobs echoed in his head, striking his heart like a hammer blow after blow. He couldn't say anything, not because he didn't know what to say, but because all words were caught in his throat, weighed down by an overwhelming sense of helplessness, pain, and extreme sorrow. Was it true? She cried out in agony. "It's all because of the Northerners." A moment later, she stopped crying. Her shoulders still trembled slightly, but her tears seemed to have dried up. Her voice blurred the line between reality and illusion, between the present and a distant past. Those filthy scumbags. They shouldn't have gone to war. How dare they? She paused mid-step. Her body trembled slightly, as if a sudden cold wind had swept past, piercing right through to her flesh. She shivered. Her gaze was still fixed forward, but no longer as vague as before. 1 month, just 1 month. That gaze suddenly held something distant and quiet, as if in that delirium, a fragment of memory had touched her, just lightly enough to stir up something familiar and terrifying. Nivea whispered, "If they are still alive, I will strangle them. I will tear them apart. We will kill them all." Seeing his mother trembling and whispering his name, Theron could no longer hold back. He stepped forward and gently took her cold, wrinkled hand. That hand had embraced him so many times, guiding him through his childhood days. Now it was weak, bony, and trembling like an autumn leaf. Nivea spoke up, "Let's go inside. Mother has prepared your favorite fish dish. Theron must be out in the garden drawing again, I suppose. The boy is really timid and usually likes things like that." Nivea's voice wasn't harsh, just a gentle remark, but it carried both the worry and the familiarity of someone who had witnessed too much brokenness in this house. Theron turned his head. Nivea was standing there and spoke up, "Young master." Then Theron turned around and said, "Nivea." Nivea choked up and said, "Why did you do that? Please just quietly follow the madam. Even if you say more, even if you say that, it won't do any good." Then Theron turned, walked out to his horse, and said, I will return." Seeing this, Nivea spoke up, "You have traveled such a long way. You should at least meet the Duke and the young ladies." Theron gently replied, "Under orders from my superiors, I have work to do." Theron leaped onto his horse and spoke again, "Please take care of her." The clip-clop of the horse's hooves faded further and further away. "If I make my family proud, if I also join the war like my brothers and sisters, but can they understand me? At least the general can understand me." Theron walked in with a large bag in his hand. The atmosphere in the house suddenly became strangely bustling. The servants standing nearby immediately looked up, their eyes lighting up like children's. Seeing the surprise, They asked in astonishment, "What is all this?" Amidst everyone's eager gazes, Theron lightly crossed his arms over his chest and stood tall, a confident little smile blooming on his lips. He was no longer the timid boy from years ago, but now a grown man who knew exactly what he was doing and for whom. Theron immediately laughed with a proud look. "I just visited my hometown in the South, right? I thought of everyone, so I prepared some gifts." He continued, his eyes shining with conviction. "I have also prepared a few things for the master of the castle. All these are gifts for you all. Please accept them." The whole room seemed to skip a beat. No one said anything, but everyone's eyes gradually changed from eagerness to awe, then drifting into an emotion hard to name, admiration. One person even thought they saw a light radiating from him and exclaimed, "What? This light?" The atmosphere in the room became more lively after the moments of astonishment. The admiring gazes quickly turned into sincere compliments, sometimes mixed with a bit of regret for having underestimated him, as they blurted out, "Wealth. That is the wealth of people with a lot of money. Sir Theron suddenly looks completely different today." Elkin hurried down the steps, his eyes lighting up, his face radiant, as if a burden had just been lifted. Elkin approached Theron, his voice full of emotion. "Wow, what is all this?" "Theron, welcome back," Theron replied in surprise. "Elkin?" Theron's voice dropped as he asked, "Did something happen while I was away?" "No." Elkin hesitated, his eyes seemingly trying to avoid his gaze. "I'm not so sure about that myself." Theron stared at Elkin, his eyes full of worry. He stayed silent for a long time, as if trying to carefully read the other's expression to make sure those words were true. Theron remained silent for a long while. His shoulders trembled slightly, as if holding something back. Then, he slowly reached into his coat pocket and took out a small box, carefully wrapped in a layer of painted paper. The box had probably been with him throughout his days away from home, quietly like a hidden secret that couldn't be put into words. Without looking at Elkin, Theron raised his hand and pressed the box against Elkin's chest. His hand was trembling slightly, but resolute. I think a few scars aren't a big deal, but..." His voice grew hoarse, as if echoing from the deepest part of his heart. "I heard this is a very good ointment for treating scars. You don't necessarily have to use it." Hearing Theron's blunt but genuine words, Elkin looked down at the box in his hand, then looked up. His eyes suddenly softened, unable to hide his emotion. Elkin didn't rush to open it. He just gripped it tightly in his hand, as if the mere fact that Theron had brought it back was more than enough. Seeing Elkin just standing there looking at the box without saying anything, Theron turned away in embarrassment, his face flushing red. A moment later, he suddenly snapped lightly, his voice louder than usual, as if deliberately trying to drown out the emotion in his heart. "Anyway, you're a doctor, right? Well, of course, you'll need to use it more than I do. That's all. I will put it to good use," Elkin said softly, clutching the box in his hand, as if holding onto a piece of the heart Theron had just handed him. Elkin slowly opened the box. Inside was a small bottle of medicine, carefully wrapped in soft lining paper and an old handkerchief. Elkin frowned, looked closely, and then chuckled softly, both surprised and touched. "It really is a good ointment." But seeing Elkin cherishing the bottle of medicine in his hand, his eyes shining with surprise and joy, Theron slightly curled his lips. His smile wasn't entirely happy. In his eyes, which had just softened, a fleeting glimmer of elusive suspicion flickered. He turned away and stared into the empty space ahead. A vague thought suddenly rippled in his mind. Even he can't resist wealth. That's right, I was too hasty. I suddenly appeared in this place after so long, always keeping my doors closed and refusing to interact with the outside world. So it's only natural that everyone is on guard and doesn't trust me. The only way. Afterwards, Theron stood silently, his eyes still fixed on Elkin, who was smiling with the medicine bottle in his hand. But this time, his gaze was no longer worried or suspicious. It shone with a hint of satisfaction. A surge of confidence welled up in his chest, full of arrogance. "Only money," Theron thought to himself, his lips curving up slightly as if talking to himself. "I will shatter all their defenses with my extravagant wealth." The sound of cheerful laughter echoed around the porch. Everyone was happy, quickly accepting the gifts Theron had brought. Elkin was no exception. Theron's eyes followed everyone, shining with relief and a bit of unnamed bewilderment. Then he smiled softly. He said nothing, just stood there in silence. All those northerners. The laughter and chatter were still lively. Everyone was still gathered around Theron's gifts. But then, from the wooden stairs leading down to the lower floor, the light sound of footsteps echoed slowly. Resolute, before everyone could turn around, Elkin stopped in his tracks. His gaze froze, and the half-smile on his lips suddenly went stiff. Elkin stood there awkwardly, raising his hand to rub his head, an old habit whenever he was embarrassed or didn't know how to react. Hildegard walked over and spoke up. "What's going on so early in the morning? Who's here?" Theron, standing nearby, shrank his shoulders slightly. He was clearly hesitating, his brows furrowed slightly as if weighing something. Finally, he cleared his throat and spoke in a small, slightly hoarse voice. "Kaya, Lady Griselda, how is everyone?" After a moment of hesitation, she asked softly, as if trying to appear calm, "Aren't you staying in the castle?" That question rang out gently, but was enough to make Theron freeze. He frowned, looking at her in surprise. His voice blurted out instinctively, unable to hide his astonishment. But when Griselda's eyes fell upon the gifts lying on the table, her steps immediately halted. Her eyes widened in surprise as she questioned, "Unbelievable, what is all this stuff? He brought all of this here?" The servant quickly replied, "That's right." Then Griselda called out, "Kaya, Elkin, both of you come here quickly and have something to eat." Elkin awkwardly spoke up, no need." Kaya tilted her head to look toward the source of the voice. Her eyes wavered slightly, but she quickly regained her usual composure. Her voice rang out softly but firmly. "I don't need it either." He stood there silently, unable to help himself. Elkin slightly turned his head, his eyes following that receding figure. It was a look that carried a hint of regret, as if trying to hold on to something that had never been spoken. Theron looked over, his gaze accidentally sweeping past Elkin. Elkin said nothing, but what made Theron stop in his tracks was Elkin's look. After a moment of hesitation, Theron frowned, then turned and walked slowly toward Griselda, who was standing nearby. The girl remained silent, looking in the direction Hildegard had just left, but her eyes weren't entirely indifferent. Elkin stopped beside her, glanced over, and asked in a low, hushed voice, Lady Griselda, did something happen while I was away? Isn't the atmosphere between Kaya and Elkin a bit strange? What if it was just one of them? But it seems like both of them are avoiding each other." Theron stood still for a moment, as if considering, then suddenly spoke up, his voice dropping but trying to maintain a natural tone. "That's right. Now is my chance to approach Kaya. Would it go against the spirit of the night and ruin my image? And what about you? What do you think about this?" Griselda asked in bewilderment. "Are you asking me for advice on how to hit on girls?" Theron froze. Griselda's words were like a slap in the face, freezing cold and sharp as a knife. For a fleeting moment, he blurted out a reaction almost instinctively. "No." Griselda slightly narrowed her eyes, a sense of hesitation rising in her heart. To be honest, the atmosphere between the two of them is a bit strange, especially since returning from the village at the foot of the mountain. Her Highness Hildegard, I cannot understand why she cares so much about the incident in that village today. Griselda stood in deep thought. Did she sympathize with them? A voice echoed from afar. Griselda unconsciously turned her head. My lady," the servant spoke up urgently. "I have something to tell you. The key to the food storage has been missing since last night." He stepped forward, intending to say something, but then stopped dead. Frustration surged like a wave. He shook his head and sighed. "I could have used the ingredients that Sir Theron brought back for breakfast, but I still can't find it." Fear consumed his mind as he stammered, trembling. "I'm sorry. I'm sure I left it in its usual place." Griselda replied in a hollow voice, "There's nothing we can do since it's already lost. If we can't find it, we'll have to break the door." He replied softly, "Yes. Weren't you the last one to use it?" An argument broke out nearby, making Griselda jump. Griselda turned to see some women standing in the middle of the courtyard, their faces flushed red, pointing fingers directly at each other. "I'm sure I put it back in its place. Does it have legs to run away?" The argument grew more heated by the minute. Words were exchanged, and no one was willing to back down. Suddenly, Griselda stepped out from afar, her voice full of authority. "Hey, what happened? Why are you all arguing with each other?" The women suddenly froze upon hearing her. They turned back and spoke. "Lady Griselda." One woman quickly took a step back, waving her hands. "She took my hairbrush and now refuses to return it. What kind of behavior is that?" The other woman raised her eyebrows and said loudly, "I'm sure I already returned it. She probably threw it somewhere and is now blaming an innocent person." The first woman, annoyed, shouted loudly, "What did you say?" A loud shout rang out, tearing through the silence. Griselda spoke up. "All right, both of you calm down." Griselda raised her voice, pointing straight at them. "If you haven't received it yet, and you haven't returned it, then who else could have used it? Or did it disappear on its own? Don't raise your voices here. Go check your own belongings first." He Eyes stood with her arms crossed, watching them argue without reacting. He Eyes perceptively asked, "My lady, are you not wearing your gloves today?" Hearing the noise behind her, Griselda slightly turned her head, her eyes widening. Her eyebrows furrowed as she spoke. I couldn't find them when I woke up. I always leave them on the table before going to bed, but when I woke up this morning, I couldn't find them anywhere." After speaking, Griselda stood silently in thought. Wait, upon hearing Griselda, everyone scrambled to look for their belongings. Arguments rang out from the next room. Everyone panicked and exclaimed, "My ring, where is it? My have too. My necklace has also disappeared." Their breathing was heavy, their foreheads dotted with sweat. Had all the items in the castle disappeared? Griselda's eyes were serious but helpless. "So, we have concluded that objects in the castle are disappearing on their own." She turned and asked quickly, "Everyone is checking their belongings. Doctor, are you missing anything?" Elkin looked back, rummaging around. "Me? Let me see if anything is missing." He stopped, but his eyes became confused. The notebook recording my herbal formulas has disappeared." Then Griselda suddenly raised her voice a pitch higher. "What? Then what about the treatment course?" Elkin swallowed hard. "I copied it down into another notebook, just in case of the worst-case scenario. So the treatment course won't be an issue." He hesitated. "What makes me feel the most anxious is if someone did this on purpose." Griselda paused. "If the notebook was the main target." Elkin nodded slightly. "And the other missing items were just to hide their true purpose." He whispered as if asking himself, "I really want to know who did this." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "Lady Griselda," as Theron approached with a rolled-up list in his hand. "I have compiled a list of everyone's missing items. Most of them have been found, but—" He hesitated for a moment. "Her Highness's medicine." Griselda's eyes turned sharp. Theron cleared his throat and held up the list. "None of them are items of great value. It seems to be a petty thief." She said nothing, only staring at him intently. Theron shifted awkwardly, avoiding her gaze. A clear question echoed in Griselda's mind. Did this guy do it? Then Theron suddenly changed the subject. Elkin, are you missing anything?" "Yes, my notebook." Elkin spoke up, but Griselda raised her hand to stop him. Elkin looked at her in confusion, but Theron cheerfully interrupted, seemingly still unaware of the tense atmosphere. "It's very important, isn't it? I'll help everyone find it, no?" Theron, although seeming not to fully grasp the situation, still tried to smile. "Then I'll help everyone find the other things." But Griselda remained silent. Her eyes never left him. Theron began to feel awkward. "Lady Griselda." A short silence followed. Griselda spoke, her voice low but full of determination. "Theron, I think you should guard the castle gates carefully today." Griselda turned to Elkin, her eyes softening but still sharp. "Elkin, I will talk to you later." Theron froze, momentarily surprised. "You're telling me to continue guarding the castle gates?" He immediately turned and left quickly. "I will try my best to complete the assigned task." Theron hurried away, his mind still full of confusion. Griselda stood before everyone in the castle. Her clear voice rang out in the quiet space. "I'm sure everyone knows what happened this morning." She held up a piece of paper. "I think this cannot be a coincidence. However, the surrounding atmosphere stiffened. I trust all of you. The items the thief took are not of much value. Recently, all of us, except the soldiers, left the castle." Elkin listened even more attentively. "Currently, we don't fully grasp the situation yet, but it seems the castle has welcomed some uninvited guests. Until we know exactly what is happening in the castle, everyone must walk in pairs." Murmurs began to spread. "Intruders?" Griselda instructed seriously. "If any items are lost, or if you notice anything suspicious, report it to me immediately." "Has everyone understood?" A unanimous response rang out. "Yes, ma'am." From the rows of people below, whispers erupted again after she finished. "What's going on? What if it's just a coincidence?" Amidst the crowd, He Eyes stood in deep thought, her eyes glinting with a mix of suspicion and fear. She spoke softly, just loud enough for those nearby to hear. "The current situation reminds me of a ghost story from a long time ago, when I first set foot in the castle." Everyone around her simultaneously turned and held their breath. "A ghost story?" He Eyes asked. "Has anyone heard of it?" No one answered. The silence seemed to tighten the air. Eyes began to tell the story, her voice steady, low but clear. The story of the white footprints. One day, that thing suddenly appeared in the castle. The objects in the castle gradually disappeared, one by one. It seemed like it was looking for something. She paused for a beat and continued. At first, it was just small, unnoticeable objects. Gradually, the disappearing objects became larger and larger. By the time people realized it, it was too late. In the end, even the servants in this castle. The atmosphere became thick. No one dared to breathe heavily. Anyone who saw those white feet would disappear. Griselda stepped out into the crowd, trying to stay calm. Hey, everyone, don't be so scared. I had never seen anything like ghosts or demons in this castle. Right at that moment, a dry creak rang out from the corridor behind. White footprints. A pair of pale white bare feet was silently approaching. There were terrified screams. Some cowered, while others mumbled and clutched their heads at the sight of the white feet. Then a familiar voice rang out, irritable and not ghostly at all. It's too noisy. Kaya appeared, covering her ears because of the screaming. What is everyone doing? Eyes breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's Kaya. Why are you walking barefoot? Kaya replied, my shoes are missing. Griselda, did you take them? Griselda's tone was somewhat helpless. Why would I do that? Elkin only then spoke up, trying to keep a serious face. Kaya. Elkin placed a hand on his chest, his voice sincere. You heard the conversation, right? It's very dangerous to walk alone at this time. Do you want to go with me? Kaya replied in a cold voice. The master of the castle has asked me to do some things. She turned and walked away immediately, leaving no room for refusal or hesitation. I will be in the storage room on the 3rd floor all day today, so there's no need. From behind, the assistant cook worriedly said, but you can't be alone. Elkin stood frozen for a moment, silent amidst his rushing thoughts. I want to believe that it's just a feeling. He thought helplessly. Kaya, she is avoiding me. Unconsciously placing a hand on his forehead, Elkin wondered to himself, what's wrong? Is our relationship fractured because I caused more trouble during the fire incident in the village last time? Or is it because I acted on my own and helped that woman? He recalled her eyes when they first met in the castle, cold and guarded. Thinking back, Kaya hasn't liked me since I first came to the castle. I'm starting to overthink again. I can't stop these thoughts. The assistant cook turned to him, speaking gently. Elkin, you have to work in a medicine room today, right? We'll be okay if you're alone. If you need anything, you can come down here and tell me. Elkin, slightly flustered, bowed his head in thanks. Ah, yes, thank you. But his heart was still heavy. Did I do something wrong again? Even though everyone else treats me like a member of the castle. Ever since she started acting distant. He looked up, his eyes still following Kaya's fading silhouette, feeling a bit lonely. The tall castle of Chosport seemed as if, with just a little reach, it could touch the gloomy sky. Theron stood alone beneath the castle. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching his attention. Ahem, is anyone here? Annetta poked her head out, looking around stealthily. The little girl asked cautiously, then can I come in? However, as soon as she turned her head to look to the side, her face revealed overwhelming disappointment. Annetta softly cried out, ah. She asked in disappointment, why are you guarding the gate today? Theron was not one to back down and retorted, wow. Do you just come and go as you please? Annetta angrily spoke up, I didn't come here to see you, so don't complain about it. Theron annoyedly reminded her, it's not you, it's Sir Theron. Then he smiled meaningfully and hinted, you sure picked the right day to visit. Everyone is in an uproar over rumors of a ghost wandering around the castle. Annetta seemed to have her secret exposed, but the little girl still stubbornly replied, what? What does that have to do with me? Suddenly, Annetta seemed to see someone rushing as if they had something very important to do. An older maid asked aloud, did you find it? One of the two maids immediately replied, there's nothing in the stable. Now, Annetta gently asked Theron, who was leisurely leaning against the wall, everyone looks busy, but why are you standing here alone? Theron was silent for a few seconds before nonchalantly answering, well, I was assigned to do so. At this moment, Theron's eyes gradually became distracted. Sudden thoughts rushed back about Lady Griselda. A stream of memories played like a short film in his mind. What was that feeling? Even though the atmosphere seemed normal, everyone was wary of me. There was something strange. But Griselda's gaze was clear in his memories, as if she was trying to push him away. What should I do now? If it's something extremely important, surely the close servants would be most familiar with it. Annetta seemed curious because she saw Theron keeping silent, while he was still engrossed in his own thoughts. Kaya, I haven't seen her since everything happened. Lady Griselda and I still have some misunderstandings. But Theron was still deep in thought. Besides the two of them, the next closest person is probably... Suddenly, Annetta excitedly waved her hand, her voice calling out loudly, "Good morning." Theron still paid no attention to his surroundings. He was still immersed in his own world. Someone worth extracting more information from in the castle. Suddenly, a girl was careless and tripped over a rock on the ground. The maid stumbled a few steps, crying out in fear. Fortunately, thanks to Theron's quick reflexes, he managed to catch Hiai's. But the basket in Hiai's hand slipped away. For a moment, a flash of worry appeared in her eyes. Annetta, standing nearby, was quick to notice and nimbly caught it. However, a thud echoed. Hiai's also softly cried out in pain, ouch. Then she called out in a low voice, "Lady Griselda." And then Hiai's looked up at Theron. He was startled and introduced himself. "Ah, I am Theron. Are you hurt anywhere?" Hiai's let out a sigh of relief and happily replied, "Ah, so it's you, Theron. I'm fine, thank you." Now Annetta, holding the soiled clothes in her hands, spoke up with a rather worried voice, "I think we have to wash it again." Hiai smiled shyly and replied, "Are you here too, Annetta? Did you come to see Elkin? He's probably in the medicine room now. I don't know if it's okay for you to go in there right now." Hearing that, Theron curiously asked, "Is something wrong?" Hiai's maintained her calm demeanor and spoke, "Ah, you know that people's miscellaneous items in the castle are disappearing, right?" Her next sentence surprised Theron. "It seems that Elkin has lost his notebook of medical remedies." Hiai's continued, "I don't know about the other items, but it will be a big problem if someone intentionally stole that notebook. Therefore, Lady Griselda." Stopping there, she didn't say any more, but Theron's heart started pounding wildly. The sound of his heartbeat echoed. Memories flooded back into his mind. He thought to himself, "Lady Griselda." Theron's eyes couldn't hide his anxiety. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Does she suspect me? Suddenly, an indescribable feeling of disgust welled up in his heart. Involuntary thoughts invaded his mind again. "No, I came here as a spy. Being suspected is no big deal." But the whole space suddenly became unusually quiet. Only Theron's inner voice remained. "What is this feeling?" Suddenly, Hiai's voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. Hiai still spoke timidly. "So, I'm not sure if it's caused by ghosts or if we have an intruder in the castle. It's a bit scary. If something really happens, then?" While Hiai's was still hesitating, Theron was still lost in his thoughts about Hiai's. His eyes gradually became contemplative. Apart from Kaya and Lady Griselda, she is also one of the people closest to the Sun Witch. Reaching his hand towards Hiai's, Theron offered words of comfort. "Don't worry too much." He smiled confidently and said, "If something really happens, Miss Hiai's, I promise on my honor to ensure your safety." He asked her caringly, "How is your ankle? Let me help you up." Hiai's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She shyly exclaimed, "You are so kind." So Theron gently helped her up. He still spoke reassuringly, "It's nothing." Annetta also cheerfully spoke up, "I'll take this to the laundry room." But in Theron's mind, he kept calculating. "All right, I'm a spy anyway." Hiai's walking beside him still smiled brightly and innocently, but he never stopped scheming. "Right now, I need to do everything I can to extract more information." Moreover, he remained completely silent throughout the way, something to use against Hildegard Helios. The sky at this moment suddenly turned gray. Kaya looked up at the gloomy sky, thinking to herself, it was sunny this morning. Now, it looks like it's going to rain. She sat down heavily on the bed with a thud. Kaya waved her arms, lay down calmly on the bed, and inwardly complained, "There is too much work to do. This place is so peaceful and quiet. I don't want to lock myself in this room forever either, but whenever I go out." The image of Elkin appeared in Kaya's mind. She thought with contempt, "That guy won't stop paying attention to me and following me around like a puppy." Resting her hands behind her head, Kaya's gaze casually drifted to one side. A thought came back. Right from the start, things shouldn't have been like this. Kaya continued to ponder. "I shouldn't have gone out to investigate. Damn it, it's because I keep having the lingering thought that I've met him somewhere before. If that's really the case, what are you going to do?" Her heart suddenly sank. A northerner in me. The terrible scene is appearing in my head once again. Thinking of this, an indescribable feeling suddenly welled up inside her. Then Kaya kicked the wardrobe hard, as if to vent all her anger. Suddenly, a clattering sound caught Kaya's attention. On the floor was a necklace and some gemstones that decorated it. Kaya gently steppet crosser. She picked up a gemstone on the floor. A thought arose in her mind. What is this? Are my gemstones thrown here? Kaya tightly grasped the scattered gemstones on the floor. But her eyes could not hide the sorrow in her heart. She looked at the blue glint on the gemstone, involuntarily thinking to herself, it really looks like the color of his eyes. Elkin's smile suddenly appeared. His voice echoed in her ears, Kaya. His loving gaze was etched into her mind. His voice still called out, Kaya. Both his worried and confused demeanor, along with his calling of Kaya. Kaya sat down on the nearby chest. Her eyes remained glued to the pale blue gemstone in her hand. Then she gently rested her head on her hands. Kaya pondered over something. Her eyes couldn't hide the sorrow in her heart. She looked at the blue glint on the gemstone, involuntarily thinking to herself, it really looks like the color of his eyes. Suddenly, a knocking sound caught Elkin's attention. A voice outside the door called out to Elkin. He suddenly looked surprised. Elkin quickly ran to open the door. Annetta cheerfully said, "Hello, how are you?" Elkin immediately relaxed. He couldn't hide his joy. "Ah, is it you, Annetta? I'm glad you're here." She widened her eyes and looked at him. Then she innocently asked, "Are you waiting for someone?" Elkin's face turned bright red. He hurriedly explained and changed the subject. "No, it's not like that. Are you out of play today?" "But I'm afraid today is not a good day." "Yes," Annetta quickly spoke up. "I heard about it. You lost something important, didn't you?" "I swear I will sit quietly in the room." Her voice became more pleading. "I can also help you find it." Faced with her pleading, Elkin looked quite flustered. He said, "But Lady Griselda asked me not to allow anyone inside." But Annetta still didn't give up. She held up the book in her hand, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him and said, "I guess you would be very busy, so I brought a book to read by myself." Here Elkin was put in a tight spot. In his mind, there was only the sharp, cold gaze of Lady Griselda and the sparkling eyes of Annetta. Then he made his final decision. "Because you're not an outsider, I'm sure it will be fine." "Come Annetta couldn't hide her joy and cheered. "Awesome." In the antique room, Annetta read her book while humming a tune. Suddenly, Elkin's sight interrupted Annetta. She turned her head to look at him. His tall, thoughtful back came in her view. Annetta asked with concern, "Are you okay, Elkin? You've ransacked the room more than a dozen times already." Her face clearly showed worry as she asked, "Is it because of the item you lost?" Elkin's cheeks flushed red as he gave a wry smile to brush it off. "Ah, I'm fine, it's nothing." Then, very quickly, Elkin let out a sigh. A gloomy expression was evident in his eyes. He raised his hand to rub his head as if trying to remember something. After a long while, he finally spoke in a hesitant voice. "Well, actually," Annetta sat leisurely on the chair reading her book, secretly thinking, just as I guessed. Elkin's next sentence startled her, as if she couldn't believe her own ears. "I am confused because of a person." Annetta tried to stay calm, asking again to confirm what she just heard. "What do you mean, confused?" Elkin scratched his head, looking embarrassed, and just gave a grunt as an answer. He began to tell her, "I was sure that everything was going very well, but for some reason, that person always tries to avoid me." Suddenly, Annetta turned around. She looked calm, but inside she was very flustered. "That's not me. Elkin, I like you very much." He sat down on a nearby chair and continued in frustration. "I'm quite disappointed. Does that person find me annoying? It seems like I was just deceiving myself that we were getting along very well." Annetta asked with concern, why don't you ask them the reason?" But in her heart, she was pondering another question. Who is he talking about? Elkin continued to confide, "I haven't even met her, and I don't know what I should say anymore." His voice grew lower and lower. "Even if I were to ask, what if it's not my own misunderstanding?" Speaking up to here, he suddenly paused for a moment. Annetta also directed a look of expectation mixed with curiosity as she observed Elkin. A moment later, he continued his unfinished sentence. "Then what is it?" A blurry image of Kaya appeared in his mind, but Elkin's voice was very sorrowful. "Do you think they would say they are fed up because I make them feel uncomfortable?" Saying no more, he fell silent again for a long time. A very long time, as if thinking about something. His eyes stared into the empty void. Annetta sat on her chair, waving her arms and legs frantically. She tried to encourage him, "Don't worry too much. Let's just brush it aside. It's definitely just a small misunderstanding. I mean, once they get to know you, no one could ever hate you." Elkin looked embarrassed. He spoke up, "Thank you for saying that." Then he sighed and said, well, it seems like I always let you see my weak sides. Annetta tightly gripped the edge of the book, her voice starting to tremble. But just hypothetically, her body uncontrollably trembled. Her cheeks flushed red as she voiced out, the person you care about isn't my sister, is it? Elkin also seemed quite awkward at that question, but he still replied, definitely not. Dark clouds gathered, covering the sky. Theron's voice rang out. So he strode beside Hei's. His voice continued steadily. You come from the north-central part of the Empire. Hei's immediately replied respectfully, yes. My family is under the command of the Bruder House, guarding Eppeldorn. She added, but we don't have much prestige like your family. Our fortress is just a small castle on the border. I'm not sure if you even know of it. We didn't even make any contributions in the war. She sat down on the nearby chair, smiling as she added, and as things turned out, I left my castle to come to the capital, and then stayed here. Theron supported her arm and said, I understand. He then asked, Hei's, so you and Lady Griselda are the ones who have served the longest in this castle? She replied with an uncertain tone, it seems so, yes. Kaya also just joined us not long ago. But Theron silently calculated. Wow, just as I predicted. It was a good idea to change the target. Since she has served in this castle for a long time, she must know a lot of information about it. Suddenly, Hei's brought out the clothes to wash. But that action made Theron panic. Oh, what are you doing? At his intense reaction, she just asked in confusion, excuse me? He spoke in a hurried voice. I can help you do that. You should rest. Your ankle will get injured worse. Hei's hastily replied, it's okay. It's just slightly sprained. However, without another word, he sat down and began to help her. Hei's blushed. She shyly spoke up, goodness, your uniform will get dirty. They don't hire knights to do things like this. He just wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled in response. When I was a cadet, I had to wash clothes 1,000 times. So much that I wanted to die and come back to life. Whether you were a noble or a commoner, you have to do everything yourself. Then Theron laughed heartily and continued. It's so funny watching those foolish noble sons. They just live off their family's name. They don't even know how to properly wash their own pants. While I'm working, could you tell me more about the castle? Hei's loving eyes were watching him. Unconsciously, a vague smile formed on her lips. Her voice rang out gently. You seem to be a truly good person. To be honest, I was a bit worried. The doctor has his own work, but the sound of the wind carried Hei's gentle voice. Nobility means nothing in this castle. It's truly different from other fortresses. I thought it wouldn't be easy to adapt to everything. Then she smiled brightly and said, I'm glad you're doing so well. Theron's eyes wavered for a brief moment. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. That deafening sound made Theron, Hei's, along with Annetta and Elkin, and even Lady Griselda, startle and pay attention. Lady Griselda quickly ran over. Her voice was loud. What happened? A servant trembled, unable to form a sentence. In here. The old woman spoke in front of the room, which looked like a total mess. The maid trembled, pointing into the room, and said, there was something behind the window. I saw it. The whole room was left with only the sound of the wind blowing through the window, mixed with the panicked voice of the maid, as if it had disappeared in an instant. Annetta and Elkin also quickly ran over. Right then, a loud crash sounded, startling the two maids. Lady Griselda immediately shouted, calm down. It's just thunder. Elkin couldn't hide his bewilderment either. What is going on? Are there really ghosts? Lady Griselda replied in a cold, sharp voice. I too hope that it's a ghost. Her sharp eyes swept over every small detail in the room, finally stopping at the window that had one side open. In her heart, she silently guessed it was an intruder. After hearing the piercing scream from upstairs, Griselda had to run up to see what was going on. But the mysterious thing that appeared for a moment had thrown the window open and vanished. By now, dark clouds had gradually appeared in the sky above the mansion, obscuring the sun. Amidst the cawing of crows, Annetta had to regretfully hear him say, I am very sorry to have to ask you to leave so early. Look how disappointed she was now, her feet stomping around like that. Her face fell as she sighed and said, it can't be helped. Who would have thought so many things would happen today? There was one thing that made Annetta herself shudder and groan. She is so strict. I hope no one gets in trouble, because after showing up for only 5 minutes, Griselda had hurriedly grabbed her collar and exclaimed, "Since when did you get here? Go back home at once." This made Elkin also timidly reply no. At this moment, she looked a bit hesitant, turning her head slightly away, too embarrassed to say anything more. Then Annetta also voiced her concern. "You know, I heard the story about the white footprints that he eyes told." However, at this point, her voice started to tremble as she asked that's just a legend, right? Hypothetically, if such things really existed, we wouldn't encounter them outside the castle, right? This made his eyes widen in slight surprise. She was so timid that when Elkin just lightly asked, "Annetta, are you afraid of going home alone?" it was enough to make her jump, sweating profusely, shrinking her arms and shouting, "What? I'm scared to death." With her hands covering her face, Annetta awkwardly tried to regain her composure and replied, "People say you will disappear forever if you see it. Today it's also darker than usual. I didn't even bring my horse, so..." Babbling on and talking so much, Elkin keenly understood her hidden meaning. At this moment, he just smiled gently, exhaled softly, and then stepped forward. Looking so shy that her face turned red, Annetta didn't dare to plead, only timidly holding her hair. "Absolutely wonderful." Elkin didn't hesitate to turn his head slightly back, taking the initiative to speak first. "Let's go, Annetta. I will walk you down to the foot of the mountain." Upon receiving this offer, as soon as she heard it, she immediately smiled brightly. Her eyes widened with joy as if she had found a savior. He didn't hesitate for another second. Annetta kept her hands behind her back, trotting after him while pretending to ask again, "Really? Really? Wonderful. Well, Elkin, if you're so kind, I will gladly accept it for you." That innocent look made the young man unconsciously smile. However, before she could celebrate for long, the overthinker in her made Annetta pause and think to herself, "No, you idiot. It's not like that. Elkin's feelings are different from yours. Don't be so excited." Still, being handsome and so considerate, it was hard for anyone not to fall for him. Holding her face, she looked very satisfied. "But I really like the care he gives me." In a brief moment, when she turned around to talk to Elkin more easily, besides, I also just read some interesting things on the way back." Annetta's eyes accidentally glanced upward and noticed. And then, right at the window where there was no light at all, a white shadow suddenly dashed past very quickly. The sight just now was enough to leave her stunned. Her eyes clearly showed terror to the point that her pupils dilated. Noticing Annetta's dazed look, Elkin asked with slight concern about her condition, "Is something wrong?" And immediately, he received a blank voice in reply from her. "No, it's just that. Something just dashed past the window on the 3rd floor." This made him a bit confused. The 3rd floor? And then Annetta also pointed high up toward what she saw and said, "That hallway right there." Then, afraid that her words so far were unclear and her baseless claim would confuse him, she hurriedly rubbed her head and hastily reassured him. "It didn't look like a servant in the castle. But anyway, don't worry. It's probably nothing, maybe just a curtain blown by the wind." Therefore, to keep the atmosphere from sinking, Annetta quickly grabbed Elkin's hand, pulling it gently and cheerfully urging, "Hurry up. It's gonna get dark." However, no matter how hard she tried, he stood still as a statue, pondering and saying, "The 3rd floor?" while she was still holding his hand. It wasn't that he didn't want to take Annetta home early, but Elkin still had someone he couldn't leave behind. Frowning with worry, he said, "Kaya is up there alone." That very sentence was enough for Annetta herself to understand many things. Looking at Elkin's figure, constantly observing the direction where the thing had dashed past earlier, his frowning face showed no peace of mind. A sentence that he himself had agonized over so much that he had to rest his chin in his hand to ponder. With a look mixed with a bit of shyness, "I am a bit confused because of a person." When all the actions Elkin revealed were strung together, none of them were meant for Annetta. Understanding that she wasn't that important, she was holding the young man's hand very tightly. Finally, she decided to let it all go, slapping his shoulder hard as Annetta seriously called Elkin's name, without the slightest hesitation. On the contrary, she fiercely urged him, "Why are you just standing there blankly? Hurry up and go." Knowing he would hesitate because of his promise to walk her home, and understanding the crux of the matter, Annetta pretended to be strong, raising her voice to assert, "Why would I be afraid of a road I've walked back and forth 1,000 times? I was just exaggerating a little bit." At this moment, Elkin's eyes looked quite panicked. Hearing her assertion, he was still dazed. Then, realizing the person who made him feel a bit confused was in danger, his legs followed his heart, and he rushed off. After running a short distance, Elkin suddenly stopped. He turned his head back and hurriedly warned Annetta, "I'm sorry. There might be an intruder in the castle. Please be careful." But amidst the sound of his hurried footsteps growing fainter, she just stood silently, clenching her hands and watching. However, Annetta's heart was still troubled and confused. Elkin, why did he make such an expression? After that, she temporarily stopped caring about him. Her eyes focused on the road outside the castle. Here was a gloomy sky with no moonlight visible. Everything was enveloped in dead silence and darkness. So now, only Annetta was left alone, isolated in this chilling space. Even though she pretended to be strong like when she spoke to Elkin, she was actually terrified, trembling, and unable to stand steady. Then suddenly a voice called out from behind, "Hey, Shorty." It was Theron. He was standing on the upper floor with he eyes. She looked quite surprised, her eyes wide open. Hearing someone call her, Annetta gently turned around and looked up to see. Being called Shorty out of nowhere made her bitter. She clenched her fists, glared, and retorted, "I'm not a Shorty. My name is Annetta." Then he jokingly replied, "Really? All right, Shorty, it's good that you said your name. Just teasing." But Theron also cared and asked, "Are you heading back?" Still angry, Annetta turned her face away and replied, "Yes, the Shorty is going home." Receiving such an answer, he thought for a moment and then took the initiative to offer, "Hey, that road is very dark. Let me walk you home." Although she was so moved that her nose turned red and her face scrunched up slightly, Annetta was more clear-headed this time. She answered clearly, startling Theron and he eyes, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Don't worry about me. Take care of he eyes." Got it? Being spoken to so bluntly, even though he was embarrassed, he looked visibly pleased, twisting his mouth and calling out, "Hey." Meanwhile, she was just shy and awkward, rubbing her cheek as she said goodbye. "See you soon." Meanwhile, on another side, inside the castle, while walking around to inspect, she suddenly heard a call, Lady Griselda. It was Elkin, hurriedly reporting the situation to her. "Annetta," she said, she just saw something pass by the third-floor window. Hearing about that problematic area, Griselda immediately turned pale. "Are you sure? The third floor? That is an area where all the servants in the castle are forbidden to step foot." She immediately thought of the two of them. Theron was with he eyes. If that's true, is everything caused by an outsider? If the culprit is Theron, we can stop investigating. But if it's caused by an outsider, then it's a completely different story. Their target is Her Highness. Standing there thinking took time. The more they delayed, the more panicked Elkin became, asking, "What should we do now? Kaya is up there alone. We should call Theron too." But he was immediately stopped by Griselda, raising her hand, saying, "No, don't complicate things further." While rummaging behind her back for something, she accidentally caught sight of a servant. Without hesitation, Griselda ordered, "Mark Bakken is guarding the south gate. Go and find him. Tell all the servants to stop what they are doing and gather in the living room." Next, she took out something and hurriedly handed it to him, telling Elkin to take it. Holding it in his hands, his eyes widened. Quite surprised and panicked, he said, "Griselda, why?" She quickly drew a sharp sword from her back and stated, "We don't have time to wait for the guards." Slashing down once, the captain firmly said, "You and I will go up there quietly." This made Elkin nervous too. Holding the dagger in his hand, he was so anxious that he bit his lip. Gently, they tiptoed up the stairs step by step. The atmosphere now made Griselda and Elkin tense. They didn't dare to speak, only glancing around to observe. In the dark third-floor corridor, illuminated by candlelight, everything was terrifyingly quiet. That eerie atmosphere made him frown slightly, silently assessing, "It's too quiet." Since this was her home turf, Griselda observed very carefully. This is the only staircase leading to the third floor of the castle. No one has set foot down since we came up here. But then, turning back to look at Elkin, she added another worry regarding his combat experience. "I can't leave him alone." So she quickly thought of a division of labor. "I will start searching from the west wing where the master of the castle resides. You go to Kaya's room. His face was blank and naive at this moment, so she had to emphasize it very carefully. I gave you a weapon. However, if you encounter the intruder, do not try to confront him. Find Kaya and go down to the first floor with her. Being assigned such a huge responsibility. Even though Elkin was scared, he swallowed his fear, trying for the person he cared about. Then, the two of them separated. He tiptoed, taking very soft, gentle, and extremely careful steps. When he saw the right room, Elkin grabbed the doorknob. All right, the super tense moment had arrived, overwhelming his entire mind. His heart beat rapidly. At this moment, Elkin gathered all his courage to push the door wide open. Fortunately, looking inside, he only saw her sitting with her head resting on a wooden cabinet. When he called out to her, Kaya, she slowly opened her eyes and asked in a drowsy voice, "What is it, Elkin?" Then he quickly and urgently asked about the whereabouts of that white shadow. "Did you see anyone around here just now?" Someone broke into the castle. This made Kaya confused, exclaiming, "What? Everything is normal. There's nothing." Feeling pain in her neck and shoulders, she gently rubbed her back, sighed heavily, and replied, "What are you talking about? I've been here alone since this morning." Looking around the room, Kaya firmly assured herself that if someone had really broken in, there was no way she wouldn't have sensed their presence. Being woken up was too annoying, so Kaya didn't want to say anything more, dismissing it by saying, "All right, is there anything else? If not, please get out of here. Don't make a fuss about everything." Hearing this, Elkin was stunned and shocked to the point of insisting, "Yeah, you have to go downstairs with me, Kaya." Lady Griselda requested it. Worried for her, he had to warn her, "It will be very dangerous if you stay here alone." Saying this, Elkin looked like he wanted to scream, frowning and begging her. There is definitely something in the castle right now. But seeing her cold and indifferent attitude, completely unfazed, Elkin had to raise his voice, "Kaya." Then, that feeling resurfaced, just like how she had walked away even though he was calling her. Elkin looked like he was about to cry, his face distorted with a heavy heart. At that moment, he gathered all his courage and asked, "Why are you avoiding me?" Making Kaya look up in surprise. Then she slowly turned her head, glaring at him intimidatingly, and indifferently replied, "I'm avoiding you?" At this point, emotions swelled up, and Elkin yelled in frustration, "That's right. Since we went down to the city together, this morning, and even now," in his pleading words, "did I do something wrong? If so, please tell me." Kaya listened but looked exhausted and resigned, bowing her head. Elkin continued to pour out his true feelings. "Don't hide. Don't leave without any reason." But at this point, he clutched his shirt, choking up. As for Kaya, she still sat still like a statue, making no move. And then, there was an immediately ruthless response. She said, "Who do you think you are?" Kaya decided to knock some sense into Elkin. "It seems you're misunderstanding something here. Aren't you here because of the job you were assigned?" This made him stunned, his eyes wide. "That wasn't all. You're paid a high salary for your remedies, aren't you?" This silenced him. At this moment, she rested her head on her hand and criticized, hovering around others all day. "If something happens, why don't you take care of yourself first? What exactly do you want?" This made Elkin freeze in place. Then, he quickly replied with a questioning look. "Is that so? Is that what you always think?" With a completely helpless expression, his voice began to tremble. "I thought I was gradually understanding you," which made Kaya glance at him. "Even if just a little bit, I thought." With sad, disappointed eyes, he spoke that we were becoming closer. This seemed to shake Kaya a bit. She remained silent and said nothing. As the atmosphere grew heavy and depressing, suddenly a huge crash erupted outside, making both of them startle and turn their heads. Yet Elkin quickly rushed forward, grabbed Kaya's shoulders, and stood blocking her. There was no other possibility. That sign made him even more certain someone was really here. But not liking anyone to protect her, Kaya immediately demanded, "What is it? Move away." However, Elkin stubbornly and urgently instructed her, "Go back to the first floor, Kaya." No, making her state the harsh truth. "You are the one who needs to go. You don't even know how to fight. Say what you will, he might lose in martial arts, but he wouldn't hold back when it comes to being gallant for a girl." Elkin still stubbornly insisted, "No, I won't go if you don't go." Therefore, he still stood firmly in that spot and said, "No matter how brave you are, it's still very dangerous, Kaya." This made her start to panic, extremely confused and irritated, scolding, "This madman, what is he doing? Your arms and legs are trembling with fear. Why are you trying to protect me?" But in Kaya's mind, she was extremely conflicted. Why does he have that expression? That whining look like he's about to cry. Why is he so stupid? even after going through so many things. Because of that, it made Kaya feel even more guilty, only able to silently darken her face and scold. Stupid. Looking at his attempt to point the dagger out to protect her, she felt pity for the foolish guy. Don't you know you are being deceived? Beware of that northerner hiding. Behind that elegant exterior is a bone-chilling hatred, looking at the weapon in his hand, who knows if he has his own goal. No matter how foolish you are, once you know my identity, will you ever be able to treat me like you do now? Glancing at a corner in the room she was in, right opposite Elkin, Kaya's sixth sense awakened. She could feel its presence. Not dangerous, but if this intruder knows who the master of the castle is, he will confront us. At that time, Elkin will know my identity. Therefore, she must pull the weed by the roots. Kaya should strike first. She glanced with a decisive look, calculating inwardly. All right, if you've tried every way to get in here. Coincidentally, that pitch-black lump suddenly moved among the pile of old stuff. Not only her. Elkin also noticed the unusual sign, holding the dagger tightly in both hands. A bit scared but still trying to gather courage, and said, "There it is." However, before he could do anything, from behind, Kaya quickly pulled his shoulder and rushed forward, strongly demanding, "Step aside." Elkin looked at the free-spirited, brave figure. Showing no signs of fear, she dashed up and emphasized, "Let me handle it." But he had tried his best to shield her, yet Kaya just went ahead, making him astonished and raising his hand to stop her. "What are you doing, Kaya?" And so, Elkin's arm was just raised in helplessness. On the other side, the scary black lump showed signs of moving elsewhere. As she approached, she had already raised one hand. Immediately, that thing reacted. It leaped up at an extremely fast speed. She prepared a magic array in her hand. But immediately she realized she shouldn't. Kaya's eyes widened. She started to halt, hesitated, and temporarily put the magic away. Right in the nick of time, Elkin had also caught up, reaching his hand forward, anxiously calling Kaya's name, thus giving that thing an opportunity. It lunged right at them. Perhaps he caught her, but his feet lost balance. Leaning backward, then only a heavy thud was heard. Elkin panicked, reaching out and shouting Kaya's name. She was knocked flying backward, luckily caught by him. But the force of the fall was too strong. He slipped. Both of them fell backward. His back slammed hard against the wooden beam. His head also hit hard. He gritted his teeth and let out a soft groan of pain. Ugh! The dagger fell to the floor with a clinking sound. The wooden shelf and items in the storage collapsed into a mess. Elkin trembled and groaned softly. He struggled to open his eyes, coughing while calling her name, Kaya. Hearing her name, she slowly turned her head to look at him. He froze when he saw she was too close. At this moment, he was holding her tightly in his arms, protecting her from the falling wooden planks. Their eyes met. Elkin was dazed, his eyes widened, his heart pounding. He hesitantly asked if she was okay, his hand unconsciously twitching. He froze, a question mark appearing in his head. Then he quickly jumped up, surprised, and asked for... Suddenly, he was pulled hard and let out a cry. The moon rose high, illuminating the sky. At this time, the servants were talking restlessly, worried. How long has Lady Griselda been upstairs? Should we call Darren? Good heavens, if by any chance something happens to the master of the castle, then what should we do? Crash! A loud noise rang out, interrupting their conversation, making the three of them startle and gasp. Outside the door, a voice was heard, followed by a crash. "There, catch it!" Whoa! That noise made the kitchen maid and the lady-in-waiting turn pale with fear. The two gathered all their courage to open the door, one holding a pan, the other a broom, closing their eyes and shouting loudly, "You thief!" Suddenly, Kaya's voice rang out, "Calm down, everyone," making the two who were just aggressive freeze. She continued, "If it were a thief, I would have already caught it right here. Look." As she spoke, she lifted it up. It was a black cat mixed with a bit of white, closing its eyes and letting out a long yawn. Everyone was surprised and said in unison, "A cat?" At this time, Kaya calmly explained, "It has been picking up trinkets from everyone and piling them up on the third floor, because the servants in the castle don't often go up there. No one noticed until this happened." Saying that, she poured out items like necklaces. Shoes and combs fell to the floor one by one. Someone recognized their belongings and screamed, "My hair combed too." The scene became chaotic. The culprit was held up, shaken back and forth, and then patted on the head, while the ladies in waiting cried and affectionately scolded it. "So terrible, you petty thief, you really are. Do you know how scared I was because of you? Thank goodness it's here." Griselda helplessly picked up a glove and rubbed her forehead. "It's like a rag now." Kaya squatted down, reaching out to take the cat. Are you disappointed because it's a cat? Griselda indignantly said. Who said I'm disappointed? It seems to like you, Kaya. Then she clapped her hands. All right, everyone take back your belongings. And get that dirty cat out of here. Huh? Kaya was rubbing her face against the cat, but it seems like everyone wants to keep it. The ladies in waiting asked in confusion, us? She made a face that was both pitiful and evasive. They also said they would clean up its poop. The ladies in waiting sweat dropped. What do we say that? The kitchen maid happily spoke up, making Griselda freeze and step aside. Why don't we just keep it? It's been a long time since we had an animal in the castle. She excitedly asked Kaya, what will this little guy's name be? She hesitated, murmuring turned her face, and calmly said, Korea. Huh? Can we name it that? It might be a bit disrespectful. She frowned, sitting cross-legged playing with the cat, complaining, this is too hard. I'm not good at naming things like this. And that was the only name she knew. She thoughtfully looked at the cat, lying on its back in her hands. White Paws, let's call it White Paws. A lady in waiting grimaced, letting out a sound of disbelief. But that's not good at all. Elkin leaned against the pillar, watching everyone chat. Suddenly he spoke up, Hey Kaya, he said as he walked closer, under the surprised gazes of everyone. Well, I said earlier. The atmosphere at this moment was extremely awkward. Someone quietly left. Kaya and Elkin just looked at each other without saying anything. The kitchen maid held the cat and said, Let's go, little guy, then left the quiet space for the two of them. Elkin awkwardly said, I understand, Kaya. If I make you uncomfortable, I will try not to get close to you. If you don't want to talk to me, I can accept that too, but we used to get along very well. That wasn't just my own illusion, right? Whatever your reason is, I will try to understand it. I want to know the reason why you're doing this. Kaya just stayed silent, frowning slightly. He said sadly, Is it because I'm a northerner? She sharply turned around, anxiously speaking loudly. No. He was surprised. Don't act. She hesitated. No. It's not that I find it annoying to see you. You didn't do anything wrong either. She thought to herself, although from a certain perspective, it wasn't wrong. But she continued, I admit the problem lies with me because I feel confused. I feel confused when I'm around you. Hearing that, he was surprised, his heart pounding. Is that all? She avoided his gaze, scratching her head and turning to another direction. Anyway, it will only last for a short time. I won't make you worry anymore. So let's just continue as usual. Besides, don't look at me with that expression. He stood still, wondering, what expression? She grimaced, frustratedly turned around, and shouted, The face you're putting on right now. Always thinking about nonsense, it's so annoying. At this moment, his face was awkwardly flushed red. Kaya turned away. I won't avoid you anymore, so stop whining. Elkin watched her walk away, his face still flushed. He smiled happily and followed her. Kaya, even though you say that, aren't you still ignoring me? Kaya irritably replied, Not at all. He laughed again. Haha, you just did. She replied again, Not at all. He continued, You did. Not at all. Before she could finish her sentence, he was smacked by her, leaving a huge bump on his head. Elsewhere, Theron was running hurriedly. Crash. The kitchen maid was holding White Paws when it got startled and jumped off her due to the sound of the door opening. Theron looked around cautiously. Is there an intruder? He questioned. Why didn't Lady Griselda call me? I'm a knight too. The kitchen maid gently explained, while the others were playing with White Paws. Come now, what intruder? It's just a cat. Just a cat. Honestly, making such a fuss over this little thing. Theron stood dazed, panting, listening to the kitchen maid's explanation. Lady Griselda walked towards Kaya and Elkin. She called Elkin and informed, I put your notebook back on the desk. She whispered, There won't be any problems, right? He quickly replied, Yes, thank you very much. Theron stared blankly at the two of them talking. His eyes gradually turned cold. He walked alone in the quiet corridor, stopping in front of a room. Creak. The sound of the door opening dragged out. The quiet bedroom was illuminated by the moonlight. He stepped in, his face full of vigilance, thinking to himself, the door is open. His eyes showed determination. All right, while everyone is distracted by the cat, I must act quickly. On the messy desk, he silently cursed. This guy should at least be a bit tidy. He looked around, rummaging. Where is it? A piece of paper. Any notes with a prescription on it. Suddenly he stopped, his eyes widening as if seeing something important. A neatly folded piece of paper placed under a box. He was surprised. This is it. He hurriedly picked it up, opened it, and searched. Where is it? He held the paper, reading silently. Dried herb bundle. Pennywort, what does it mean? He wondered. The 8th. While he was deep in thought, someone quietly walked up. Theron. He startled, eyes wide when he heard the call. quickly turning around. He let out a gasp of surprise. At the same time, books and papers scattered onto the floor. He nervously and fearfully looked at the piece of paper falling to the ground. He-eyes leaned against the door, asking, "What are you doing here?" She just silently looked at him, then looked at the piece of paper on the floor. The atmosphere became silent. He hurriedly sat down, picking up the fallen books, and awkwardly explained this. I just. She closed her eyes helplessly, listening to his explanation. When he reached out to pick up that piece of paper, she had already picked it up first. He sat down, looking at him sweating in fear. She gently spoke, "Theron, you've worked very hard today to get on my good side. Well, is there something you want to hear from me?" Hearing her say that, he just remained silent, his face turning pale. She stood up, tilting her head to look at him. "Well, there's something I haven't told you. I have a little trouble recognizing people's faces." Theron, surprised, let out a soft huh. She continued, "Colors, scents, voices, gaits, gestures, clothing. We distinguish people by these things, right? But for me, this is a bit difficult." The image of a red-haired woman appeared in her mind. "Perhaps that's why I am the right person to serve our mysterious highness, the one whose true face no one can see. However, that is not the only reason." She placed her hands on her lap and continued, "Do you remember the story I told you about my hometown? A small, remote castle on the northern border. During the fierce years of the war, a northern expeditionary army took down the front lines one by one. The border castles. The royal army desperately tried to retake key strongholds like Eppledorn. We, the ones in the kingdom's northern castle, the forgotten ones. Not a single reinforcement force from the Empire came to help. The image of the captured castle, littered with corpses, a bloody scene, flashed through her mind. As she was being held by the hair by a soldier, he pressed a knife to her neck. She cried, her eyes filled with despair. At that moment, a red cape with the symbol of a blazing sun on its back suddenly appeared amidst the storm-like northern army. The person wore iron armor covering their face, their red cape fluttering in the wind. Riding on a horse, holding a sword, they looked incredibly majestic, making her feel as if she had seen the hope to live on. He-eyes placed a hand on her chest and exclaimed, "I can never forget that image." Meanwhile, Theron was sweating profusely, his face pale. She continued, "Many people have come to the castle and disappeared." Hearing this, his heart pounded heavily. A lot of things have happened. A knight falling off a cliff. A chef who knew too much. The scene shifted to He-eyes whispering into the ear of a mysterious red-haired woman. "I guarantee no rumors will spread out of the castle." She said this while gently standing up, "Right? Those aren't the things you want to hear. The servants in the house are a bit kinder. If they saw this, they would just make a fuss." He-eyes looked at Theron, who was kneeling on the floor with his head bowed, and said, "What information do you want from me, Sir Theron?" Her voice was piercingly cold as she looked at him. "Did you think that just because I don't wield a sword, it means I don't know what loyalty is?" She gradually approached him. At this moment, his heart was racing, his eyes wide with fear. In a daze, he recalled the image of the legs, thinking it made everything disappear. Snapping back to reality, He-eyes' white legs were right in front of him. His hands trembled as he held his sword. She just looked at him in silence. Suddenly, she spoke. "You're not a bad person. I know." He felt a pang of guilt, his face filled with anxiety. "You caught me when I suddenly tripped. The gifts you prepared for the servants in the castle weren't, because you were asked to." She changed her tone. "But you won't be able to do that forever. Someday, you will be forced to." The silhouette of a mysterious person loomed over him as she spoke. "That will be the time you are forced to make a choice." He-eyes held the piece of paper. "I will return this to the doctor." She opened the creaking door, smiled, and said, "Don't forget to clean up your things when you leave." She quietly walked away, leaving him sitting there in a daze. After she left, the room fell silent. He leaned against the cabinet. He slammed his hand hard onto the floor with a thud. He panted heavily, sweating profusely. His hands trembled. He rejoiced inwardly. "I found it. I need to send this to Cell." Then he sighed wearily. "Someday, I will be forced to make a choice." Elsewhere, a clinking sound echoed in a dimly lit room. Legs were shackled in chains. Suddenly, there was a laugh. Unrick, holding a piece of paper in both hands, spoke up. "I asked where you were hiding on that mountain. It's quite close to the royal castle, isn't it?" She leisurely rested her legs on the table, ignoring the other person whose head was being shoved into the water, trembling and unable to make a clear sound. "What do they usually call this? Trying to pull the wool over my eyes?" right? She turned and asked with a bright smile. The water in the barrel bubbled glub, glub, glub. Gustel was pulled up by his hair by a subordinate. He gasped for air, his eyes rolling back. His face was bruised as he let out a gasp. He coughed violently. Unrik sat down in front of him, resting her chin on her hand. What were you thinking, head chef? Can you start talking seriously now? We only have one question left, right? He, covered in bruises and coughing violently, struggled to speak. She sat quietly, listening to everything he said. No matter how you torture me, do you think I will reveal his identity to filthy, despicable scum like you, you bitch? He widened his eyes and shouted loudly. You cowardly northerners! How dare you do this? What bloody honor is there in this? You bastards! While he was screaming, the man behind him got angry and suddenly grabbed his head with both hands, twisting it backward. He let out a cry of sheer agony. Unrik looked up puzzled. Gustel was gagged by the man behind him. I haven't heard everything yet. Why did you kill him already? She said. At this point, his eyes were completely white. He was dead. She continued speaking. The man who lives in hiding under the protection of the Sun Witch. She stood up. Fine. He wasn't going to say a single word about their identities anyway. She smiled slyly. Time to visit our target. She suddenly stopped. What's wrong? The other person asked. How should we dispose of this? The next morning, on a certain river, two villagers were fishing. The one pulling the net suddenly called out, Hey, what is that? The other turned around. Over there, in the middle of the river. The other panicked. What? That. A dead person's leg floated up in the middle of the river. The image of Elkin hugging Kaya appeared, accompanied by the sound of a heart beating rapidly. Thump, thump. Kaya slowly turned to Elkin. He woke up with a start, panting heavily. He sat in a daze, hugging his pillow tightly. Elkin's face was bright red, clearly showing his embarrassment as he thought, what on earth was I dreaming about? After getting ready to go out, he was still blushing with embarrassment as he thought about what just happened, scolding himself. Are you a pervert, Elkin? He walked alone down the quiet corridor with his head bowed. I've been thinking about it ever since. This is dangerous. I'm not. As he was reassuring himself, the image of him hugging Kaya tightly appeared again, making his heart skip a beat. Thump! He wearily placed a hand over his face, which was flushed with embarrassment, and muttered to himself, No, what the hell? That was just an accident. Why do you keep thinking about it? He fell in a deep thought, thinking, I'm really weird. Suddenly, a voice called out, interrupting his tangled thoughts and making him jump. Hey, Elkin. He quickly turned around. Terrain. Theron scratched his head in confusion and asked, Why are you so surprised? Don't tell me you forgot. They're delivering medicine here today. That kid has been waiting here since morning. He smiled awkwardly and asked, Kid, do you mean Annetta? Theron continued, She's doing some chores with Kaya in the garden right now. The sound of footsteps made Theron instinctively look up. It was He-Eyes walking by, holding a tray in her hands. She approached and greeted them when she saw the two. Did you two sleep well? Elkin happily replied, yes. And how is the master of the castle? Hearing that, she smiled gently. He is as well. Thanks to you, his health has improved a lot. She bowed her head slightly and said, It's sunny today, so I'm taking this pile of blankets to wash. See you two later. Elkin nodded and smiled, while Theron stood motionless. As she walked past them, Theron's expression darkened significantly. Over here, Annetta and Kaya were working attentively. Suddenly, Annetta turned around, smiled brightly, and called out to Elkin. Hearing that, Kaya also turned to look. Elkin leaned in, smiled, and asked, What are you doing here? Annetta cheerfully replied, My sister went to get the medicine. He teased back, Annetta, didn't you arrive a bit too early? The two laughed and talked happily. Only Kaya and Theron listened to the conversation with blank expressions. Annetta reached out her hand. Look at this. I think it would be great to plant in the garden. He wondered, Are those with sorrel seeds? How did you find them? He excitedly picked up the seeds to observe them closely. They're with sorrel seeds. Their flowers have many different shapes and bloom very quickly. There's a lot of sunlight here, so they can grow better. Hearing that, Annetta smiled with a very proud expression. Looking at him, she said, You know what, Elkin? The first person to see the petals bloom will develop feelings for the person who planted the flower. You can give the flower pot along with a few love candles to the person you like. But Theron, with an expression of disbelief, looked at the two eagerly discussing. What is with this suspicious atmosphere? Ignoring Theron, the two continued their conversation. His face brightened. Is that really true? That sounds really lovely. Annetta firmly confirmed. Of course, I've read many legends about this flower. After the conversation ended, Theron sat on a wooden chair, looking at him in disbelief. You've never heard of it? Outside of Mamarata. It's also a very famous legend in many rural provinces. There's even a song about the maiden Formica. Elkin hurriedly explained, Northerners usually don't believe in things like beliefs. Theron wondered, didn't you find them interesting when you were a kid? Stories about monsters at the bottom of the ocean. The deep sea witches. They are very scary and extremely mysterious, too. Adults don't like listening to such stories. Kids always gather around and whisper them to each other. He smiled slyly. Hear that? Only immature kids believe in such things. You're an immature kid. Ignoring what he said, she and he continued talking. As he turned away, she immediately rushed over and kicked Theron. Bam. Elkin looked down at the ground, deep in thought, having a deep affection for this flower grower. Suddenly, a round white paw poked out. Before White Paw could do anything, it was lifted up by Kaya. Elkin stood behind, watching her gently hold White Paw. She softly told it not to dig it up. He looked at Kaya, falling into thought. If it were Kaya, I guess she wouldn't care about such things. Thinking this, his expression saddened a bit. He glanced over and saw her holding White Paw, talking to Annetta. Annetta was surprised. Is that a cat? He observed her carefully. Looking closely, she isn't as tall as I thought. Is she as tall as Annetta? If someone starts caring about something, what about this? The image of him hugging his pillow in the morning appeared. He shyly waved his hands. I need to stop these nonsense thoughts right now. But he looked at her thoughtfully again. She's wearing earrings. I thought she wasn't interested in things like accessories or jewelry. She likes wearing earrings. She, with her long, shiny red hair, was dusting off her hands. He thought, red hair isn't rare, but I still think there's something special about her hair. He was mesmerized by her eyes. Those eyes were as radiant as the sunset sun. Kaya suddenly turned to look at him. The sunlight illuminated her face, making it shine brightly. But he could only look at her foolishly. To break the increasingly awkward atmosphere, she glanced over. What are you looking at? Do you want to say something? He averted his gaze. Nothing. She frowned. What's with this weird guy? Hearing that, Annetta softly looked over and fell in a deep thought. Theron, with a lump on his head, cried out in dissatisfaction. Ouch. He walked while rubbing his aching head. Annetta, she hit me really hard. He silently complained. He turned around because someone called him. A mysterious woman wearing a gray cloak, riding on a horse. She said to the soldier, you're doing your duty as a soldier very well. Guarding, of course, being cautious is good. Saying that, she held out a scroll. I am tired from the recent journey, so could you please let me in? Then Theron reached out to take the scroll. He asked suspiciously, The gate guard was nervously anxious. Theron looked at the two strangers. He fell into thought. He asked, who are you? The woman reacted. She asked him back, are you the head of this castle? He lost his patience and said loudly, how did you get here? You cannot meet the head until you reveal your identity and purpose. Answer first. He held up the scroll, revealing the seal. The king's seal. The two did not react, just silently listened to him interrogating. You guys, is it from the royal family? She smiled mysteriously and gently spoke up, I am Mage Unrick. This is my companion, Lazarus. She took off her cloak's hood. Please call the head. She smiled and said, I came here to cure his illness. Theron was surprised. Cure his illness? To cure that illness? Hearing that, the three of them, Elkin, Kaya, and Annetta, simultaneously looked in that direction. Elkin widened his eyes in surprise. Lazarus jumped down from the horse, making him stare intently and unconsciously let out a gasp. Annetta heard it and immediately turned to look at him with a worried gaze. Elkin, those people. Unrick's face was full of confidence, her hand holding a staff resting on the ground. Lazarus quietly followed behind, carrying the luggage. Annetta stared and said, they are Northerners. Both of them are really tall. Kaya, on this side, looked worried, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She stared intently at the staff with a unique raven carving on its handle. Elkin suspiciously recalled, I heard that not only the council members, but also the mages were interrogated. The fact that they came from the royal castle means that these people actually went directly to see the king. The sound of running footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Thump, 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 thump. Griselda just ran over with the mansion servants. She said loudly, a royal mage? Unrick turned around and smiled happily. It seems you are the person in charge here. Finally get to meet you. Hearing that, she held the scroll in her hand and used her sword to open it. She silently read the paper. Her face gradually showed a look of suspicion. Her eyebrows furrowed as she observed the other two. Then she spoke up to give an order. I should guide you inside, right? Mark, prepare a guest room. Unrick walked past him, and he startled, exclaiming, oh my God, so tall. A kitchen helper awkwardly said to Lazarus, oh my, please leave the reins and luggage to us. Hearing this, Ulrich turned around while walking. She politely said, "Oh, Lazarus will take care of the luggage. It's not too heavy for him, as you can see." Elkin stood blankly, watching them walk past. He suddenly called out, "Excuse me, sir." It made Lazarus startle. After calling out, he awkwardly said, hello, my name is Elkin. I didn't expect to meet a northerner here. Which town are you from? How did you get to the royal castle?" He turned around. His glaring gaze made Elkin freeze. Seeing this, Annetta angrily shouted loudly, "Hey, what's this?" While everyone welcomes them warmly, they just stare. He startled and patted her shoulder to calm her down. "Annetta!" Suddenly, the horse startled. It let out a long neigh and dashed towards Annetta. She startled and screamed. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around her. He tightly hugged her waist, protecting her in his arms. His other hand forcefully pushed the horse away. The pushed horse shook its head, snorting. Her feet gently stepped back. He let go of his hand, and she awkwardly said, "Thank you." She was secretly panicked. Wow, the horse just went crazy. He reached out and patted her head, which startled her. Then he turned away, leaving her standing blankly, her hand touching her forehead. Her heart was beating wildly. Thump, 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 thump. Elkin worriedly ran over. "Annetta, are you okay?" It seemed Elkin's inquiry didn't reach her ears. She just watched his back as he walked further away, her heart beating wildly. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Kaya tiptoed, sneaking through the corridor. She kept looking around, then gently leaned against the door. With a cold expression, she eavesdropped on the conversation in the room. "There's no such thing as sending someone from the royal castle." In the room, Ulrich said while taking off her cloak, "It's because I arrived too fast." Griselda stared at her, thinking, how much does she know? Then she spoke up, "A northerner and a mage. That's a strange combination. I thought northerners were particularly taboo against witches and magic. Isn't that right?" Ulrich smiled lightly. "It is natural to be unfamiliar with it. I am following the teachings of Aramisa." Outside, Kaya looked shocked upon hearing the name. Griselda wondered, "Aramisa?" She firmly asserted, "That's right. You've never heard of him? In the Red Land at the far east of the Inumitas continent. It is said to be the birthplace of all ravens and mages. And it is also said to be the first land where the sun god Korea descended to Earth in the distant past." Griselda speculated, "If it's the eastern end, you mean the dead land of the divine kingdom? I heard that it is a wasteland with no inhabitants." She nonchalantly tapped her hand on the staff. "The natives have all disappeared, but the teachings continue to be passed down. It is not just an illness that the master of this place is suffering from. The body has no ability to resist ancient magic. I heard that he has been taking medicine, but no matter how effective it is just a painkiller. It is only a temporary way to stop him from hearing the screams of his body, and there is definitely a limit. Perhaps the lord of the castle is the one who understands it best." Kaya continued to secretly follow the conversation. "To be completely freed from the curse, you must perform a ritual." Hearing that, Griselda couldn't stay calm. "Is it possible? How can he be completely freed from it?" She affirmed, "Yes, that is why I came here in such a hurry." Ulrich rested her chin on her hand, looking worried. "Because the number of days to perform the ritual is limited. And if you miss a day, you will never know when another opportunity will come." She asked seriously, "So, when is the day of the ritual?" She smiled sinisterly. "The day the sun becomes the reddest, and the traces of the moon are no more. That is the day of the lunar eclipse." Ulrich, with a cunning face, said, "It's tomorrow." Kaya looked shocked, her heart pounding heavily. The door suddenly opened, startling Kaya. Ulrich stepped out, smirking. "Hey, lovely maid, eavesdropping like that is not good." After saying that, she slowly walked away, leaving her standing rooted to the spot. "Hey!" The call made Ulrich stop, but Kaya, with a cold face, questioned, "Why is the master of the castle under a curse? Who said that? And based on what?" She interrogated, "Is it true that just performing a ritual can end it all?" "How do you know that?" She replied in a cold tone, "You seem too curious, don't you?" She turned around and smiled faintly. "The reason? I cannot give you an exact answer, but there is only one thing. It is because that person touched a limit that humans are not supposed to. That is why heaven punished that person. The sun is about to set, and it will set." Her gaze fearlessly looked at her. She continued speaking. "A more specific story. I can only tell it to the person who will have to take the wine tomorrow." As night gradually fell, the three of them, Griselda, He-Eyes, and Kaya, sat pondering. "Actually, her voice broke the silent atmosphere. She frowned, tilting her head, and spoke hesitantly. I have no knowledge of spells or magic. Even in a case like this, I don't know how to judge it. But this might be an opportunity to reverse the complicated situation that has occurred up until now. Kaya just sat silently, listening. Not just so that you will become healthier. We won't have to be anxious about keeping Elkin in the castle or letting Annetta frequently visit anymore. An image of Elkin and Annetta smiling appears. And of course, you won't need to play the role of Kaya either. Everything will return to its rightful place, just like before. She remains silent with a solemn face. She falls into deep thought about the time before Elkin arrived here. Her silhouette stands quietly in the mansion. He-Eyes rests her hand on her chin. Since the ritual must be performed tomorrow, we don't have much time to investigate. The royal palace sent a northern mage? What is the meaning of this? She speculates. It's also possible that this method will be absolutely effective. She crosses her arms sternly. It's not without suspicious points. But perhaps His Highness wants to control Lady Hildegard as he pleases, since he has no intention of eliminating her. He-Eyes continues. First of all, he probably wants the master to recover quickly. Today, Griselda hands a scroll to Kaya. She wonders what is written in the letter, and she answers. The main content of the letter is that they have sent someone who can help you. This is just a normal official order. Kaya reaches out to take the letter and reads it attentively. Then she gently puts the letter down. That mage seems to know something about the curse. Does that person know about Aramisa? He-Eyes speaks up. I still have some doubts. Is it absolutely necessary to perform the ritual? Just based on the words, only tomorrow, everything suddenly becomes so rushed. She wonders. But that person also said that the limit might have been reached, didn't she? She just sits silently listening to the two of them discuss. He-Eyes continues. First of all, we already have someone to prepare the medicine, so we can buy some more time. Kaya remains silent. It seems those words do not reach her ears. She sinks into thought. Isn't that guy from the north? He must hate you very much. If your identity is exposed, who knows what he will do? An image of Gustel being threatened by her flashes by. Unrik's words rush back. Her body cannot bear it. The ancient curse. Surely she herself knows best. Punished by the heavens. The sun is about to set. It will set soon. She smiles maliciously. Suddenly, the image of a smiling Elkin holding flowers and turning to look at her appears. She looks out thoughtfully at the starry sky. The sound of their discussion continues to echo. Isn't that dangerous? But the pharmacist. She suddenly speaks up. This is my chance to escape the curse without relying on Elkin. The two of them turn to look at her at the same time. Griselda's words are very correct. As long as it succeeds, we won't need to use Elkin anymore. We won't need to deceive that guy anymore. She stands up, thud, thud. The two look at her with full of concern. Griselda softly calls her Hildegard. She says firmly, we will accept the ritual. At this time, everyone is fully gathered. You must all be very surprised. Tomorrow, because the ritual will be performed, except for the minimum required personnel, everyone must leave the castle. As you all know, be careful not to reveal the matters inside the castle to the outside. Elkin stands in a daze, listening to the announcement. Those who do not have a temporary place to stay, please tell Mark. After hearing the announcement, the crowd murmurs in discussion. Isn't your hometown very far? Then let's go to my brother's house together. Is that okay? That's great. We have to leave a fair amount of food for the horses before we go. Amidst the chatter, he quietly walks away. He is walking when he turns around because someone calls him. Elkin, Griselda informs, to prevent any unexpected incidents. Tomorrow you will stay in the castle with the guards. Please prepare the medicine for tonight and tomorrow morning, just like always. He nods, yes. After finishing, she walks away, leaving him among the crowd. In the room, the dim firelight shines. Constant noises are heard, clinking and clattering in the fireplace. The pot boils vigorously. Done. Elkin thinks tiredly. Now I just need to simmer it slowly. He yawns widely and leans back in his chair. He thinks blankly. The so-called ritual. It's indeed not an ordinary illness. Kaya was not wrong when she said it was a curse. So if this time, the illness of the master of the castle can be cured, but then they definitely won't need me anymore, right? There's a knock on the door. Knock, knock. The sound startles him and interrupts his chaotic train of thought. He hurriedly speaks up. Huh? Are you here? He jumps up and quickly goes to open the door. You're here so early, He-Eyes. It'll be a long time before the medicine is. Before he can finish his sentence, a familiar voice interrupts him. Elkin. Kaya stands outside the door, looking at him. May I come in? Elsewhere, in the corridor, a cloak flutters. Flap, flap. Therein walks, while thinking vigilantly, a mage sent by the royal palace. The image of Ulrich and Lazarus, heavily cloaked and riding horses in the morning, appears in his mind. He is suspicious. Just yesterday, I received a letter from the commander. If there was such a thing, he would have mentioned it, right? But I can't step forward and say it. He remembers he eyes, smiling face. He frowns and pouts, his face extremely worried. We'll be okay like this. Elkin puts his hand on his chest to keep calm. Now, his heart is beating so fast, it feels like it wants to jump out. Thump, 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 thump. He blushes, his head full of question marks, screaming internally. Kaya? Why is Kaya coming into my room? His heart beats even faster. Thump, 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 thump. Kaya just looks around his room with interest. He suddenly turns around, smiling awkwardly and scratching his head. Please come in. Kaya will come to get the medicine tonight, right? He stammers. About that, I just started preparing it, so you need to wait a little longer. She speaks up. If it's about the medicine, he eyes will come to get it later tonight. She says indifferently, is that so? Her gaze shifts to another direction. I want to tell you something. Her words make his face blush brightly. The sound of his heartbeat grows louder. She moves to another spot and bends down. What I want to talk about is this. He stiffens. Yes. No wonder she's so polite, he thinks. Her hand picks up a pinch of dried herbs. What will you do next? Isn't it very annoying to just brew these medicines over and over again? He seems to understand something about that. He approaches her, also holding a pinch of dried herbs. He smiles brightly and explains. Just like other medicines, the drying process and preservation method are particularly difficult. She listens attentively. Besides, if you store them beforehand, they will easily spoil and mold because the medicine needs to be processed carefully. That is why we have to transport the medicine frequently. She plops down on the chair. Still holding the sample of medicine in her hand, she observes it. So that's how it is. Actually, why do you work so hard? Even though it has nothing to do with you. His face is still flushed as he looks at her. Yes, Kai always knew this. She wonders, knew what? That day, at the dinner party? He scratches his head again and gives a forced smile. I'm very glad that Kai said that. She just listens quietly, but does not reply immediately. It seems she is pondering something. She calls out, Elkin. If the master's curse is lifted tomorrow, what will you do next? He is surprised to hear her ask that. He hesitates, reaching up to rub his neck sadly. I know. Since there will be nothing left to do here, should I go back to the general store? In the dim firelight, his voice is steady. It's a pity the life inside the general store doesn't suit me very well. I wonder if there's anything else where I can help many people, like here, he says while slowly leaning against the table. And he stops there, making her curious, and a hint of sadness crosses his face. He looks away. Actually, there's a place I want to go to after working in this castle. I think it will be very difficult. Thinking about it makes me a bit sad. He looks at her and lets out a sigh, and then he looks at her. She looks at him and asks carefully, is it the only thing you regret? Hearing that, he stares at her without looking away, falling into thought. She is Kaya, not someone who speaks with deep thoughts. She speaks because she wants to speak, asks because she is curious. She doesn't care what I have to reply. She sits observing the dried herbs. It's ruined. But me, why do I keep expecting something? I wonder if it means anything else. Expectation? What is it? She places her hand on the table and speaks up, interrupting his train of thought. Right, actually, I thought I had met you somewhere before. My eyes have seen. His eyes suddenly light up. You've met me? At the general store? She shakes her head. I don't know when or where. It's not important right now. She blames herself. I think it was my mistake. She clenches her hands tightly. When you go back to the general store, then forget everything that happened here. She says it's best not to dwell on it. His lips part slightly, as if he wants to say something. A loud noise makes the two of them look in the same direction at once. She stands up from the chair. This is the warning signal. Do you need to go and check? Elkin is briefly silent, then says, I just need to finish what I'm doing, and then I can leave. Screech, the sound of the chair being pushed back as she walks away from it. Is that so? All right. She turns around and smiles slightly at him. See you tomorrow. He stands, waving his hand, nodding, and smiling back. His heartbeat still pounds loudly without stopping. Thump, 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 thump. The question makes him ponder. Is it the only thing you regret? I don't want to go back. The words had understood me, as if she was being heartless. Every bit of memory about her rushes back to him. The eyes that I would have just stared into for longer if I could. I want to look more closely. Outside, the warning siren continues to blare loudly. On the stairs, the sound of shoes rubbing against the wooden floor creates a clack-clack sound. Elkin is walking when he is attracted by a creaking sound. The room's door is slightly ajar. A creaking sound echoes incessantly. He curiously pushes the door and looks inside. Unrick is sitting and rocking in a chair in front of the fireplace. She turns to look at him with a meaningful smile. He quickly reacts. Ah, didn't you say you had to go? Why aren't the lights turned on like this? He looks around, observing, and asks curiously, where's the person who came with you? It seems like something is going on. Maybe it's because you don't like me since I'm someone from the north? Hearing that, she just replies indifferently. There's no one left in this world that she can like anymore. He freezes. The creak-creak sound continues steadily. Elkin, with an unchanging face, asks hesitantly, I heard that you were sent directly from the royal palace. So did you personally meet King Momos? The rocking chair stops, and she looked at him in silence for a long time. If that's the case, she asked absent-mindedly. He reacted strongly and said loudly yes. How could you enter the castle? Didn't you see the other nobles there? Can you tell me? How could I meet the king? She held the armrest of the chair and slowly stood up. Why are you curious about that? He felt startled and was speechless. But Unrick's face darkened sinisterly. She spoke while taking off her cloak. Do I absolutely have to answer? What do you believe in? She commented, you are quite polite to the knights. Then she got close to his face, placed her hand on his chest, and sneered, and the way you dress, like a Mama Rayton. A person living on the gold coins of the Dark Knight. What should I believe and tell you? His face flushed with anger. He turned and broke away from her. I apologize for this impropriety. He said as he walked away, please excuse me. She called out after him, do you want to meet him? He stopped walking, and she gently stroked her hair. I mean the king. Unrick tilted her head back to look at him, smiling with a malicious look in her eyes. If not, the Witch of the Sun. He glared at her with wide eyes, but she didn't stay silent because of that. How can I let you two meet? What should I do? Those words made him hesitate. He turned around, full of indignation, and shouted, what do you mean? Ignoring his anger, she just said gently, instead, will you follow a request of mine? She held her face, smiling with great interest as she looked at him. Today, Gustel was just beaten by Lazarus and thrown into the nearby river. His corpse floated on the water surface, creating a very horrific scene. Meanwhile, Lazarus and Unrick were still leisurely discussing with each other, as if no massacre had just taken place. She looked toward Gustel's corpse and said, let's go. If we want to get to the capital, we must hurry. Hearing the order, Lazarus also obediently stood up from there. But before they could leave, both were surprised by a strange voice ringing out. You all have worked hard. The two of them looked in panic toward where the voice came from, only to see a person with their face completely covered by cloth slowly approaching them. He jumped down from a tree branch above, rubbing his legs and constantly muttering, ouch. Seeing that her plan was exposed, Unrick just coldly glanced at him. She also immediately called out for Lazarus. Lazarus, who was beside her, lunged straight at the stranger. He also reacted very quickly. His scanning eyes looked towards Lazarus. Then he immediately leaned backward to dodge his fatal attack. Lazarus's punch came so fast that it made him exclaim in astonishment, whoa. But without giving him time to stabilize, Lazarus rushed forward to attack him relentlessly. But it seemed those attacks couldn't touch him, not even a little bit. After dodging for a while, he also quickly drew his sword to defend himself. He then quickly explained to Lazarus, as if trying to defuse the situation. Why so hasty? Don't be so guarded. Let's talk a bit. Hearing those words, Unrick immediately became curious about him. She asked, who are you? I don't remember inviting you. Seeing her reply to him, Lazarus also immediately stopped his attack, staring at him. Seeing this, he smirked slightly and said, we are hunting the same person. But you struck first and snatch him away. What a shame. Instead of dealing with him, I will consider it and return the favor, he said as he pulled a large scroll of paper from his pocket and threw it towards Unrick. You're looking for the Knight of the Sun, right? I think this will be helpful to you. Seeing the necessary information, she reached out and caught the scroll. Then she slowly pulled a small piece of paper from inside. On the other side, he continued speaking. Unless you secretly climb over the city walls, it will be necessary. It's a rather difficult place to get into. But Unrick was also curious at this moment to see what was inside. She tipped the scroll downward, revealing a part of a royal letter. Following that, a small vial fell out from inside. That precious, sparkling thing made her eyes widen in amazement. She glanced back at Gustel's corpse, thinking to herself that she was chasing the chef who knew the witch's identity. Then she quickly glanced over at the stranger from earlier. She raised her voice and asked, are you the king's knight? Why are you cooperating with us? Don't you worship the Witch of the Sun? Hearing Unrik's question, he just coldly pulled his hood down and said, that is a difficult question for me to answer. Let's just say it's roughly a relationship of mutual benefit. Then he casually turned and walked away. As he walked, he said, well, whether you use it or not depends entirely on your choice. If you don't use it, I won't lose anything either. But if you know what it is, even selling it at a loss is enough to recover the capital, isn't it? After his words, Unrik seemed to have come up with a new scheme. She glanced to one side, her lips revealing a terrifyingly mysterious smile. After that, Unrik quickly went to meet Elkin. She held the small glass vial in front of him and asked, that is the medicine for the master of the castle, right? Tomorrow morning, this will be the castle master's medicine. Elkin immediately took the vial in his hand. His eyes widened as he anxiously asked back, white powder, what is this? Seeing this, she immediately continued, it's harmless. You just need to secretly put it into her medicine. He sensed danger from her actions. He panicked and said loudly, I am a doctor. I don't know what it is. How can I do such a thing? Hearing that, Unrik just smiled lightly and asked, don't you want to meet the king? As if his true desires were hit, Elkin suddenly fell silent. His mouth was still wide open, but he didn't know what to say. He then tremblingly handed the vial back to Unrik, hesitating, but why? Why is it the medicine for the master of the castle? Seeing his hesitation, she impatiently urged, why are you so curious? It will help with the ritual. I told you it's not poison. If you don't believe me, I will confirm it myself. Saying that, she quickly snatched the vial from Elkin's hand, making him flinch. Unrik took a little medicine from the vial and brought it to her mouth, licking it clean to prove it to him. Look, witnessing that scene left Elkin shocked. He looked at her, both confused and trembling. She kept a cold face, her eyes looking as if she wanted to kill him. If you can't do it, give it back here, okay? She reached her hand out. Before she could do anything, he snatched it away. He anxiously clutched the vial and stammered, no, it's not that. She tilted her head, her eyes full of contempt, and smirked. What a pity for you. I only suggested it because you seem to be in a hurry. You just need to put it in. What are you so worried about? Did you think getting involved with palace affairs would be easy? If you want to achieve your goal, you have to accept it. He looked uneasily at the vial in his hand. Unrik continued, anyway, I promise. If you follow my request, I will also follow yours. He widened his eyes, sweating. Northerners don't break their promises, right? The choice is yours. In the room, illuminated by moonlight, Elkin sat on the bed, his legs trembling. Now he fearfully clutched the vial in his hand. He recalled the moment she gave him the medicine and instructed him, tomorrow morning, put this into the castle master's medicine. He gritted his teeth, reassuring himself. There's nothing to worry about. This is driving me crazy. His hand gripped tighter. I am a doctor. I can't let others get involved in this. Or should I return it now and pretend this never happened? I have to return it. I must return it. But he struggled intensely internally. What if this is the last chance? But when will someone like me ever have such a close opportunity? When I first came here, I thought this was a great opportunity to get close to the royal family. He made up his mind. All right, it's for the ritual, so if I don't put it in, on the contrary, it might be a mistake. He suddenly thought of something. But if it's for the ritual, why force me to put it in secretly? Why not inform Lady Griselda? He hurriedly jumped up. That's right, I must inform Lady Griselda. Suddenly, he stopped. Then he slumped back onto the bed. He clutched his head. I want to go to the palace. The mage knows about the hunt for the king and the Witch of the Sun. He thought, if Lady Griselda finds out, she will question the intentions behind everything up until now. He trembled and clenched his fists. He thought about his purpose for being in this castle. He heavily opened his eyes. The reason I came to Mamarata. His childhood memories rushed back. The image of someone patting his shoulder. The image of him only able to stand and watch. Mom, Dad, are you going to meet the witch? He widened his eyes, as if about to collapse. They need my ability. Who knows? This might be a great opportunity. They only said that and left him a piece of paper. If you want to achieve your goal, you have to accept it. The choice is yours. Unrik's voice echoed in his head. The next day, the sky was clear and blue. The warm sun gradually rose behind the mountain. In the room, the sounds of grinding followed one another. There was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. He-Eye's voice echoed in. Elkin, it's He-Eyes. I've come to get the medicine. At this moment, he lowered his head darkly and tightly gripped the vial. His eyes suddenly became sharp and cold. The sun was already high up. That warm sunlight pierced through every window frame. Kaya sat silently on the bed. She turned her face when she heard the call, Master. He-Eyes walked in, holding a tray with a glass of medicine with both hands. She hesitated, worried. If today's ritual ends as planned, she said as she handed the glass of medicine over. This will be the final dose of medicine. Kaya gently took the glass. Elkin's silhouette suddenly appeared in her mind. Her voice was pensive, her eyes showing a hint of sadness. Then, she raised the glass to drink. Gulp, 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 gulp. Each mouthful of medicine was swallowed. After drinking, she wiped her mouth with her hand. She placed the empty glass back on the tray. In the palace, in a room covered in cobwebs. Both the room and the hallway were frighteningly quiet. So quiet that one could clearly hear every heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. In the middle of the room was a blue-haired girl, standing facing the window. Someone called out to her. Miss Unrick, you've waited a long time, right? It was Hiai's voice. Beside her was Hildegard in a maid's outfit. She continued, I will guide you to the master's room. Hildegard looked coldly at Unrick. Hiai said to go this way. Standing nearby were Elkin and Tarion. They said nothing. Griselda asked if everything was ready. Let's go, Unrick replied. At the place where the ritual takes place, there is only receiving and offering wine, so there must be self-preparation. If another subject participates, the curse might develop in an unexpected direction. Please wait on the first floor with the others. Tyrion's face still showed worry. He said, Lady Griselda, what I want to say is... Lazarus suddenly spoke up, interrupting. Princess Elba, Griselda asked in surprise. You can speak? He said, while the witch performs the ritual, I have an important matter to discuss in private. Griselda looked puzzled. She quietly left, saying, wait, let's go somewhere else to talk. Elsewhere, Hiai and Hildegard led Unrick to the master's room. Hiai said, the master of the castle is behind this door. She replied, she is in there. Alricht. After the ritual is over, I will call you out. Hiai instructed beforehand. First, please explain the method of the ritual here to us. Yes, I will receive it after the ritual. She said, I will only discuss that with the master of the castle. Hiai said seriously, the master of the castle is also listening. Please explain. Unrick said in annoyance, how strange. Now it's just me rushing to perform the ritual, right? Furthermore, aren't there only 3 of us here? I came all the way here just to break the curse for the master. Not only does the master of the castle not trust me, but she doesn't even show her face to me once. Are you trying to trick me? If you don't want to perform the ritual, I will go back. Saying that, she turned around to leave. Seeing this, Hildegard spoke up. Wait, the master of the castle is... Hiai quickly interrupted. It's me. She declared, I am the master of the castle. Now, please explain the ritual. Unrick turned around with a disdainful attitude. You are the master of the castle? You think a maid? She smiled smugly. Very well. Over at Annetta's place. She stretched and thought in boredom. So boring. I won't go to the castle today. Come to think of it, who were those 2 yesterday? I'm so curious, but my sister definitely won't tell me. I'll just ask Elkin later. It'll be faster. Someone shouted no. Where did they suddenly go? Annetta startled and turned around. It was Mr. Linderman arguing with some woman. He said, we haven't even tried yet. Why? She yelled at. We received a unilateral notice. How could they? Annetta asked, Uncle, what's wrong? He replied, Annetta, you came at the right time. Go talk to the Merchant Guild people. You kids stay here. The woman walked away in annoyance. Even if they argue with us. Mr. Linderman explained that the Northern Merchant Guild, which supplies medicinal herbs, found out the trading location was the capital, so they unilaterally cut off the trade. Annetta replied, if it's Northern medicinal herbs, didn't Eric say he really needed them? He said that's exactly it. If so, we won't have enough to send out next week. What should we do? Annetta asked, were you talking, Uncle? First, she had to know about the castle. With that determined state, she clenched her fist and swung her arm back. But right behind her was a man pushing a cart. Looking at his attire, he seemed to be a palace worker. Annetta bumped into the man. Both of them were startled and stumbled. She tripped and fell backward. Mr. Linderman ran over to help her up, asking, Annetta, are you all right? The man stopped with the cart, which was carrying someone covered in straw. Annetta hugged herself and said, I am sorry. She instinctively glanced over. On the cart was actually a pale, purplish human corpse. The person's head was sticking out, revealing their face. Annetta panicked. Hey, she screamed, Uncle. The chef. 2 soldiers spoke up one after another. Hey, it's better not to look. What is it, little girl? Do you know this person? She wondered, why is this happening? What's going on? The soldier replied, this gentleman? I heard he was wanted for insulting the royal family and went hiding in another village. The body was discovered a few days ago. But we definitely have to identify the knight's body. Annetta was stunned upon hearing this. Was he murdered? The 2 soldiers shrugged and replied, well, there's signs of torture, but even so, we still have to investigate. Let's just leave it at that. Actually, there's a story witnessed at the tavern for the last time. I wonder if you know those people. What do they say? The people who witnessed it together. A muscular northern young man, a girl with a walking stick, and a crow were there. The two people the soldier mentioned were none other than Ulrich and Lazarus. Annetta collapsed in shock. She abruptly turned around. The soldier was bewildered. Huh? She just ran for her life. The soldier shouted, "Little girl, where are you going?" Little girl. Annetta just kept running headlong. She thought she had to report it, had to let the people at the castle know. Cutting back to Ulrich's location, she planted her staff on the floor and said, "The prayer for the Eastern ritual shall now begin." Eastern Aramisa. Since ancient times, that place has hidden from the eyes of the mortal world and guarded a precious thing called Kalia's blessing. Once upon a time, when departing from the mortal world, that deity left it behind. But one day, the crow that taught me told me a strange story. There was a child who survived after swallowing the sun. At that time, I thought I was hearing a story imitating mythology. But gradually, I also heard it in reality. An immortal body that doesn't die even if its limbs are torn apart. Power that can weigh the lives of thousands, tens of thousands of people. It truly is a divine tale. But that power does not belong here. Only a human would dare to steal the sun and act like a god. Sooner or later, being punished is inevitable. Hiai's questioned, "You say punishment?" Ulrich replied, "Correct. It's not an illness, nor is it a curse. It is receiving the appropriate punishment." Hiai's asked angrily, "What are you talking about now? Didn't you say it was a ritual to break the curse?" She replied, "You expected the curse to be broken, right? To be relieved of the pain. You thought it could just end like this, didn't you?" Hiai said fearfully. She continued, "The ritual method never existed in the first place because I didn't come here to do that." From inside the staff planted on the floor, Ulrich drew a blade about 2 handspans long. She raised it in front of Hiai's, taking her by surprise and leaving her no time to react. Hildegard widened her eyes in panic. That blade was already stained with blood. She screamed, "Hiai's! Hiai's!" Opening her eyes wide. She thought the blade had pierced right through her. Blood was dripping onto the floor. But surprisingly, it was Hildegard's blood. She had blocked it for her. That very blade had pierced right through the middle of her hand. It was a shocking sight. At that moment, Ulrich pulled the blade out. Hildegard's hand spurted blood. She stumbled backward. With her power, Hildegard used magic to heal her blood-soaked hand in a matter of seconds. Ulrich laughed in delight and said, "All right. So it is you." Which of the sun? Hildegard's gaze changed. Inside her, the urge to fight was boiling more than ever. Cutting back to Theron's location, he asked anxiously, "Why hasn't anyone come? Shouldn't those two have come down once the ritual began? Even Lady Griselda, who was led away with that giant, hasn't returned. They said we just needed to stay here. Aren't we going to check? Hey, Elkin, aren't you listening?" Elkin remained seated on the chair, restless and saying nothing. Theron wondered to himself, what's wrong with him? We have no choice but to wait. This is crazy. The door suddenly cracked open. Someone barged right through the door. It was Annetta. Tyrion asked, "Annetta, what's wrong? Didn't you say you weren't coming today?" Ignoring his words, she panted and asked, "Where is my sister?" He said, "Lady Griselda? If it's her, she's in her room." As soon as he finished speaking, she immediately ran for her life toward the stairs. He helplessly shouted, "Hey, Annetta, what is it? What's wrong?" As for Elkin, although he had been silently keeping his composure all this time, he was the one more terrified than anyone else. He was sweating profusely, his heart pounding. Over at Hildegard and Hiai's location, Hiai's lost her balance and fell. Hildegard said, "Hiai's, step aside. There was no way out for me from the very beginning." She turned to Ulrich and boldly retorted, "You lied. Where did it start? Were you sent by the king? If I had known about this power, I would have known I would be burned to ashes. I cannot die. What a meaningless action. Get out of here immediately." Ulrich swung her blade up, admired it, and replied in delight, "Oh my, how generous of you. From the beginning, I never thought I could kill you anyway, but I cannot let that power remain here forever." Hildegard grew annoyed, her gaze becoming sharper. Her hand that had just been stabbed was now turning purple and trembling. She mockingly asked, "Great, isn't it? It's a poison that can paralyze a cow with just a graze. It turns any blood it contacts into venom. Even if the wound is healed, the whole body will be poisoned. Which of the sun? Have you ever seen the icy sea of the north? Bitingly cold, deep enough to be swallowed by the ocean. In a short time, movements become sluggish. Just witnessing that duration. Limbs will be torn apart in the deep northern sea. Everything will be cast down. You cannot live in peace, nor should you hope to die peacefully. I will shatter your lungs and freeze your heart. Just keep sinking forever until your theft cannot escape resentment. Witch of the sun, you're not allowed to exist. You cannot exist. How foolish to dare steal that unclaimable power. Using that strength for human benefit, defiling the identity of the gods. Your very existence goes against the laws of heaven. She swung her sword in delight and confidently shouted, "You are the one bringing harm to this land." A curse. She swung her sword, but Hildegard dodged it, making her angry. She thought to herself, the location is not good. The weapons are not matched either. If magic is used, the building and he-eyes will be caught in it. The technique is not threatening, but the movements are fast and the speed is high. If looking for an opening, it could be said to be quite easy. More than those things, it's the poison. Healing was even more troublesome than external wounds. Obviously, time did not allow her to focus on detoxifying. Her face now turned cold. She thought things would become troublesome elsewhere. After telling Lazarus to follow her for a private chat, Griselda entered a room. Lazarus remarked that the architecture was truly beautiful. Was this also earned through the efforts of war? She replied, "No, I'm not the master of the castle. I'm just an ordinary knight. So, what is it that you want to say?" He said, "An ordinary knight? Let's see. From what I saw in the battle, the demeanor of an ordinary knight is not like that." She asked, "Have you met me before?" He replied, "I once fought alongside my younger brother. It was at the FN Tower." He recounted that in the final year, the Witch of the Sun had gone to battle with the entire army. Facing the Allied forces' domination, only the injured and the disabled remained. That was the time my army attempted to attack the FN castle. I don't know, but in the north, there's a saying, be careful with the armor. Gold armor means elite troops. Luckily, only silver armor was left at FN. Everyone thought it was worth making a move, but that was a mistake. With a sword almost the size of her body, I saw that silver armor continuously chopping down the soldiers climbing the ladders to attack the castle without stopping. Beneath that blood-soaked wall, blood rained down. My mind was in such a state that I couldn't even read the situation or the flow of the battle. If they saw that scene, even a 3-year-old child would know. As long as that silver armor was there, the FN tower would absolutely never be breached. Looking up, you'd see a tireless monster. After hearing this, Griselda said, "I thought you were a man of few words. But when it comes to this, you articulate every single word quite clearly, don't you? There's an urgent matter. Are you planning to write my heroic tale in this situation? If this is all you want to talk about, then I'm leaving." She stood up. Lazarus looked at her and grabbed her shoulder. He whispered, "You have to stay here." She said nothing, only looking at him. Her hand was already gripping the sword at her waist. Suddenly, someone burst through the door, saying, "Sister." It was Annetta. She frantically said, "It's dangerous. The people from yesterday." She stopped in shock. Right in front of her was Lazarus. Seeing him, she awkwardly said, "Dear guest, I didn't know you were here. I will come back later." Lazarus immediately rushed over. He covered the girl's mouth with his hand and pulled her back. Griselda was stunned. Before she could do anything, Lazarus stopped her, saying, "Take your hand off the sword." He gripped Annetta by the neck, threatening, "Wouldn't take me any time at all to crush a small head like this. To meet you here as well. Although I don't believe in God, it seems God is on my side today. You can't remember me, can you?" He used his hand to brush up his bangs, revealing 2 diagonal scars slashed across the upper half of his face. He said, "But I remember. You were wearing the blood-stained helmet of my younger brother and comrade." Flashing back to the past during a battle, Lazarus was trying to stop his ally, Ras. "Ras, no, don't climb up, Ras." Even though he kept calling his name, the boy didn't stop climbing the ladder to scale the enemy's castle gate. Upon reaching the top, Ras was ambushed by a waiting soldier, who drew a sword and beheaded him. Lazarus stood below, witnessing everything, returning to the present. Griselda asked, "Is this a personal grudge?" It was a battle where everyone was prepared to die. Even so, I absolutely despise you all, because you're so detestable. If I get the chance, I'm always ready to strike. She gritted her teeth, glaring at him. "But this has nothing to do with my younger sister. If you do this, can you still call yourself a proud northern warrior? Let my sister go right now." He tightly gripped Annetta's neck. The little girl trembled, trying her best to pry his hand off, but she couldn't do anything. He remained completely silent. "What do you want? If you want to kill, then kill me." He replied, "When it is your turn, you'll also have to pay the price." She glared at him. She thought to herself, what is with this guy? What is he trying to show with this hatred? If your goal was to harm me, then why didn't you attack when it was just the two of us? At that moment, I was right next to you, and there would be no need to take Aneta as a hostage, and keeping it from others just to hold me down here. She finally realized what was going on. Hildegard. Over at Hildegard's side, she hurriedly grabbed a bowl from the table. She threw it at Unrick, but it was useless. She blocked it. Now showing her true colors, Unrick revealed a sinister smile. Ha ha ha. Hildegard thought in frustration. She's intentionally keeping her distance and stalling for time. You know that I don't know how to use magic, don't you? Furthermore, it will be dark soon. She will target me when I'm suffering from the complications. I have to end this before the sun sets. Unrick maliciously swung her sword into the air. Hildegard yelled, "He eyes, get down." She complied. Hildegard channeled her power through her hand, creating a beam of light from her palm. An earth-shattering crash rang out, making Theron and Elkin jolt in shock. Theron asked, what was that sound? It probably came from the West Tower. Quick, go find Aneta. Perhaps that strange phenomenon has returned. Elkin's face turned pale. He was now in absolute panic. Elkin stammered, but Theron asked, what is it? He said, the witch has won, because she said she used Lord Songju's medicine. I should have told everyone. Theron replied, you. Elkin immediately ran off. Theron stopped him, asking, hey, what are you trying to do? He answered, I'm going up to check. Lord Songju, He Eyes, and Kaya. Theron decided to agree. Let's go. Back to Griselda's side. She asked, you bastards, what is Lord Songju's plan? Lazarus angrily said, I told you not to move. Aneta trembled and said, Mister, our sister. I understand why everyone is resentful, but please don't use that to take revenge on unrelated people. Lord Songju and the maids. None of them are truly involved. He looked surprised. He glared at Griselda, asking, you even managed to deceive your own sister? Everyone was prepared for death, but that person, that power. Lazarus reminisced about the past. Back then, he was walking while carrying his fallen comrade. The people around him were saying, Morris said we've surrendered. In the end, we also knelt before the witch. It's all over. Hearing this, he stopped in his tracks. Seeing a cluster of arrows densely stuck in the ground, Lazarus asked this. Were all these arrows shot at the Witch of the Sun? Even so, you won't fall here, will you? Lazarus screamed. How could such an existence even be real? That power shouldn't be allowed to interfere in human wars. Returning to the present, Lazarus is said to Aneta, naive little girl. You didn't know, did you? It's not about paying a price. The master of this castle is the Witch of the Sun. Griselda became furious. She grabbed a stack of papers from the table and threw them right at his face, making them scatter everywhere. This obstructed his vision and broke his focus. Without hesitation, she swung her sword. Suddenly, a few drops of blood fell onto Aneta's face. The little girl was stunned. The sword had stabbed straight into Lazarus's face. Little Aneta had to witness her older sister killing someone right in front of her. As Griselda panted heavily, the sword piercing through his shin, he suddenly opened his eyes and stared straight into her face. He pushed Aneta away and lunged at her. Her sword fell to the floor. Lazarus's mouth was stained with blood. His bloodlust had flared up. He pinned her to the floor and threw a punch, but she quickly dodged it. She grabbed a nearby book and smashed it right in his face. She hurriedly reached for the sword she had dropped earlier, but he managed to grab her by the neck and pin her down again. He pressed down tightly on her throat. Drops of blood from his mouth kept dripping onto her face. He glared at her, panting heavily. Griselda struggled, reaching out for the sword. But by now, she was perhaps completely exhausted. As he continued to choke her, she slowly faded into unconsciousness. She was shaking her younger sister, asking Aneta, are you hurt? Aneta, I have to meet the Emperor. Can you calm down and lead me past the guards? Can you do that, Aneta? The little girl said nothing, only sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing this, she felt a deep ache for her sister. She embraced the little girl tightly and whispered gently, I knew this would happen someday. That is why I didn't want to bring you here. Aneta trembled, hugging her tightly. Meanwhile, over at Hildegard's side, she had just used her power, causing something to collapse with a loud crash. He Eyes grabbed her head in panic. Unrick looked over at the wall next to her, which had a massive hole blasted through it. She looked at it coldly. Hildegard's body was now severely poisoned. It began to show clearly, with a purple hue spreading across her face and all over her hands. She panicked, damn it. The poison had spread. Unrick said disdainfully, it's useless. Catching Hildegard off guard, she delivered a roundhouse kick to her face. She grabbed her by the neck and thrust her sword into her chest. Hildegard struggled, channeling her inner power to stop the blade. Back to Griselda. With her last bit of strength, she grabbed the nearby sword. She stabbed Lazarus in the side with a decisive strike. A voice echoed from outside the door. "Is everyone all right?" A loud bang erupted from Hildegard's side. Lazarus still tried to strangle Griselda. She forcefully pressed the blade deeper into his side. He screamed in agonizing pain, Arg. She pulled the sword out and, without hesitation, slashed it across his face. Exhausted, he grunted and collapsed. Griselda let out a heavy breath. She stood up, stumbling as she walked, clutching her throat from being choked. She thought of Hei's. Suddenly, there was a sound of sobbing. It was Annetta, sitting in terror because of the scene she had just witnessed. The little girl was trembling, covered in blood. She kept sobbing uncontrollably. Griselda hugged the little girl, calling out Annetta's name. After plunging the blade into the middle of Hildegard's chest, Unrick pulled it out. Her blood poured out like a stream. Hei's witnessed this and was absolutely terrified. She panicked, not knowing what to do. Turning around, she saw the candlelight. Unrick turned around in surprise. It was Hei's trying to use that candlestick to attack her. She quickly swatted it away and angrily said, "Don't bother me." Her sleeve was torn and she fell backward. The candlestick dropped to the ground, taking advantage of her opening. Hildegard quickly grabbed the candlestick. She gripped it, smashed it straight into her face, and channeled her power, thus shining a beam of light from that lamp into her face. Her sword-holding hand trembled, and she dropped the sword. Her face burned away, the fire spreading to her hair. Hildegard, exhausted and panting heavily, tremblingly dropped the candlestick. A groan came from the other side. It was Hei's lying incapacitated on the floor. Hildegard ran over to check on Hei's. She trembled and said, My arm feels strange." She screamed in pain. Hildegard tore off a piece of her own clothing. She wrapped the piece of cloth around the wound on Hei's arm, encouraging her, "You've been poisoned. Hang in there." She performed first aid to extract the poison from her arm. "Hei's, someone is coming." That person banged on the door, calling Kaya, "Miss Hei's." Elkin hurriedly ran up to Hildegard's room. He reached the door and was about to rush in, but Hildegard blocked the door from the inside. Stopping him, she yelled, "What are you doing up here?" "Theron, quickly take Elkin downstairs." Elkin still stood there, banging on the door and asking Kaya, "Is everyone all right?" She informed him, "Elkin, Hei's has been poisoned. Prepare the medical supplies to treat her and call Griselda to help me. And bring the master's night medicine as well." He asked, "What about the ceremony?" She hesitated for a moment, then said, "Just hurry up." He replied, "Yes, I'll be right back." Then he ran off to do as she said. Hildegard turned toward Unrick. She laughed sinisterly. Even though her face was charred black and she looked more battered than ever, now being scorched under the setting sun, she still used that unpleasant tone and said, "Go ahead, try struggling. You will absolutely never be forgiven." Hildegard then looked at her with a gaze that was half filled with anger and half with pity, watching her slowly wither and die. After the recent battle, Hildegard decided to take a bath. She took off her bloodstained maid outfit and slowly stepped into the bathtub. She gently wiped away every trace of blood on her neck. Her entire body was covered in purple poison marks. She used her power, and all the poison spots on her body began to glow. Then, they slowly healed, returning her skin to its flawless original state. She lay soaking and relaxing in the tub, letting out a deep sigh. Her heart continued to beat steadily, rhythm by rhythm. In Hei's room, after receiving first aid from Hildegard, she was brought back to her own bed to rest. Hildegard was sitting beside the bed, watching over her. When Griselda entered the room, Hildegard asked her, "Have you finished practicing?" She replied, "Yeah, it's decent enough. Theron and Pascal have already helped move the man's body. As for the mage's body, I feared someone might recognize the traces of magic, so I disposed of it myself. The only thing left to do now is repair the wall." Hildegard asked, "How is Annetta?" Griselda paused for a moment before replying. She seemed very panicked, so I let her stay at the castle. Tomorrow, I will send someone to escort her back. Hildegard said, "All right, it's truly fortunate that Elkin stayed at the castle. Even a slight delay, and we wouldn't have been able to react in time. But as for whether her arm will function like before, we'll have to wait and see." Hei's opened her eyes, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. She said weakly, Master, I am truly ashamed that at a time like this, I couldn't be of any help. Hildegard replied, risking your one and only life to rush in and save an immortal. Do you know how foolish that is? Don't ever do that again. He eyes smiled happily, looking at her, and replied, yes, I'm sorry. Griselda then said, tomorrow, the servants will return to the castle. I think it would be best to tell everyone that those people used the excuse of treating the master, but their real target was Equus, which is me. Hildegard tiredly held her head and replied, they were targeting me from the very beginning. Griselda responded, as expected, we shouldn't have let that chef go so easily. Why did you do that back then? You showed mercy to someone else, but it ended up bringing disaster upon yourself. I also underestimated this matter. There were clearly suspicious signs right from the start, but the thought that the master could be cured made me too hasty. Failing to prioritize the master's safety was a grave mistake on my part. If you wish to punish me, I will gladly accept it. Hildegard breathed a sigh of relief. She continued, but there are still many suspicious points. Griselda added, yes, according to Annetta's words. Let's just assume they extracted information about the castle from the chef. What about the king's appointment letter? Did they forge it that meticulously? What if that document is real? Does His Highness truly want to kill the master? Hildegard fell silent in thought. Did Momo set up this trap to eliminate me? He could have just summoned me to the royal capital, or he could have isolated me. There are countless methods that are both easy and absolute. There's no need to join forces with the northern enemies and hand me over to them. He is completely untrustworthy. But something is very strange here. Something. Hildegard spoke up. Thinking back, the mage was incredibly surprised when she saw me fighting back with magic. Not because of the magic's sheer power, but it seems she didn't anticipate that I could use magic at all. She said, how useless. Griselda looked puzzled. How useless? Did she say that to you? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Theron was standing outside, calling in, Duke Griselda, are you in there? She replied, is that Duke Theron? Have you finished cleaning up? He answered, yes, it's done. He hesitated before adding, I didn't come here about that. It's Elkin. He said he has something to confess about what happened today. Soon, all four of them, Hildegard, Griselda, Elkin, and Theron, gathered in the castle's main hall. Elkin was hesitating, his face looking extremely anxious. Theron was the same. He looked equally restless and on edge. Meanwhile, Griselda and Hildegard remained silent, waiting for them to speak. Griselda broke the silence. What is all this about? Explain yourself, pharmacist. Are all the things Duke Theron said true? Elkin replied, yes. Last night, the mage told me to pour some kind of powder into the medicine for the master of the castle. But Griselda and Hildegard were still silently waiting for him to speak. Griselda spoke up. What is all this about? Explain yourself, pharmacist. Elkin replied, last night, the mage told me that she had prayed to the Holy Spirit to add some powder into the master's medicine. It was a soft, shiny white powder, strictly necessary for the ceremony, and it had to be added in secret. Griselda angrily interrupted him. Are you saying that you were the one who poisoned the master? He panicked and replied, oh no, I didn't put it in the medicine. As a pharmacist, I knew that was wrong. It was indeed suspicious, but as far as I could tell, it wasn't poison. I even checked the mage's supplies myself, but I found nothing wrong. So, Griselda yelled, whether it was poison or not. If something like that happened, you should have told me. Elkin flinched in fear. Hildegard calmly asked him, where's that powder now? He replied, I was worried that I would keep overthinking it, so I threw it off the cliff. Now there's no way to check what it actually was. Griselda thought for a moment. She then asked him seriously, pharmacist, it is best you answer honestly right now. Are you on the same side as the mage? He defended himself. Absolutely not. It's nothing like that. She retorted, nothing like that. You were the first to know what the mage was up to, and that the ceremony had ulterior motives. Yet, you didn't say a word to us. Because of that, the master and everyone in the castle were put in danger, including my sister. Give me one reason not to suspect you. He stammered, unable to say anything. She demanded, why didn't you tell me? Answer me. He replied, well, he thought to himself. They said that if I helped them, I could go to the royal capital and meet the king or the Witch of the Sun. Hildegard seemed to have already figured it out. Her eyes clearly showed a trace of sadness. She thought, Elkin, you made a deal with the mage. Elkin continued to hesitate, eventually just saying, I'm sorry. The veins on Griselda's neck bulged. Her blood was boiling to the point of madness. Then Theron interjected, my lord, Elkin didn't know things would turn out like this. She shouted fiercely, I didn't ask for your opinion. Hearing that, Theron fell helplessly silent. Griselda's breathing grew increasingly heavy. She gritted her teeth and asked, "So, you are not going to answer? Fine." She moved her hand toward the sword sheathed at her waist. Seeing this, Elkin could already guess how he was going to be dealt with. He closed his eyes, bracing himself. Griselda stepped forward, but instead of drawing her sword to strike him, she drove her fist hard into his chest. Elkin opened his eyes, completely taken aback. She glared at him in frustration and said, "I trusted you." He looked at her with bewildered, uncomprehending eyes. She sharply turned on her heel and walked away. Elkin tried to stop her. "Lord Griselda," she immediately replied, "this conversation is over. The pharmacist is to leave the castle tomorrow." Theron and Hildegard watched anxiously. Elkin kept calling out to her, "Lord Griselda, Lord Griselda." She just kept walking, completely ignoring his pleas. Her words kept echoing, haunting his mind. "I trusted you." He stood there in profound sadness, unable to say another word. Theron looked at Elkin, also burdened by his own worries. He thought to himself, I was actually the first one to notice something suspicious, and I didn't say anything to them either. I had." While Griselda was walking away coldly, Hildegard ran after her, calling out, "Griselda, Griselda." Hildegard grabbed her arm and said, "You don't have to do this." Even Elkin was deceived into thinking it was necessary for the ceremony, just like we were. In the end, he didn't put it in, did he? And even if he had, I wouldn't have died from the poison. Griselda turned to look at her. She said if she didn't die, then everything after that would follow. She must have been truly lucky today. What would have happened if the pharmacist had been present in that room? What would have happened if he had listened more to the mage and continued to pretend he didn't know? But even if the master had tried to save him then, it would have been no use. The pharmacist isn't the only problem. If the king truly makes you his enemy, if the intruder wasn't the end of it, what do you want us to do? It's like walking a tightrope every single day. I don't want to take risks like that. Heindaga let out a breath and asked, "Then what about the medicine?" She replied, "I'll try again somehow." Heindaga explained, "The castle needs a pharmacist now more than ever. Do you really want to drive him away at a time like this?" I am a castle's witch. I won't allow that." Griselda turned and said, "My sister almost died. I don't understand this. Why would you want to keep him, whether intentional or not? He tried to harm his own master. No one else. As for you, if there's a problem, it isn't your job to resolve it. You were the one who said that yourself. Or perhaps you know something about the reason why he couldn't answer." But Hindaga's heart kept beating frantically. She thought of Elkin. Her heart beat faster and faster, harder and harder. She weakly replied, "But Griselda, Elkin is..." She could hold on no longer. She collapsed sideways. She fell hard to the ground. Griselda cried out in panic, "Heindaga, Heindaga." Early morning, the sun had just risen. Birds began to sing one after another. In a room of the palace, Annetta, after suffering the shock, had been brought back to her room to rest. The girl had just woken up and sat there in a daze. She went to fetch a basin of water to wash her face. She slowly used a cloth to wipe her face. As she wiped her face, she gazed at her reflection in the basin of water. Her bangs fell forward. She touched her bangs and wondered, bangs. She quietly looked at her reflection in the basin of water. Then, sadly, at Indaga's room, the sun had just risen. A ray of sunlight fell upon her face and startled her awake. She opened her eyes and looked up at the ceiling. She looked to the other side. Beside her bed, Griselda was sitting there dozing off. She called out, "Griselda." Griselda woke up. She asked, "Lady Hildegard, are you feeling any better?" Hildegard asked, "Is this my room? What happened?" Griselda rubbed her eyes in alarm. She recounted that yesterday you suddenly fainted. Your body stiffened, like the symptoms at night before taking the medicine. It was urgent, so I gave you more medicine, to stabilize you a little. She hesitated for a moment, then said, "Your condition is worsening. Either way, it seems you'll need stronger medicine." She stood up and said, "I will consider this when finding a new physician. We still have the medicine that Elkin prepared before, and we have the preparation method in hand. So please hold on for a few more days, and limit your outdoor activities." Hildegard still kept thinking of Elkin. Griselda urged, "Please rest, my lady. I will see Annetta and Elkin off and then come back." With that, she left. Hildegard called out, "Griselda." Then Hildegard said nothing more. Griselda said nothing either. She went out and closed the door. Hildegard lay there still. In Elkin's room, he was packing up his belongings, preparing to move out. He just sat there, sighing sadly. Suddenly someone asked him, "Is it true that you're leaving the castle?" It was Annetta, standing at the doorway, asking after him. He replied, "Yeah, I have to go. "Ah, is it all right if I leave with Annetta? I'm almost done. Please wait for me a moment." He continued packing. He asked the girl, "I heard what happened. Are you feeling better? You must have been terrified, right? I'm sorry for putting you through something like that. It's all my fault. I could have warned everyone in advance, but it's my fault. The master of the castle, he eyes, and you as well." Annetta, she crouched down and pleaded with him, "Don't think that way. Nothing happened to me. There's not a scratch on me anywhere. I fell so my knee is just a little scraped. Look," she teared up. "Of course I was scared out of my mind. If something had happened to my sister, I wouldn't have known what to do. I don't even want to imagine it. That uncle, there's something." She kept thinking of the name Lazarus, then hesitated. Elkin didn't understand what Annetta meant. She suddenly remembered, "Right? I didn't come to the castle just because of those people. I need to quickly tell my sister." In the palace hall, Griselda was alarmed after hearing the bad news. She asked what? Stopping the supply of medicinal ingredients. How? Elkin and Annetta had come to report the matter to Griselda. Elkin replied, according to what the shopkeeper said, since it became known that the place receiving the medicine is the royal capital of the kingdom, it seems the merchant guild in the north has harbored a grudge. That's why this happened. Annetta awkwardly said, "It'll be fine. Sister, try looking for another source of supply. There should be one." Griselda remained dazed. She suddenly swayed on her feet. Everyone panicked. Lady Griselda. "Sister," Griselda gestured to everyone. She said, "I'm fine. So many things have come at once. I'm just a little tired." "Yes, thank you for letting me know. But right now, the two of you don't need to worry about that anymore. From now on, we will handle it ourselves. Annetta as well. For the time being, do not come to Duke Theron's castle. You, please see them both off for me." He replied, "Ah, yes. Elkin, let's go." Griselda leaned against the wall, holding her head from exhaustion. Elkin said, "Yes, I'll be on my way." He began to walk. Theron followed behind to see Annetta and Elkin off. He continued walking. Suddenly Elkin stopped in his tracks and spoke up. He turned toward Griselda. She looked at him. Elkin said firmly, "I will go to the north." Griselda frowned and asked what. He said, "I'm a pharmacist from the north. If I speak directly about where the medicine is being used, clearly and persuasively to them, it may be possible to reopen trade." She replied, "Right now, you're relying on your origins to demand that I accept the medicinal supplies." He said firmly, "That is my patient, because I took a risk with my own mistake. I will take responsibility and then return." He looked at her anxiously and said earnestly, "Please trust me just one more time." He turned to Annetta and asked, "Annetta, where is the other party's merchant guild located?" The girl replied, "Well, it's the Karada Merchant Guild north of Teber. Are you really going there?" Griselda said, "You can't go there alone. If you do go, you'll need an escort." He turned to Theron and asked, "Well then, Theron." Theron turned to look at Griselda. He said, "If you entrust it to me, I'm willing to go with him." Griselda fell silent in thought. She considered whether she should go, whether this could be something the king would permit, in order to cure the lord's illness. Griselda answered gravely, "No, get ready to go, Elkin. You and I will go north together." Elkin was walking alongside Griselda. He said, "Teber, normally it would take about a month on foot. However, since this is a major trade hub, the road should be fine. If you're in a great hurry." She asked, "How long will the remaining medicinal ingredients last?" He replied, "About half a month, my lady." She said, "Half a month, that's cutting it very close." Elkin said, "I can prepare as best I can. There may be some medicinal ingredients available here, but as I mentioned before, this type of medicine is not suitable for long-term storage." She replied, "Understood. Keep that in mind." A group of ladies-in-waiting opened the door and entered, chattering. Griselda said, "It seems many people have returned. I'll go visit Lady Sungdu quickly. In 1 more hour. We must depart as soon as we're ready. 2 weeks. We must get there within 2 weeks." Back in Hildegard's room, she was still lying down resting to regain her strength. The sound of someone opening the door roused her from sleep. She sat up and asked, "What is it, Griselda?" She said, "There's been a problem with the medicine." She asked, "What?" Griselda answered while changing her clothes. "Either way, it seems I'll have to go there in person." She asked in puzzlement, "Go there in person, to the north? Are you going alone?" Griselda hesitated and said nothing. She knelt down before her master. She earnestly implored, "Lady Hildegard, I have prepared the medicine as much as I possibly can, but the situation is very dire. Preserving your health is the top priority. In the meantime, please be mindful of the intruder. In particular, watch Theron's movements. Although the conclusion may be a bit hasty, if the one behind this truly is the royal family, then there will surely be some kind of move." Hildegard listened to these words and had nothing more to say. Someone knocked on the door from outside. Lady Griselda. It was a maidservant. Griselda went to the door and said, "Sorry, I'm changing." The maid said, "Ah, Lady Griselda, the luggage and horses are ready." She said, "All right, I'll be right out. I'll brief he eyes on the details. See you later, Kaya." The maid glanced into the room, saw Hildegard. The maid said, "Kaya, so you're here. He eyes is injured, you know. Are you all right, Kaya?" She replied, "Ah, has Elkin already left?" The maid said, Well, right now she's probably waiting for Griselda, isn't she?" Hildegard didn't understand and said nothing. The maid said, "Hey, didn't you hear what I said? Well, I mean, is Elkin has gone north together with Lady Griselda." Hildegard heard this and gaped in astonishment. At the castle gate, Theron, Griselda, Elkin, and Annetta had finished their preparations and stood waiting beside their horses. While Annetta gazed quietly into the distance, Griselda brought something up. "Annetta, ride my horse. On the way, I'll take you home." The girl stammered, Griselda glanced toward Theron. She stepped forward and said, "Lord Theron, a word with me." Elkin was tying luggage onto another horse. He thought to himself, although it's practically bordering Tebber, this is the first time I'm returning to the north since leaving my homeland. 5 years. Someone from the north called out to him. Elkin. It was Hildegard. She had just hastily thrown on a purple cloak and come out to meet him. He said in surprise, "Kaya." She asked, "You're going to the north?" He replied, "Yes, for the master of the castle's medicinal ingredients." She cut him off and asked, "So will you be coming back? Around when? Can you return safely?" "Yes, of course. Even though it's been a while since I've walked, there won't be any problems. The road to Tebbers is also fine." Hindaga looked at him without saying a word. She hurriedly grabbed his wrist tightly. Elkin, startled, turned to Kaya and asked. She said, "Promise me." Hildegard looked at him and said seriously, "Promise me that you will return." He looked at her, not knowing what to say. His wrist was still held tightly by her. He looked to the other side and said, "The flowers planted in the garden. It's sunny here, so the flowers will bloom soon. The light purple ones are small and pretty flowers. Before the flowers bloom, I will return. I will find the medicinal ingredients and come back safely." Elkin looked at her gently, his eyes full of earnest affection. He gently removed her hand and said, "I promise." Everyone had finished preparing. Annetta had mounted her horse. Griselda stood below, holding the horse, and said, "Elkin, let's set off." Elkin looked over at the two of them and quietly let go of her hand. Griselda instructed the gatekeeper, "Buston, do not let anyone in until I return." He nodded in obedience. Griselda loudly commanded, "Close the city gates." The horses began to step forward and set off. The three of them set off together. Hindaga and Theron watched them go. Elkin, riding his horse at the back, exited the city gate. The howling wind blew as a word of farewell. Hindaga just stood there watching. The city gates gradually closed. Elkin's figure also gradually disappeared. He turned his head back to look at Hindaga, but the city gates were now closed. On the way to the north, Elkin, Annetta, and Griselda passed by the town where Mr. and Mrs. Linderman lived. Elkin said to the other two, "Then, while you take Annetta home, I will go to the grocery store first. We will gather at the north in an hour." Sitting on the horseback, Annetta was sad and said nothing. The weather was beautiful today. Griselda rode the horse, sitting behind Annetta, and went along the bustling alleys. Children were playing and running around together. Adults were also chatting happily. A family of 3 was also walking together to the market. Sitting behind, Griselda glanced down at Annetta's shoulder. Her collar had a little blood on it. She thought for a moment and then asked, not saying a word, "Huh? Are you tired?" Annetta was startled. The little girl said, "It's just that I don't want to make noise, aha." Griselda said seriously, "Listen, Annetta, I've been thinking. Even if we successfully got the medicinal ingredients, it would be better if we transported them to the castle. Not right now." The little girl wondered, "Does that mean we won't see each other again later?" She replied, "I shouldn't have involved you in this from the beginning. It's my fault for calling you to the castle, Annetta. The situation is getting worse without us knowing. Your normal life will return to you, sweetheart. I don't know if something like yesterday could happen again, but I hope you will live a more peaceful life." Because of that, Annetta bluntly replied, "I don't like it. I am Annetta Elba, the future heir of the Elba Merchant Guild." The little girl yelled fiercely, "A peaceful life? From merchants being taxed and embezzled, to robbers being judged and compensated. Do you know how much they are being oppressed? This doesn't even compare to the hardships You and Elkin are going to the north. I can't stop the things I'm in charge of just because of what happened yesterday. The little girl tightly gripped the horse's mane and confided anxiously when I saw the chef's corpse. But there was a reason you said that it wasn't a place to play. Why do you want to leave me behind like this? I'm not a thoughtless child who can't understand that. But that's why I want to be by your side. I don't even know where the war will be, but I can handle this much. Griselda was silent. She replied coldly, I know. Annetta threw a tantrum. I won't listen, I won't listen. No matter what you say, The little girl suddenly stopped. Annetta stammered, Griselda said, I know. I will respect your wishes. Unlike yesterday, if anything happens, you must definitely tell me. Annetta thought of Lazarus's death again. The little girl replied, yes. They arrived at Annetta's house. She slowly stepped down from the horse. Griselda instructed her younger sister, then, send my regards to our parents. And listen to them. For the time being, don't travel alone. I will send someone to tell you when I leave. Therefore, do not go to the castle. However, if there are strangers lurking around, run and find a gatekeeper. The little girl replied, I know, you nag too much. Annetta seriously saw her sister off. You two, be careful. Seeing her sister not leaving for a long time, the little girl asked, oh, are you still going to nag? Because I'll only listen for a bit. Griselda just kept standing there, looking at her younger sister. She told Annetta, compared to everything else. She patted the little girl's head and whispered, I'm so glad you're safe and sound, sweetheart. She looked at her younger sister sadly. Annetta looked at her sister. The gentle pat on the head from her sister made her think of the pat on the head that Lazarus had given his comrade. The two of them had been laughing and joking happily. How happy the scene had looked. She wondered what would happen if her sister failed. She remembered the scene when she was held captive by Lazarus. The look in his eyes towards her sister contained the utmost hatred. But for a moment, she had seen tears gently fall, unable to be held back. That scene made it impossible for her not to think about it. Looking at Griselda's back as she prepared to depart, she just stood there watching. Surely, in her heart, she still had many thoughts she hadn't dared to express to her respectable older sister. Annetta gently raised her hands. She held her head, thinking that she would rather. She remembered the time she burst into tears and hugged her sister tightly. In front of her was Lazarus, the person her sister had just killed, lying tragically on the floor. She thought again, not understanding even a little bit, thought that it wouldn't be this cruel. After finishing up the trivial matters, Elkin stood at the meeting place, waiting for Griselda to arrive. Calling Elkin, I arrive right on time. Huh? Are you mentally prepared? Let's go. And so, the two people riding on two horses began their journey to the north at maximum speed, excluding resting time. Exchanging exhausted horses at the station and riding straight to Tebers. The allotted time, 2 weeks. At the castle, Hildegard used a quill pen to write a letter. She sat writing diligently until she finished. She tied the letter to the pigeon's leg and released it. The bird spread its wings and flew away freely. The weather gradually took a turn for the worse. The rain kept pouring down heavily. Elkin and Griselda still rode their horses proudly, galloping in the rain to make in time. Elkin thought, the rain is too heavy. The low-lying roads must be flooded. Is it raining cats and dogs in the royal capital too? I hope nothing happens at the castle. Ignoring everything, he just kept going. The rain still poured down incessantly at the castle. Hildegard sat by the window, watching the rain fall. He said, my master, could you help me a little? Because my arm is still too difficult to move. Hindaga held a measuring tape with one hand to help Hei's take measurements. She asked, are you taking measurements? Hei's replied, yes. The outfit you usually wear is ruined, isn't it? Since I lent you my clothes, the length doesn't fit either. I plan to make you a new outfit and take the opportunity to exercise my arm a bit. What color do you like? Hindaga still looked out the window thoughtfully, saying nothing. Hei's understood and said, please don't worry too much. Hindaga asked what? She replied, it's Griselda, after all. No matter what method she uses, she will definitely bring the medicinal ingredients back. Hildegard said, medicinal ingredients? She recalled the scene where Elkin removed her hand and said, yeah, that's right. Hei's continued. You must be very bored staying in your room all the time, right? Today I will make the lemon cake that you like. She ran off, leaving Hildegard standing alone, thoughtfully watching the rain. At the royal capital Emmerich of the Fremonia Empire, the current king here was Momo. He was still in a meeting. The officials under the king took turns speaking. Next is the issue of diplomacy, as you know. The two kingdoms in the west are showing highly unusual signs. Dalakas and Prum. Both of those countries are requesting an alliance with us. Do you have any plans? That is not a matter of a day or two. I think not interfering is the best policy, Your Highness. The others also spoke up. The Overnu kingdom has sided with Prum. Isn't Mamarata an ally of Overnu? The Lakas must have already considered our country an enemy. We had better take precautions. The stability of the north is the top priority. Would Dalakas even pay attention to that tiny Overnu? Above all, there is no such thing as an ally who won't be betrayed. The north was like that too. Those northern bastards. Vandermeer has been defending the West very well lately. Dalakas also doesn't want to cause conflict with us. King Momo spoke up. Above all, as long as our country has the protection of Korea. The high officials simultaneously fell silent, looking at the king. He continued, then no matter what great power it is, they will have to bow down before us. Isn't that right, gentlemen? They respectfully replied one after another. Of course it is. How could it be otherwise, Your Highness? A calm official solemnly spoke up, the Knight of the Sun. Come to think of it, we haven't seen his shadow lately. The boorish official next to him said, he has been arrogant for a long time, being dubbed the national hero who saved the country, and then naturally bearing the status of a knight serving Your Highness. Aren't there rumors of his disrespect? The other said, calm down, Duke Phantom. Next are the priests protecting the temple. Come to think of it, Your Highness, the calm official whispered to the king, a carrier pigeon has flown in from the Knight of the Sun's place. It seems you haven't read it yet. The king asked, from Hindaga? The official replied, yes, sir. It's just a few normal greetings, but there's a sentence. Yes, I have also received the gift from you. The king wondered, gift? What does that mean? The official replied, I'm not sure either. Could it be that she sent it to another territory, but mistakenly sent it here? I will look into this matter. The meeting ended, and the king left. The officials were murmuring among themselves. Hasn't His Highness been visibly losing weight over the past few years? The war is over. Could there be something else bothering him so much? The calm official strolled leisurely, asking his guard as they walked. Still no letter from Theron today? He replied, yes. Sai, should we try contacting him? The official said, no, there's no need. In Theron's room, his desk was cluttered with paper, ink, and crumpled pieces of paper. It seemed he had been writing a letter, but was dissatisfied with it multiple times. So he crumpled the papers and threw them around. He stood up tiredly and sighed. He recalled when Griselda was preparing to depart for the north. She called him, Duke Theron, see me for a moment. He approached her and said, Duke Griselda, I am also aware of the serious situation. Although I might not seem reliable right now, I am trying my best, so you won't have to worry. She coldly said, I know why you came to this castle. Theron was stunned. He asked, excuse me? Griselda replied, do you remember what I told you when you first arrived? It doesn't matter who you served before or who gave you orders. But once you step foot into this castle, you must be loyal to the master of the castle. While I am not at the castle, no matter what you do, Duke, I cannot stop you. Causing a disturbance in the castle or digging for information from the servants. It's fine, but you must know one thing. The master of the castle is not our enemy. He thought deeply, the fact that I received orders from the commander to report every major and minor event that happens in the castle, not to miss anything, to uncover the identity of Hildegard Alios, the master of the castle. The fact that an intruder entered the castle is clearly something I should report. But since that day, I haven't been able to write a single letter. I don't know how it's connected, but the actions of the mage, from what I've seen, are not the intentions of the royal family. On the contrary, seeing no movement from the commander, it is highly likely that the royal family doesn't know the full situation here either. But if I send a letter, it would be no different from me snitching to the royal family, who knows nothing about this matter. If I just send a letter saying nothing happened, then it's like I'm deceiving the commander. Theron stood there, getting a headache from thinking. He agonized, what am I still hesitating for? My mission is to report these things. I cannot deceive the commander. He sighed tiredly, thinking if that is the truth. What if the royal family truly considers Hildegard Alios and the people in this castle as enemies? He thought sadly. He remembered the people in the castle, including Kaya, He-Eyes, Griselda, and the other servants as well. He thought if so, then Suddenly, there was a rustling sound outside, startling him. He wondered, who is it? It was Hildegard sitting outside. She was sitting alone on the grass. Theron walked over and called her, Kaya. What are you doing here? "Is it okay for you not to be with the castle master?" She replied, "I just felt a bit bored. Whenever it gets quiet, I become anxious." He asked, "Is it because of Griselda and Elkin?" She answered, "Don't mind me. Go to your work." He didn't say anything more. A while later, he tiptoed back to her. His slow footsteps on the grass annoyed her. She turned and snapped, "Hey, stop sneaking around like that. Are you spying on me? What are you trying to dig out of me this time?" Startled, he stammered, "W, what do you mean?" "That." He embarrassedly looked away and said, "It's not like that. I did that because I was worried about you, Kaya. You look like you don't have any energy right now." Hildegard said sadly, "I'm just looking for sprouts. Back then, I also planted many other types of plants in various places. I don't know if I can recognize the flower Elkin mentioned." He wondered to himself, Elkin mentioned, then answered, "Ah, it's the Oxalis triangularis, right? If it had leaves, I could easily recognize it. As far as I know, it has an angular shape like this." He took out his daily work notebook from his pocket. He flipped through the notebook to find it and said, "For now." He pulled out a page with a drawing of that plant and said, "It probably looks like this." Hildegard praised him. "Theron, you draw really beautifully." He replied shyly, "No, it's not like that. I just learned this when I was a kid. Do you think I look like a fool? To become a knight, these hands not only hold a sword, but can also sketch this and that." She said, "Really? With this talent, how about drawing something else?" He looked at her. He sat down and asked, "What do you want this to be?" She answered, a cat." After a while of diligent work, he finished drawing the cat nearby. Hildegard picked up the drawing to look at it and exclaimed, "Oh, it looks so real." Theron quietly looked at her. She thought, "I want to try drawing too." With a hint of shyness in his eyes, he softly told her, "Looking at Kaya from this angle, I suddenly remember my sister who passed away not long ago." He smiled shyly and awkwardly said, "It's not about the appearance. But what is this atmosphere?" She thought, "You have a lot of siblings, don't you?" She asked curiously, "What kind of person was she?" He answered, "She was a chivalrous person who loved martial arts. To be honest, she was a heroine." Then Theron recounted, "As you probably know, our family is a martial arts family. While my brothers train hard, I just hold up drawing random things, so I was often teased by everyone for being coward." Flashing back to the past, his older brothers teased, "Is Theron hiding alone again?" He fussed, "Don't press my head so hard." They teased again, "If you keep this up, you'll lose to our youngest sibling. Mila, let's go." Someone walked up and asked Theron, "What do you do in the garden every day? Did you draw this?" He looked up. It was Mila, his older sister. She said, "Theron, you're pretty good." He was overjoyed. Mila won't call me an idiot anymore. Returning to the present, Theron said melancholically, "I really miss her." Hildegard asked, "Did they die in the war?" He answered yes, in a battle on the plains 8 years ago. Hildegard was shocked and amazed. He recounted, "Along with my eldest brother, I was very shocked because both of them were so reliable. It was like the family relied on each other. I remember that even my sister's body wasn't intact, so holding a funeral was very difficult. The captain was in the vanguard leading, but they said the support was delayed. Everyone was strong. As long as the battle went well, we would have lived comfortably." Hildegard gritted her teeth and snapped the pen she was holding in her hand. Theron saw this and turned to her. Her face looked completely drained of life. He asked, "Kaya?" She held her head and replied, "Ah, so that's how it was." Theron was confused. He said, "Come to think of it, Kaya, you've never talked about yourself, have you? Not even once have I heard where you come from or what family you belong to." He blushed. She replied, "Elkin asked the same question. Are you guys curious about that?" He blushed and answered, "Oh, of course." Hildegard said, "Let's see. I don't know if it sounds strange, but I hardly remember my childhood memories. Therefore, there's nothing to tell." "Ah, don't sing. I think I used to learn to dance." He asked, "Dancing?" She pondered for a moment. She recounted, "When the sun set, everywhere in the world was dyed a fiery red. Everyone held hands together. I remember that I danced." But Theron wondered, "You come from another region, right? And then accidentally came to this castle? I don't mean to dig into your past, but I'm really just very curious." Hildegard sighed, slowly stood up, and asked, "What about you? A boy who liked to draw. Why did you suddenly want to become a knight? You wanted to build an attack like the Wester Fortress? You also have a navy in your territory, right? Why did you have to come here?" He looked at her blankly. Hildegard said, "Wait a moment, I'll go get something to drink." She walked away quietly while he was still thinking, his hand still holding the pen, drawing another picture. He drew and thought, why? You ask why? It was just a matter of course. Anyway, exactly since when? That day, the younger him was happy. First, Anton left into the void. My eldest brother and sister Mila then left together. Returning to that time, Theron had just finished a very skillful drawing of 3 flowers. It was as if his tears were dropping one by one onto that drawing. He thought, I am the 4th, a worthless younger brother. Theron just sat hugging his knees, looking at his drawing by the window. Someone came up and said, "So you're here?" He hurriedly wiped away his tears. That person called him Theron. The day he became the eldest son of the family. The image of 3 stone pillars, symbolizing the 3 lights of Wyron. Victor Wyron, with a resolute gaze, holding a sword and wearing a knight's cloak. Right below the capital, from Enum to the far south of the Doran Sea. He was the legitimate heir of the entire southern Mamarata. The eldest son of the Wyron family. Together with Anton and Mila, their character and brotherly bond made them an obviously strong force. For the lowly people, they were willing to step into the mud. He didn't discriminate based on status and treated everyone fairly. Dedicated knights, those who valued principles but were unrecognized. Victor carefully helped the people without minding the dirt. The protector of the South, the pride of the family. He knelt before his sword to take an oath, resembling the ideal image in the song of an ancient hero. If everyone loved him, if everyone hoped for the future, that hope, the future of the family. The day he returned, he was just a cold corpse. The 3 stone pillars were now only 2. Anton had sacrificed himself. His parents wailed in despair. Everyone broke down and spoke up. The stone pillars were now only 1. Theron's family silently looked in one direction. The direction where the carriage was bringing back the bodies of their beloved children. Snow fell from the dark sky. Theron worriedly looked at his mother. At this moment, she was speechless, falling into agonizing pain and despair. The 3 stone pillars had now shattered, like 3 lights extinguished. It was dark. The moon rose high, dimly illuminating the whole city. Theron walked and grumbled, ugh. With his eyes half closed, he rubbed his head with one hand and his stomach with the other, complaining, I can't sleep. He frowned, pouting with a depressed expression, thinking. His thoughts were too complicated, because during the day, he had to hear such words. He recalled his father's words. Theron, you know, right? His father held his hand. Your mother is very sick now. It is a severe illness of the heart that is hard to cure. Saying that, he placed his hand on his chest to express his feelings. A father is not only responsible for his family, but also for the Lord. I cannot stay by my family's side as much as I wish. He reached out and rubbed his face. Therefore, you must take good care of your mother and your younger siblings, just like your older siblings did. You understand? Am I right? You are now the eldest son in our family. Theron crossed his arms and leaned against the railing. His face flushed as he sighed and thought to himself, even though his father suddenly said that. He imagined himself, when he grew up, wearing a knight's cape, holding a sword very heroically with a handsome face, laughing ha-ha. He sighed, interrupting his rich imagination. Alas, even though eldest son sounds like a magic phrase, I cannot be as strong and smart as my brother. But suddenly, a sniffling sound caught his attention. He wondered who was crying again. Below, 2 maids were talking. One advised while the other covered her face, crying incessantly. Hey, stop crying. Someone will hear you. The other hesitated, but the madam is so pitiful. The funeral had passed for a few days, but whenever one person stopped, another would start sniffling. The sorrow was like an endless, contagious disease. Everyone truly loved those 3 people. Theron sadly buried his face in his hands. Perhaps the entire castle had sunk deep underwater. The next morning, sunlight shone on every tree canopy. I worry about Mother more than anything. He walked down the sunny corridor, holding a book. He was both sad and worried about his mother. He thought she didn't appear at dinner, nor did she meet the wet nurses. Theron's mother was drowning in anxiety. Lydia, his twin sister, was originally a tough child, but then he worried about the youngest sibling. The youngest, Leo, was still in their mother's arms. I'm grown up now, so there's no problem, but he sighed. But his eyes were drawn to something. He pouted. What is it? I can't forget, even for a moment, how sad Mother was. Theron looked out at the blooming flowers in the garden. He pressed himself against the wall, hiding behind the curtain, listening to the servants talking. Madam, the weather is so beautiful today, isn't it? I will bring your meal. Please wait a moment. When all the servants had left, he tiptoed out. His face was joyful, his heart pounding because he saw his mother. Mother, mother. She sat elegantly. She still sat blankly looking in one direction, ignoring his calls. Mother. He shyly kept his hands behind his back, as if hiding something. He thought to himself that it seemed like a long time since he had seen his mother. Theron softly continued, "I'm Mother." He suddenly brought the bouquet of flowers he had carefully picked right in front of her. Her eyes flickered slightly. He smiled brightly, holding the flowers up with both hands. His voice was filled with love. "This flower." He suddenly paused and changed the subject. "Just recently, all the flowers in the garden have fully bloomed." Although she was still absent-minded, he didn't give up. "I think you will really like them." Only then did she pay a little attention, her eyes moving. She fixed her gaze on the eye-catching reddish-pink flower. "Mother." Memories of her eldest son rushed back. The image of her eldest son smiling brightly, holding a flower in his hand, gently saying, "Mother, look at these. They are so colorful, aren't they? I suddenly thought of you, so I picked them." She clenched her teeth, letting out a groan. Ugh. She suddenly grabbed the bouquet. Theron was startled by her reaction. She clenched the bouquet tightly in her hand, trembling violently and letting out a piercing shriek. "Ah!" He stood there hiding his body, his face filled with both worry and fear. Her eyes teared up and widened. "Why is this happening?" Tears flowed down her face like streams of red. She stumbled from the chair, her whole body falling to the ground. He was so worried that his heart pounded, hurriedly shouting loudly. "Mother!" She screamed. "Oh my God, why is this happening?" Two streams of blood-red tears poured down. Hearing the scream, the servants rushed over Madam. They rushed over, ignoring the young boy who stood in shock at the scene. "Oh my God, Madam!" A maid immediately held her hands down and shouted loudly. She bit her tongue. "Quick, call the royal physician." The other turned to look at him. "Young master, come here." A questioning voice rang out. "Since when have you been here? Please don't agitate your mother." He was bewildered, feeling like he was about to collapse. "What?" Looking at the petals scattered on the ground, he explained, Before he could finish, he was pulled away by the servants. He was anxious, reaching his hand out towards his mother. "Mother, Mother, are you okay?" Her screams still dragged on. He was helplessly pushed outside, but still called out earnestly, "Mother." The maid looked annoyed. "Don't interfere. Please keep quiet." Her two hands slowly closed the door. Through the slowly closing gap, he saw how much his mother was suffering. Slam! The door closed completely, but the screams still echoed. He could only stand rooted to the spot. His father's instructions echoed in his mind again. "You know, Theron, from now on, you're the eldest son in the family. So being sounds, Sobi. Teardrops fell pattering onto the painting. He covered his face, rubbing his eyes, but the tears wouldn't stop falling. He asked himself what he should do. "I miss my older brothers and sister too. Every passing day, I want to cry. But father has to work hard, has to provide for the family and my younger siblings. From now on, I can't keep crying like this forever. I want to have more strength. Why is it that when I step up, things turn out like this? What should I do?" Suddenly, there was the sound of hurried footsteps. Tap, 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 tap. He was rubbing his eyes and was startled as if caught doing something bad. A voice called out, "So you're here?" He sat huddled, rubbing his eyes and sobbing. "Sobi." Hearing the call, Theron, he turned his face, his eyes sparkling with tears. He subconsciously called Lydia. The little girl panted, "Phew, are you secretly crying alone again? Stop crying. Come out here and see this." A spark lit up in his eyes when he heard, "Uncle has returned." The two children hurriedly ran down the corridor just to quickly meet him. Theron wondered, if it's Uncle, then is it Unbreak, the Royal Knight Commander? She replied, "Yeah, he came to see Father. Probably because of the war, there must be something important to discuss." Lydia was excitedly looking forward to it. "So the great knights have also arrived in full force." He was amazed. A palace amidst a sturdy fortress. The two children ran outside just to see the knights. The horses of a knight order passed by. Lydia raised her voice. "Uncle is over there." He stood frozen in awe for a moment. In front of Theron was a man with a white cape fluttering, with a tall and heroic figure. That person was the one he always admired. Unbreak, the supreme knight commander of the kingdom. Victor, Anton, Mila, all three fought alongside him. A servant's voice spoke up. Unbreak stroked his horse while paying attention. "You've arrived, sir?" "Sir, Nanny is helping Nivy out to meet you, Unbreak. Please forgive us for the late reception, as the madam is currently unwell." He was stunned. Nivea, her face was blank like someone who had lost her soul. He slowly approached. Even standing in front of Nivea, she still showed no emotion. Unbreak was gloomy. This was what he didn't want to see when returning to his homeland. "Why do you look so haggard?" Suddenly he became angry. Our kingdom will remember the blood we have shed. How can we soothe the heart of a mother who has lost her children? Unbreak affirmed in the presence of the children, as long as I am here, your enemies. I will definitely take revenge. Definitely. Unbreak's words were like a creeping fire, lighting up a ray of hope in her heart. She stared intently at Unbreak, entirely different from her soulless eyes just a moment ago. Theron saw that. Someone quickly ran over and shouted loudly, "Brother!" He turned his head to look. The younger brother, Theron's father, was worried. "No, the madam is unwell. Why did she come out here?" He hurriedly went to support his wife. "Once the reception is over, please go in and rest. Go inside and recuperate." He was silent for a moment, then looked at Nivea. "My sister-in-law's complexion doesn't look very good." Theron's father was awkward. "What business do you have to come here in person?" And then the two brothers left, talking to each other as they walked. "Unbreak, I want to borrow some of Venom's troops. The HS territory is under oppression. The situation is disadvantageous as the Northerners are attacking brutally. Now the Brooder Squad and the Sun Knights." The two children watched their backs as they walked away. They went far and could no longer be heard. Theron's face suddenly darkened, his voice serious. "Lydia, I know what I should do now." She looked at her brother Theron. He had made a decision for his own future. "I will follow Uncle to Emmerich to become a knight. Then, the ones who made Mother like that. I will personally deal with the Northerners with my own two hands." The sun had reached its peak. A temporary peace before the trial. Someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock. The guard commander reported, "Your nephew has arrived, sir." He turned his head to look. "HM?" She said the royal family sent someone to accompany him. He was surprised. Theron. The boy was timid. Then Unbreak went in, and Theron nervously walked in. He held a wine bottle, pouring it into a cup while saying to Theron, "It's been a long time, hasn't it? How many times did we meet when you were little?" He put the wine bottle down. "You're still small now." The boy was silent, his body stiff as a board, not even daring to look Unbreak straight in the face. He smiled, raising the wine cup. "All right, have you never felt uncomfortable?" Theron shouted loudly. "No, I haven't." He suddenly became aggressive. "Even though I haven't learned swordsmanship much, and I haven't been trained, I believe in my abilities. I have also shot a bow." And he interrupted his nephew. "Stop talking nonsense. Spit out clearly." The boy sweated and felt embarrassed. He calmly said, "Then you will have to receive basic training at the monastery. There is nothing to be ashamed of. At your age, that is a matter of course." Uncle Unbreak wondered, "What did your father and mother say?" He awkwardly replied, My father stopped me. He said I wasn't capable enough. That's why he said he would entrust it to your judgment." He looked away as if avoiding it. "My mother doesn't know that I will leave." Suddenly, he grabbed Theron's fingers. "Even so, He interrupted and said, "The boy has never had a single callus on his hands." He was startled, and he frowned. "Are you volunteering to take your brother's place in this war?" Theron nervously stammered. Unbreak let go of his hand. He raised his hand, thinking he was about to get hit. The boy squinted and flinched. But Unbreak just gently patted his shoulder. "You've been through a lot." Theron was surprised. He silently listened to Unbreak. "From now on, the path you take will be even harder. If it's not what you truly want, you'll end up turning back soon," he advised. "Starting tomorrow, you must treat me as your commander. I can only be your uncle until today. So for now, feel free to act like a child." Theron was surprised. Unbreak patted him gently once more, as if soothing Theron's heart. His tears just flowed. No one had ever told him that he could act like a child and be as carefree as any other normal kid. Theron burst into tears. All this time, he had spent every day just thinking of ways to make his mother happy, never once thinking about himself. Unbreak smiled. The next morning at Emmerich Monastery, a resounding shout rang out. All four headmasters stood imposingly on the podium and shouted, "Take the oath." The students, lined up neatly below, listened. "First, we are all one in the name of the sun god. For the prosperity of the empire and the stability of the continent, we shall maintain a steadfast mind and be determined to fulfill our entrusted responsibilities." A moment later, the bells rang out, and the oath ceremony concluded. Theron was walking with his belongings when he heard a voice calling from afar. "Young Master Theron." It made him look around to find the source of the voice. From a distance, Conan waved and called out loudly, "Over here." He walked up to Theron, offering a genuine, bright smile as he introduced himself. "I'm Conan, and my aspiration is to become a priest. I've been assigned to assist you, young master, until we are sorted into classes. I look forward to working with you." Conan stepped ahead of Theron and said, "Come on. Your quarters have been arranged in the West Wing." Hearing Conan, Theron looked toward the living quarters. The place he was attending was the Emmerich Monastery, established by the king. It was an institution created to nurture future knights and priests. Enrolling here was one of the paths to an official appointment. At a glance, one might easily assume it was an elite military training program exclusively for the children of nobles. However, under the current royal policy for recruiting talent, admission was open regardless of social status. As long as one had a letter of recommendation, even commoners could enroll. Though it still requires quite a bit of money, Theron thought. Ever since the emergence of that hero, the number of annual applicants had increased. Here, they would learn about faith and rituals, horseback riding, swordsmanship, and other basic subjects. The new students were assigned to the sanctuary. Knight cadets had to be at least 15 years old to officially enlist. Even though they were only apprentice knights, they were still soldiers belonging to the Honorable Knight Order. They would be allowed to march in a battle alongside the commander as squires. Theron reflected on his own situation. Someone who started training late like me. Even though I won't be able to don the golden armor as quickly as my older siblings did. He clenched his fists in determination. But as long as I can deploy in a battle, I will punish those northerners with my own hands. He and Conan then made their way to their quarters. Watching the other new recruits bustling and chattering excitedly brought a sense of joy to him. Suddenly, a scoff echoed nearby. Dion stood at the railing, looking down mockingly. So these are the proud new recruits of the Emmerich Monastery. The guy standing next to him, Henry, chimed in. I know, right? They reek of unweaned brats. Just look at those stupid, excited expressions. Once they're in here, they'll be worked to the bone. I wonder how many of them will actually make it to the end. Suddenly, Dion exclaimed, Ah, that's right. I heard the eldest son of the Wyron family is here this time. Hearing himself mentioned, Theron froze. He looked toward where the voices were coming from. The guy on Dion's left asked, Wait, isn't the eldest son Victor? Hearing the question, Dion replied, His older siblings are all dead. So now the fourth kid becomes the eldest. The guy on the right scoffed, Wyron again. I'm so sick of hearing that name. Dion continued to mock the Wyron family. Back in the day, when the Friday family produced a king, the Wyrons made it their job to kiss the king's ass. Later, when other families produced kings, they survived by doing the exact same thing. Even now, that's both their main talent and their livelihood. Their nickname is the Royal Ass-Kissing Dogs. Haha. How filthy. Hearing those words, Theron's face darkened, but he remained silent. Conan, standing beside him, panicked and tried to comfort him. How can they speak so rudely? Young master, please don't listen to them. But Dion kept going. So this time, they're just offering up another sacrifice to survive, right? At this, Theron clenched his jaw in anger. The mockery continued. They supposedly raised 3 pillars for the nation. But look at them, one by one, they've all dropped dead. I bet you anything the next one to drop dead is this new kid. Hearing that, Theron's expression grew even darker. Beside him, Conan was sweating in fear. Dion laughed loudly again. They've already sacrificed 3. Making it 4 wouldn't make a difference. At this point, Theron gritted his teeth, boiling with rage. He threw his belongings onto the ground. He charged straight toward Dion. Conan could only stare and cry out, Young master. Hearing the sound of rushing footsteps, Dion turned around in confusion. But before he could even register what was happening, Theron punched him squarely in the face. The blow sent Dion crashing to the ground. The guy next to him immediately held his hands up to block Theron and yelled threateningly, Who the hell are you? Are you crazy? Do you have any idea who this is? Theron roared back, Let go of me. Theron was held back by 2 guys, but his face remained fierce as he thrashed around. I'll kill you. Dion sat on the ground, clutching his face and staring at him. You little bastard. Theron was being dragged away. Seeing Theron restrained, Dion scrambled to his feet and lunged forward to punch him back. Just then, an older priestess carrying a potted plant and a young girl who had newly joined the monastery walked by. The girl smiled and asked the priestess, Is that the plant you mentioned earlier? It's growing so fast. The priestess kindly replied, I just added some extra fertilizer. It should grow even faster now. Seeing Dion and Theron brawling, the priestess and the little girl widened their eyes in shock. Suddenly, Theron reached out and grabbed a handful of dirt from the priestess's potted plant, causing her to panic. No. Theron then immediately smeared the handful of dirt right into Dion's face, making him gag eck. Theron then grabbed Dion by the collar and pinned him to the ground. Dion screamed, desperately trying to spit the dirt out of his mouth. You crazy bastard. In response, Theron delivered another vicious punch to his face. Nearby, Commander Unbreak was touring the monastery. A monastery official was respectfully guiding him. Oh my, to have a commander visit in person is truly a great honor. As you may know, inspired by the valor of the Knight Order, more and more children are aspiring to join us. Being able to provide such an excellent education is all thanks to the contributions of the Wyron family. Therefore, regarding the support we discussed earlier, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a student running past. The girl was excitedly shouting, "Hey, I heard a new student is fighting with an upperclassman over there." This piqued Unbreak's interest. The guide blurted out, "That girl," while cursing inwardly. What is she blabbering about in front of our distinguished guest? Unbreak immediately followed the girl's direction. A sparring match? I'd love to go take a look. Hearing Unbreak say this, the old man Lien broke into a sweat. It's probably just the kids fooling around. There's no need for you to see that, sir. But Unbreak ignored him and walked straight toward the gathering crowd. The area was in a frenzy, with murmurs buzzing all around. "He's small but fierce, huh? What are they even fighting about?" Upon arriving, Unbreak frowned as he looked at the mob of students. Right at that moment, Theron was straddling Dion, winding up to deliver another punch. The people around them were frantically trying to intervene. "Come on, break it up. That's enough. Young master, please stop." Meanwhile, Dion was desperately trying to shield his face with his hands. Theron raised his fist high and threatened. "Say it." His expression was utterly feral as he challenged him. "Say it again. What did you just say about the Wyron family, huh?" Suddenly, a deep voice rang out, causing his fist to halt in midair. What's going on here? A large shadow loomed over him, prompting him to look up. He saw Unbreak standing there with a stern expression. For a moment, Theron was completely speechless. When he finally snapped out of it, he blurted out to the man in front of him, "Hold on, just let me get one more punch in." But then, he watched as the man leaned down and asked, "Are you all right, Dion?" Theron stared at the man in sheer bewilderment. He looked at the man, whose brows were tightly furrowed. Then he looked down at the boy he was pinning to the ground. He gritted his teeth as a realization hit him. Dion Friday. Horrified, he quickly pulled his hand back. The king's nephew. Eventually, Theron was brought into a private room with Unbreak. Conan stood timidly outside the door. Suddenly, a booming shout erupted from inside the room, making Conan jump in fright. "You certainly made a spectacular debut. Is that the kind of impression you're going to leave people with when you step off the battlefield?" The sheer volume of the scolding terrified Conan so much that tears streamed down his face outside. Inside the room, Unbreak continued his reprimand. "You beat up the king's nephew. Consider yourself incredibly lucky that they're just writing this off as a squabble between kids." Unbreak spoke sternly. "Letting yourself get worked up over gossip will only be your own loss. Why would you lower yourself by letting such petty words sway you?" "Uncle," Theron began. Outside, Conan was pacing with extreme worry. "Could you have just forgiven such insulting words?" Theron asked. "That's because you don't know what they said, Uncle." Hearing him use that title, Unbreak shot him a sharp glare. Theron flinched and trembled. "See, Commander, are you still angry?" Seeing his reaction, Unbreak scoffed. "I'm not angry. If it were the old me, I would have taken your head. I can already guess the general gist of what was said. That's why I think it's best to let the Friday family write it off as a mere scuffle between kids. However, that doesn't mean I approve of your reaction. Do not expose your weaknesses by failing to control a momentary fit of rage." Theron questioned him. "Are you saying I should have just stayed quiet?" Unbreak quickly replied, "Oh, not necessarily. If you don't snap back at least once, there will obviously be people who forget their place." He smiled as he finished. "However, I was simply looking for a more appropriate time to do it." Hearing this, Theron puffed out his cheeks and sulked. Seeing him act like that, Unbreak couldn't help but sigh. "Still, I didn't expect your punch to pack quite that much power. It seems you truly want to become a proper Wyron." Hearing those words, Theron remained silent. Unbreak continued, but since he was so eager to fight. At that, Theron's attention was caught, and he glanced up at him. Finally, Unbreak took out a sword and said, "Then don't use your fists anymore. Use this." Then he threw the heavy sword to him, making him look bewildered. Unbreak instructed, "This gift is a bit early for you right now, but with that passion, I think you'll be able to use it soon." Unbreak smiled kindly at him like in the old days. This was the way to talk to a knight about martial arts. He looked at him with admiration welling up in his eyes. Seeing this, he teasingly said, "But that doesn't mean you can kill someone with a sword. I don't know if I'll be the next one to lose my head." He panicked and explained of course I will never do that again. Unbreak burst out laughing and called out, "Haha, Conan, are you still listening? Go get some ointment and bring it here." Hearing the call, Conan panted and replied yes. As for Theron, he still hugged the sword, smiling radiantly, his eyes sparkling. The next day, he attended his first class. He told himself, "If this is the enemy, I must know the enemy better than myself." Looking up at the podium, he thought to himself, "Northerners." Then he flipped through the pages in his mind, pondering, "They have horns and sharp teeth. But I know that's just a made-up story to scare children." He scribbled on the paper while imagining, with dark blue hair, a sturdy skeleton, and fierce eyes like a wild beast. Since this is a drawing, I can draw it sharply. They say that in winter, when food is scarce, they will eat the children in the north first. They are so barbaric and ignorant of humanity. Oh, Maggie's cousin was taken prisoner, but they said his body was never returned. I'm sure her cousin was eaten too. Thinking this, he continued drawing on the paper. They live in a cold place, so they must have a lot of hair. Their bodies must be bulky too. And finally, he stopped and looked at his artwork. A picture of a demon appeared, and he stuck the picture onto a straw dummy. He calmly attached the paper to the dummy. Then, he heavily lifted the gifted sword. Theron exerted all his strength to swing the sword high. Hiya! Then he slashed powerfully at his target. Intermittent thwacking sounds echoed out. Returning to his studies, he and the others were required to jog to build up their physical strength. The instructor yelled, "Don't slow down. You've only done 4 laps so far." But Theron was already exhausted, his face flushed red as he inwardly complained, "I'm this tired. How can I defeat the Northerners?" Conan, staggering from exhaustion, cried out, "Any more, and it will be too much for me." He still tried to run, panting heavily. Back at his training ground, he thought, in a head-to-head match, what is fundamentally more important than flashy techniques is how to handle footwork. Unlike stationary wooden dummies, the enemy is always moving. For such late training, recalling the appearances of my brothers that I've observed is quite useful. Victor's swordsmanship is as rustic as a rock, but with loyalty and standards, even when facing a storm, he holds his ground and always attacks powerfully. He also has a personality just like his single-minded older brother. Anton's sword looks like a dance of water. From head to toe, every movement is seamless and smooth. He recalled what he observed and learned from it. Once the flow is missed, no one can stop his masterful steps that have reached their peak. And back to the training session. After running, he practiced swinging his sword again. He held the wooden sword and shouted loudly, "Hiya!" Behind him, a passing man noticed him. He made a comment that caught his attention, making him turn to look. "Good posture for a newcomer, kid." The man leaned against the wall, his arms crossed over his chest. As expected of a Wyran. Wyrans always join with outstanding abilities. Especially Mila, who often likes to fight her superiors, those stronger than her. Hearing the name surprised him. The image of his older sister appeared in his mind. The day of the regular tournament had arrived. The announcer's voice rang out, "Black uniform, white uniform, step forward." At the same time, Dion yawned as he stepped in front of Theron. Seeing him, Dion stopped, his eyes widened for a moment, and then he sighed. "Sigh, what's this? You again?" "TSK. I've been facing you for quite a long time now, haven't I?" Theron spoke up. "I was disrespectful in our previous encounter." Hearing that, Dion immediately hoisted his wooden sword onto his shoulder, smirking. There's no such stiff apology. In his mind, he thought, I have to completely crush him today. Theron's face darkened seriously as he let out a breath. Then he slowly gripped his sword. Perhaps he had understood Mila's swordsmanship. Recalling his image as a child, Theron knew the contrast between his small stature and his arrogant personality. Even if he took a step back, he never thought of giving up. The moment Theron thought he needed to take a step back, he created momentary gaps and then aimed at vital points, thereby taking a deep bite into his prey. Looking at Theron's posture right now, he was no different from a lion hunting its prey. Suddenly, a sharp smack rang out. The sword struck right in the middle of Theron's face. He took the hit in bewildered shock. The wooden sword was gently lifted, accompanied by a mocking voice. "Oh, saw thee. Dion gave a disdainful smile, his voice full of smugness. I tried to stop before hitting you, but I made a mistake. A stern voice immediately interjected. Hey, hitting the head is strictly prohibited. Hearing that, he just repeated the word sorry. Meanwhile, Theron was enduring the pain from his bleeding wound. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Even if it's a wooden sword for practice, it's a solid weapon. Imagine being hit with all your opponent's strength by a stick the size of your forearm. Just thinking about this, his eyes welled up with tears. His inner self was screaming, "It hurts terribly, my bones feel like they're screaming. Oh, I think I'm about to cry." At the same time, a man ran over and carefully wiped the blood on Theron's nose. His naive inner self seemed to only now realize that it was different from practicing alone. If I didn't have protective gear, how much would it hurt? It was too close, wasn't it? Theron thought it was not too late to attack and retreat. Of course, it can't be perfect, but that sound of admiration, even if it's just an imitation, I still want to try. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, harboring anxiety. It will definitely still be difficult. The man, after treating his wound, looked at him with worried eyes and tentatively asked, "Hey, white uniform, do you want to end it?" But Theron didn't answer the question. However, the hand gripping the wooden sword grew tighter and tighter. He looked up straight at his opponent and resolutely replied, "No, I want to try one more time." The high blue sky, the leaves swaying in the wind. At this time, Conan was grinning widely, saying I lost. He became unsteady, his mind seemingly in the clouds. I couldn't beat those knights. This is my first time participating in a regular match, so it couldn't be helped. He must be finished by now, right? Suddenly, a voice caught Conan's attention. Wow, he's trying again. His eyes quickly stopped at the two people in front. The blue-haired young man, gripping the barrier, said, "Which match was that just now? The third? The fourth?" The red-haired girl next to him just cheered, "Come on, buddy." Their conversation stimulated Conan's curiosity, making him step closer to look. Right in front of him, at this moment, was the sword fight between Theron and Dion. He gritted his teeth, launching fatal attacks at his opponent. A powerful blow struck right on Theron's arm. Clattering sounds began to echo in the air after the collision of the wooden sword and the ground. Theron couldn't bear it, tightly gripping his own arm, trembling in pain. Dion on this side gently called out, "Hey." He pointed his sword at him, tossing out provocative words. "Even if you pretend to be strong, there's a limit. We should end this before some part of your body gets injured, right?" Theron's whole body was trembling from pain by now. Yet he still managed to pick up the wooden sword and reassured himself, "I'm fine." Theron pretended to care about Dion. "Are you tired yet?" Faced with this question, he became infuriated. He raised his sword towards his opponent again and pleaded, "Please instruct me one more time." Dion wiped the beads of sweat off his face, looking at Theron in bewilderment. "What the? Is there something wrong with this kid? He still wants a fight?" Theron gripped his sword, his heart filled with endless confusion. "It's strange. I can't concentrate because I'm only thinking about doing things like Mila. My reactions seem delayed. How should I move now?" He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to force himself. "This won't do. Focus, focus." Theron slowly opened his eyes, looking up at the vast sky ahead. Yet a face faintly appeared in front of him. Theron was stunned for a moment by this very drawing. But he also had to ask himself, why now? Even though I don't know why that face appeared in my mind, when I think about it, for some reason the whole world becomes quiet, while there's only the sound of my heartbeat beating gently. But Theron could feel it clearly. My bustling mind became cold as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Suddenly, it felt as if my ankles were blocked. I heard my arm raised to a certain extent, and I lifted my foot somewhere. Even a passing breeze on my skin became so vivid that it gave me goosebumps. Right after that, a Theron with blazing determination was preparing to fight. Dion on this side was not to be underestimated either. He gritted his teeth, glared, and rushed quickly toward him. A loud clack rang out from the collision of the two swords. So Theron quickly regained his spirit to fight the second time. He could gradually understand Dion's psychology. When the opponent lost patience, his movements would become more rushed. If he took one wrong step, he would lose a step. Thinking so, Theron always kept himself in a defensive stance, because he seemed to have guessed it. As soon as he swung in a large radius and couldn't return in time, there would be an opening on the left side. Relying on this opening, Theron made a decision, rushing forward without hesitation. He knew this was the expected stopping point of the opponent, so he jumped up. From there, he quickly lowered his small body. Theron had calculated it. His eyes followed, "I will slow down one step." After realizing I've stepped deep into the range where you can pull your hand back, I will dash inside, close to your chest, gripping it firmly. His hand quickly held the sword tightly, then pointed it upward. Without any hesitation, he thrust it straight toward Dion's chin. But Theron's eyes now no longer had the innocent bewilderment from earlier. It was quickly replaced by a fierce, intensely murderous glare. Facing this fatal blow, Dion also had to feel terrified. He couldn't keep his calm and staggered. Finally, he fell down under the eyes of so many people. At this very moment, Dion himself seemed to not believe what was happening right before his eyes. Conan on this side, witnessing it from beginning to end, couldn't help but be dumbfounded. But Theron still maintained the same fighting stance as before, as if not believing what he had done. The hand gripping his sword became trembling and out of control. The situation that just happened made Theron temporarily stunned, not knowing what to say. Theron was hung upside down on a pillar by Dion. He struggled. "What kind of dangerous trick are you playing? Let me down," Theron shouted. He approached him. "Long time no see, huh? Beautiful view, isn't it?" He approached with a calm face. He shouted Dion's name. "Actually, tomorrow is my appointment ceremony. Now that I won't get to see you, I don't know what to do." He slammed hard into the pillar, making it shake violently. He trembled in fear, sweating in drops. "So I intended to take you to see a beautiful view for the last time. You are suffering because you want to avenge your dead brothers, right? There is one thing that worries me, because I will join the war and wipe out all the Northerners. If there's no one left for you to show off your excellent skills, what then?" He turned to smile at his guard and said, "Even so, if our kingdom wins, it's still good, right? He has burned his whole body, so you don't need to suffer. Now, just say thanks and pray, because I have counted for you." He chuckled, making his whole body sway along. He said, "Then you can watch and let me down. All right, kid, before you're covered in dirt, pray quickly." He panted heavily, sweat pouring down profusely. It poured so much that it flowed into his eyes, making him squeeze his eyes shut. "Right?" He smirked. "You really should be worried. I'm worried about how long you'll be able to endure with that strength on the battlefield. Because you're a Friday, there are many people hunting you. In the eyes of the Northerners, your head is like a nugget of gold. The one who catches you will eat your bones and marrow clean. Your skull, hip bones, and shin bones will only be made into dog toys. However, just give it exactly 1 year. You will see me appear in golden armor when your head rolls on the ground, looking up at me with eyes begging for help. That's right, it will just look upside down like this." He put one hand in his pocket and winked one eye. "You lunatic, your mood is terrible." After he finished speaking, he led his people away, leaving him hanging dangling there. The rope lightly sawed against his leg, making him want to laugh, being lazy and then laughing. A moment later, he was startled by the call, "Young master." "Conan? Conan, is that you?" Conan ran as fast as the wind with an anxious face. "Young master, are you okay? I will let you down right away." He ran over and grabbed the rope tightly. "It was already late at night, and I didn't see you return, so I went looking. Who would do such a thing? It's obvious, those bad guys. This is too heavy." Theron stood up, his limbs trembling violently. He walked with staggering steps. Seeing that, Conan worriedly supported him and called out, "Young master." He looked at his legs. If the guys from the same class see this, they'll definitely start gossiping and blabbering about it. He tried to hold onto the wall. "You can rest a bit until your legs hurt less. I'm fine, Conan." Sweat was still pouring profusely. "Right now, I don't care about things like this." A thudding sound, thud, thud, began to ring out. A sandbag, symbolizing someone, had its head severed from its body. Another thudding sound. Then finally, large pieces and small pieces shattered and rolled away. As he trained, sweat poured profusely from his hands onto the sword. Sweat formed a long stream on his face. He stood still for a moment to recover his strength. The season of blooming flowers. He started attaching accessories to his outfit, putting on his gloves, leaving his sword behind. He then stepped out the door. Although Mother was very friendly and gentle with everyone, that was just an attitude. But somewhere inside her still existed a coldness and decisiveness, and she was someone difficult to face directly. Perhaps that sense of distance had made me forget how to act spoiled when I was young. One day, I skipped swordsmanship class as usual. Mother knew I skipped class, so she personally went looking for me. He was sitting and drawing when he suddenly heard someone call his name, Theron. He looked up bewildered. I met Mother at the corner of the garden. She had her usual gentle face, but her eyes clearly showed dissatisfaction. My mother quietly sat in front of me and gently asked, "Were you drawing?" Mother only asked one question, He was awkward and scared. The yellow flower plant. Over there, a hummingbird flies in and drinks nectar. I love it. I like drawing flowers, so I like to draw many pictures in the garden. His hands gripped his knees, trembling. But it's not like I skip class every day. Today, for some reason, I wanted to take a break. If I get beaten, it will hurt a lot. The swordsmanship teacher is also not very pleasant, so I don't like it. And babbling on. I will definitely study hard from tomorrow. I will never do it again. I was so scared that I confessed things Mother hadn't even asked. But Mother still always sat there quietly and listened. Mother pinched my cheek. Her face was truly gentle. Mother smiled like that. It's a pity. That was the last smile of Mother's that I saw. If I could go back and meet Mother this time, what expression should I show? The second son, out of dissatisfaction, just ran away on his own like that. How could he? When did he grow up like that? How has he tried on his own all this time? Looking at me again, Mother smiled as if that smile would never fade. It was mealtime. Nanny saw something, but she didn't speak up. Oh my God, madam. Madam, over there. Look who's coming. That's Theron. He looks so majestic. His mother happily shouted out loud like a child. Mother! His mother sat looking bewildered. He ran very fast toward his mother, kneeling before his respectable mother. He then gently asked her, "How have you been lately?" Right after the ceremony ended, I ran here. I just wanted to let you know, when the commander returns, I will go to the next deployment ceremony. He held her hand tightly and called Mother. Now I could do it too. For my country and my family, for my brothers, I will be given more strength. I will do what you want me to do. Theron with his face looking down and a soft voice. So his eyes were like a child's. Therefore, there's more. You don't need to be sad anymore. She looked at him bewilderedly. He looked up but didn't see his mother respond. He called Mother. A moment later, his mother said, Yeah, that shirt." He placed his hand on his chest proudly. "I was shy to show it off to you. The uniform is still a bit awkward, right?" She replied, No. It's just that looking at you like this." He looked at his mother bewilderedly. Listening to her speak, "I wonder when you grew this big. I still think I just gave birth to you." Nanny, standing nearby, was also restless. Because it was a difficult birth, I was very worried. Fortunately, you could be born and come to this world. Strength seemed to transfer to those tiny legs and arms, and then you cried very loudly. Even as you grew up, you were never sick once, becoming healthier and more majestic day by day. This mother has never worried about anything. However, I wonder where you might get hurt. Perhaps you are enduring it alone? No matter how big you grow, I always think you are still just a child. So those were always the thoughts, worries, and hearts of parents. His eyes looked like he wanted to cry. "I've faced many hardships. Because of your younger siblings, I haven't paid attention to you. I'm sorry." She lovingly pinched his ear. "But in a flash, you've grown up on your own like this. I'm truly proud of you." She gently placed her hand on his cheek. A radiant aura emanated, proud of Victor. But that was a mistake. Right then, in front of her was Theron. She gave a proud smile. Hearing that, he sneakily glanced over at Nanny. Saying nothing, suddenly Nanny's chest tightened, suppressing her emotions. Mother, if you look at me one more time, you will smile, right?" The warm sunlight shone through the window of the room. Theron helplessly covered his face. He asked Nanny, "What about Mother?" The woman answered haltingly. Nanny's words became more and more awkward as she spoke. "The eldest young master is back. I'm cooking herring in the kitchen." I didn't like that. But the woman gritted her teeth and endured the humiliation to answer him. She said to the exhausted young man, leaning against the table, "Young master, Madam is currently very weak. She is temporarily confused by the side effects of the medicine, even if just a little. Where can we go to lift her spirits?" Nanny tried to calm Theron down, as well as reassure herself. "Don't worry too much. No, it's not like that. What I wished for, what I wanted to do, it was for the war to end soon." He was still holding his face. Nanny said to him, "The Sun Knights are winning. As long as you are safe and sound, young master, isn't that lucky enough? Madam will also gradually recover. Everything will be fine." Theron trembled, clenching his trembling hands. "Fine? How is this fine?" he said in pain. "If I had known this, I wouldn't have come back and would have marched to war instead. If I became a knight, I wouldn't have to suffer like this." Theron shouted at Nanny. "Even as a lowly soldier or whatever, I will kill them all." Nanny hurriedly comforted him. "I wish I were there too. I would definitely make them all die, young master." However, Theron turned away and suddenly stopped. He turned his head and glared at the person outside the door. "What are you saying?" Linda, who had been standing outside the door the whole time, had heard their entire conversation. She warned him in a stern voice, "Do you have to be like those three to be satisfied? So, are you afraid Mother will find out?" Mentioning their mother, Theron looked sad, suddenly becoming a knight, but giving up the inheritance rights and leaving without seeing her even once. She stomped towards him. "I told you as soon as you came back." She worried for him, tried to explain to make him understand, giving up the inheritance rights and leaving without seeing her even once. "I told you as soon as you came back." Lydia shouted and rushed in, hitting Theron. "You idiot, what reason do you have to say such things?" Her arms trembled with anger. "What about everyone else? Is everyone else nothing to you? What about me and Leo? And Father too?" Lydia made Theron feel guilty, on the verge of tears. "We went through everything together." They remembered the dark, terrible days they had to endure. "If you leave too, what are we supposed to do?" Theron shouted in shock, as if wanting to vent his frustrations. "I don't know. Since when did everyone care about me so much?" Linda said in pain. "Then why did you come back? Go. Go away. Whether it's to the battlefield or anywhere else, just go as you please." Her words truly struck at the pride of Theron. He walked away in anger. Nanny shouted loudly, calling after Theron. "Young master," she anxiously asked Linda. "Miss, are you just going to let him leave like that, miss?" She remembered him when they were both children. Tears welled up and rolled down her cheeks. She ran to the castle door and looked towards the castle gates. She saw him spurring his horse out of the castle. Theron. Nanny was pacing back and forth next to the table. The madam danced around with a cloth. "Victor has returned. Our baby has returned." Theron spurred his horse, dashing through the wind. Kulip glop, kulip glop. He thought to himself, "I will kill. Kill them all. Kill everyone. If so, then that's all it takes." A cold glint appeared in his eyes. He arrived at a village. It was so peaceful here. He looked in astonishment at the flag fluttering in the wind. The people there hugged each other and cheered. The war is over. The Sun Knights have overwhelmed them. American Donetsk. It's Momonada's victory. Theron blended into the crowd, celebrating in the middle of the street. But in a small room, Albert had noticed his mood. "I heard the news about your mother. Are you in a bad mood, Theron?" He remained silent and didn't answer. The commander asked again, "Are you regretful that you couldn't march to war?" He placed his hand on a stack of documents and said to him, "Now, there are two choices. First, stationing at Enum below the capital. There's nothing dangerous. You can integrate with soldiers your own age. It's close to home, so it's best to keep an eye on your family. Second is to come with me to the capital." He paced back and forth around the room. "But your assignment won't be decided immediately." He walked back towards him. "A few months or a few years. It's impossible to know for sure. Until then, you will have to follow me as a bodyguard. Even if it's a waste of time, there's no other way." Albert said calmly to Theron. He asked in a stern voice, "What is your decision?" Theron looked down, not knowing what to decide. The sky was so clear and blue. The group of knights spurred their horses towards the castle. Kulip glop, kulip glop. Theron looked up at the sky. He remembered Lydia's words. "Why did you say such things?" It wasn't just spoken in anger. "Lydia, I'd rather it be me. Countless people have died because of the war. At that time, Mother called my name and cried, 'Why did you take my child away?' and hated God." He remembered his mother's words from when he was little. "I'm sorry for not loving you, not even once. Will everyone remember me?" In the castle, Hildegard was holding a pitcher, drinking water hastily. Gulp, gulp, huh? She exhaled refreshingly. Suddenly, the room door opened with a creak. She saw him standing outside the door. Surprised, she asked Theron, "Why did you come back?" He was holding a blanket and handed it to her. "A blanket, because I thought you would need it. It will probably rain, so I took care of the blanket before coming here." Hildegard looked at the fresh-smelling blanket in Theron's hands. His expression was sad. "It rains a lot." In his hand was a crumpled piece of paper. Nothing could be made out of it. Seeing Theron crumpling the piece of paper in his hand, Hildegard thought silently, "Why did he have to come all the way here?" Theron stammered as if wanting to say something. Hearing his voice, she turned her head to look at him. He gathered all his courage and said to her, "The reason I came here is because of the wit." His words suddenly choked in his throat, and he fell silent. "I have nowhere to go." Hildegard stood holding the blanket she had just received, looking at him in silence. "I should have gone to the battlefield. I have to prove it." Not understanding, she asked him, "Prove what?" He didn't understand what he was doing either. His voice sounded self-mocking. "The family's honor. The revenge of my brothers. I don't know anymore. What I want to prove. Believing that something will change." He confided his feelings to her. I feel lost. She didn't know what to advise him. Using war to prove something is truly a stupid idea. People say Northerners all deserve to die, that they are a tribe without humanity and without any morals. But he looks. Erkin. He thought of him. He's different from what I thought. He asked her, did Erkin's parents both die in the war? You know, right? So that's how it is. No. It would definitely be a lie if you said you didn't know anything. Think about why he came to this place all alone. It's not something impossible to guess. Tomorrow, the pharmacist will leave the castle. He told her the truth. Actually, I've been keeping an eye on the abnormal witch. Not the one from the royal castle. But I couldn't say it. If it's nothing special, I shouldn't interfere. Otherwise, I just ruin things. He said to her in painful exhaustion, I'm always like this, always ruining everything. It's because of me that everyone got hurt, right? Theron guiltily remembered the people he had hurt. Then Theron blamed himself. Is it because of me that Erkin will be chased away? It's me, it's my fault. She looked at him. He resembled her when she was a child. With a bleeding head and guilty eyes, looking back at her. Hildegard stepped in front of him. Talp. She comforted him. It's not anyone's fault. You said you wanted to prove yourself. She wanted him to make a decision. If so, please think for yourself and make a decision. She advised him, if you only listen to others, you can't blame them either. No matter what, you are the one taking action. She gave him words that made him realize. He stopped blaming himself and pondered her words. You can't blame yourself because it wasn't your intention. Deep in her heart, she wondered if this was the outcome she wanted. Having to live and carry the regret of losing that place. Therefore, she suddenly became shy. Even though I don't like you very much. But I hope you won't have to go through such things. Theron was surprised by her words. She avoided his gaze and continued to comfort him. Everything will be fine. Now we just need to wait for the two of them to return. But Theron still held the piece of paper in his hand. He stopped his remorse and self-blame. Yes. Suddenly, Hildegard hesitated and said, Hey, She still stammered. The important drawing. There's one drawing, but she looked thoughtful. My drawing will probably take a lot of effort. Can you help me a little? Theron, like a child, raised his hand to wipe away the tears welling up in the corners of his eyes and hurriedly agreed with her. Yes, as much as you need. She turned her head to look at him, giving a faint, fleeting smile so no one would notice. She walked past him. If you don't try to act cool, you're a terrible guy. She took out a drawing and handed it to him. Here. A corner of the drawing fluttered in the wind. Hildegard slowly walked away, leaving Theron standing alone, stunned in the room. He opened the drawing in his hand and glanced at the sketch inside. Could this be me? Probably not. The scribbled strokes inside surprised him. Then Theron broke into a smile. Then his expression turned to annoyance as he remembered something. So is Erkin. He keeps up that fake smile. He pretends with everyone around him. Don't joke too much, Kaya. Suddenly, I will expose the despicable nature of that tribe. The enemy of the family is right in front of my eyes. Can I do that? Are you angry? You northerner, come here. Come closer, quickly. This time I was also very. You coward, you spineless coward. Coward. He remembered the people he had met, the barbaric northerners and the fire in the village. Wait here, grab a few necessary items, and leave immediately. They have no morals, and if I don't go now, I will regret it even more. Selfish and despicable. The drawing fluttered. Theron's eyes were tinged with sadness. If he comes back, that I definitely have to apologize. And today, before it's too late, he made a decision for himself. The carrier pigeon flew away. Let's finish the unfinished letter. The door connecting to the building's balcony opened. A creaking sound echoed. Albert turned to ask his subordinate, Is it from Theron? The subordinate denied it. No, sir. I found this. He handed the letter in his hand to him. In the room, Theron's father spoke up, Linda. Read it slowly. Linda, he asked Linda, who sent the letter? She read the letter carefully and answered her father. It's from Theron. He's just apologizing for having no new news. Everything is fine. She smiled brightly. The fears in her heart were finally put to rest, and he is doing very well. The scene shifted to the temporary rented house of Erkin and Griselda. At this time, the sky had gradually turned to morning. The sunlight was also somewhat brighter and fresher than usual. The quiet early morning space made Griselda's hurried footsteps even clearer. Thump, 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 thump. After walking for a while, she stopped in front of Erkin's door. She knocked hard on the door, shouting his name to wake him up. Erkin. He was still lying curled up in the room at this time, both hands tightly hugging the pillow, shivering despite her loud calls and pounding on the door outside. Hurry up and wake up. Let's set off. Hearing Griselda's increasing urging, he tiredly looked up. His eyes clearly showed more dullness than usual. Erkin groaned tiredly for a while, then quickly stood up and prepared for the next trip. The trip to Taburi on the morning of the 6th day. After getting ready neatly, he still tiredly dragged his feet step by step down the stairs. Erkin walked while yawning and complaining, ugh. Traveling for several days in a row is so tiring. Going down to the ground floor, what caught his eye was Griselda and the innkeeper discussing something that seemed very important. He carefully observed Griselda and couldn't help but admire her endurance. Erkin thought to himself that Lord Griselda must also be very tired, but she didn't show it on the outside, even if it was for Lord Sungju. Before he could finish thinking, Griselda turned sharply to look at him and urged, "Let's go. Crossing the bridge ahead is the fastest." After saying that, she and Erkin both quickly prepared to continue their journey. Suddenly, a man carrying heavy luggage on his shoulder brushed past him, making him turn his eyes. Erkin absent-mindedly replied to Griselda while staring intently at the man. Yes, yes. The man also seemed to be in a hurry to find a room, just like him. "Boss, do you have a room?" The innkeeper happily replied, "Yes, please wait a moment." Erkin kept looking at him. He thought to himself, since we've reached the border, there are a lot of northerners. Because it's a trade route, almost all of them are merchants. However, unlike the capital, the northerners and southerners, no matter which side they are on, have nothing to do with each other. In the north, dozens of large and small villages coexist together, which is called a union. Each village independently follows its own characteristics. Even among the northerners, one can see a mixture of different cultures. Among them, the villages bordering the kingdom, or those that frequently interact with transcontinental merchants. But they are no longer unfamiliar with each other's existence. Then he glanced outside to look at the surrounding scenery and the merchants gathering from many places like this. This is the largest commercial city and our destination. The market is getting closer. He moved while engrossed in thinking about his favorite knowledge, not noticing how far he had walked. Suddenly, the call of an old man selling jewelry by the roadside startled him, making him look over. He called out loudly with a cheerful expression, Come take a look. Earrings, necklaces, bracelets, rings. If it's something you can wear, there's nothing I don't sell." The sparkling stones with blue light on the box also made Erkin not pay attention to him. He continued his sales pitch, selling even mystical gems from the distant obelisk. The precious jewelry openly displayed in the middle of the market made everyone passing by laugh and wonder. Wow, why sell such things in this crowded market? But at this moment, the one thing that absolutely caught his attention was a pair of deep red jade earrings sparkling among the pile of jewelry. Exquisite. Erkin looked at it. In his mind, an image of Hildegard suddenly appeared. On her ears, she also wore a beautiful pair of earrings, just like that. While he was passionately imagining, there was suddenly a loud call from behind. Erkin! He was startled and turned around, looking back toward where the voice came from. It was a call from Griselda. She said loudly, "There are a lot of people, so stay close to me." Erkin finally realized. He looked towards the crowd surrounding Griselda, causing her to be stuck. He became so embarrassed his face turned red, and he stammered, "Why yes. Duke Griselda, wait for me." After that, the two quickly continued to Taburi as planned. But the further they went, the more crowded and noisier the surrounding crowd became. The two of them also looked around, unable to help but wonder, why is it so chaotic? Suddenly, there was a loud call towards the two of them. "Turn back." The voice came from an elderly man. He hurriedly ran towards them, his mouth still calling out loudly. "Turn back now." He warned the two of them about the event happening ahead. "Not long ago, I broke my leg due to the heavy rain. You absolutely cannot pass through there, so turn back." Hearing the warning, everyone turned to look at the collapsed bridge ahead. It turned out that the pouring water caused it. Hearing what the locals said, Griselda hurriedly ran over to check and urgently asked, "Hey, is there no other way to cross?" The old man honestly answered her, "Because the water is flowing rapidly, crossing it barehanded is no different from suicide. How long will it take to rebuild the bridge on the opposite side?" While she was asking people questions, he stood in a corner looking around and thinking. Sturgis is in the north. Griselda at this time was also thinking of a way to get there as fast as possible. If they turn east, it will take more time. It's already the 6th day of the 2 weeks. If we calculate the time to return to the castle. Suddenly, Erkin's voice spoke up, interrupting Griselda's train of thought. "Duke Griselda," he said while pointing at the large mountain behind them. "Let's cross this mountain. That sentence also made her look in the direction he was pointing. Griselda looked up at its steepness and stammered, "The mountain looks so steep. Will it be okay?" Not letting her overthink, he quickly explained, "They are merchants, so it's very difficult for them to carry luggage up the mountain. Only the two of us are capable. The low mountain range on the other side is an overlapping point. On the contrary, it can shorten the time. Instead, we'll have to leave the horses somewhere." Erkin hadn't finished his sentence when Griselda spoke up. "No, that's a good idea. Let's go up right now." Saying that, she looked toward the nearby villager and asked loudly, "Hey, is there anywhere we can exchange for food?" The villager heard the call. He looked at the two of them, smiled, and said, "Oh, for how many days?" Now Griselda led the two horses closer to the merchant. He was startled and stared at them. "Two horses? That's too much." Hearing that, she looked at him with a dark expression and said loudly, "A little bit is fine. Just hand it over." Erkin next to her was also confused because Griselda's words sounded somewhat like forcing others. He thought to himself, it's a reasonable trade, but somehow it feels like a robbery. When the transaction was completed and they had enough food for the trip, the sun was also gradually setting. The two of them groped their way together through a large forest. Erkin walked slowly behind Griselda. Halfway there, he stepped on a large rock. The rock was covered in mud, making it slippery and caused him to seemingly lose his balance and fall. Today, Erkin stumbled. His hand tried to reach for something to regain his balance. "What?" His scream was heard by Griselda. She stopped and turned around, grabbing his scarf tightly to help him stand steady. At this time, he also regained his balance. Erkin looked at Griselda with a panicked expression, speechless. After regaining his composure, he shyly looked at her back. Griselda turned around to take the lead. She walked and reminded him, "The ground is still wet, so walk carefully." Those words surprised him quite a bit. Erkin looked at her with full admiration. Thank you. You are really strong. Walking fast while answering because I've been trained. It's also lucky for you that you climb mountains quite well. I was worried your body wasn't healthy enough." Erkin then obediently followed her closely for fear of being careless again. He hesitantly scratched his head. "Well, anyway, coming from the north, it would be weird if I couldn't walk here." Then he looked at the surrounding scenery and happily recounted, "Around the village are all forests and mountains, all the plants and animals. I don't have much of a talent for hunting. When everyone in the village went hunting, I went with my parents to pick herbs." Hearing the story of his childhood, that she also wondered and asked, "I heard your parents were also good pharmacists, right? It seems they were all good people. You were taught so much." And Erkin at this time was also happy to hear the praise. He continued, "Because of that reason, even when I left the village and lived a wandering life, I realized many things. Even so, for picking herbs, there's no place like my home village, especially the mountain in the back, because precious herbs grow very well there." Erkin looked towards the distance. His eyes clearly showed an intense love and pride for his hometown, a free sky of his childhood. When reaching the Canteras Plains, he stepped up to stand on a large rock to see the path more clearly. There, he noticed a large mountain ahead. He thought to himself, if so, then over there is. Interrupting his train of thought was Griselda's loud voice. "Anyway, it's hard to cross it all before the sun sets. Let's camp on that rock over there." Seeing Erkin standing completely still, looking toward the mountain ahead, she loudly called his name, "Erkin." At this moment, he seemed to have realized something. His mouth muttered, "It is that mountain. The mountain on the other side is my home village." Now, Griselda also looked in the direction he mentioned. Erkin continued, "Northerners have a strong aura and sturdy limbs. People also say that they are descendants of the god of the continent, Namitas." Erkin explained, "Namitas means the cold land. That is the place called the embrace of Namitas. Namita is Sigist. I was born in the land of Sigist." After saying that, Erkin jumped down near Griselda. He continued speaking as she listened attentively. "Just as the people of Mamarata serve the sun god, the northerners here have considered themselves descendants of this land." Hearing this, Griselda unconsciously looked around and said, "It's a peaceful and quite intimate hometown." Erkin also replied, "Yes." Thanks to that, news of the war was delivered quickly. Anyway, it's a small village deep in the mountains. It's a place with many people and young children, so the direct damage wasn't too great. Both of them looked ahead for a while, and then Griselda spoke up again. "If we had time, we could have dropped by for a bit." "What a pity." Erkin also smiled and said, "No, it's not to that extent, because the important thing now is to return as soon as possible," he said while looking at her. But Griselda was also surprised by his words. She wondered, why go to such lengths? I already chased you away once. As for the present, I didn't say I would keep you, and I didn't say I would help either. Looking at his bewildered expression, she asked helplessly, do you want to be trusted again? Do you have any wishes? Hearing that question, he silently looked at her and then gently looked away. Why wish for? He embarrassedly whispered, is to continue staying at the castle. His true wish was to see Kaya again. Then he stammered, right now, that's all I need. Griselda looked ahead at this moment, her face cold as she said, what happened with the wish? Don't you intend to tell me everything? Seeing her attitude, he quickly replied, yes, I'm sorry for getting the castle lord involved so many times. But no matter what, it's my own problem and has nothing to do with the outcome. Hearing his answer, Griselda sighed helplessly. Let's just leave it at that for now. We'll talk about this later when we get back. After a long day of the two wandering in the forest, it finally got dark as night fell. The scenery in the forest was a bit gloomy and quiet. The two of them were now sitting neatly on a large rocky area to take temporary shelter. The surrounding silence was so profound that only the sound of Griselda's scraping could be heard. She was trying to whittle the stick in her hand to catch fire and warm them both. Griselda then rubbed two large stones together to create a fire. As for Erkin, he was still fumbling through his luggage to find something for a while. He started to become awkward, remembering the conversation from earlier. Because of the conversation just now, the atmosphere was a bit. While he was thinking to himself, his hand suddenly touched a hard object. Erkin surprisingly called out to her, Griselda, look at this. She looked at Erkin with a puzzled expression. He then continued. While speaking, he held up a bottle of wine wrapped in a cloth bag. These are the provisions the merchant gave us. After that, the two of them enjoyed the drink together very happily. Taking the first sip, Erkin hastily groaned. It's so bitter, he said while shivering. The night is a bit cold, isn't it? Good thing we have this. Anyway, we will finally arrive in Taburi tomorrow. His voice became increasingly shaky, like a drunkard. Do you catch colds easily? We're taking the detour through the fields, so it will probably be much colder. Even so, it's not winter, so it's still bearable. Griselda seemed indifferent to his words. She was silent for a moment and then said, I know what it's like. I've been there before. Hearing that, he became more excited. The fields? When did you? In response to his excitement was Griselda's cold gaze. She just glanced at Erkin. At this point, he suddenly stopped and became quieter. He stammered, Then both of them sank into an inexplicably silent atmosphere. A long time later, Erkin stammered and asked Griselda, Hey, why did the war happen? That question made her suddenly turn to look at him and ask, Haven't you heard anything about it either? Erkin sat in a corner, sighed, and said, Anyway, it happened before I was born. I'm just curious about what the kingdom said. From what I heard, there was chaos in the kingdom before, and they coveted the resources of the northerners. The targets were the villages within the disputed area. The name of that region is Totika. Griselda thought for a moment and then spoke up. In the northwest of the kingdom, there is arable land. Rather than a target, it was a power struggle. When on the battlefield, there was a joke among the soldiers like this. The war was caused by Princess Marina. Mentioning that, Erkin surprisingly asked back, Princess Marina? Seeing this, she immediately explained, 15 years ago, Princess Marina of the kingdom married the son of the ruler of the north. The kingdom, with the intention of blessing the descendants to be born, promised the north the rule of Totika for 100 years. But not long after the marriage, the princess suddenly passed away. A dispute over the right to rule emerged. Originally, this pact also had political intentions to create influence for the future successor. Because the princess passed away and no descendants were seen, the kingdom wanted to take the land back. But for the north, a place that frequently lacks food in the winter, the newly received arable land was extremely precious. Since the people had already migrated, the adjustment was delayed. The problem became more complicated. Initially, the people of the north and the people of the kingdom protested against their lords, but that they failed to reconcile, and bloody conflicts broke out between the villages. Eventually, the conflicts of the people led to the conflicts of the lords, escalating into a war of the nations on the snow and under the bones. When the previous king tried to seek a truce, he was assassinated, making the war even more uncontrollable. So, it was caused by Princess Marina. Griselda smirked coldly as she recounted. Isn't it funny? Living together and then fighting to the death half a century ago. The princess passed away. At that time, the center of the war was Totika, the place where I was born. This silver hair is a common color among the local people. Listening to every word Griselda said, Erkin looked at her in surprise. So that's how it is. Therefore, you decided to become a knight because of the dispute. At that time, your biological parents. Saying that, he suddenly fell silent. Seeing this, Griselda quickly shook her head and spoke up. No. My parents died in a carriage accident. Have you heard of Aneta? Hearing that shocking news, Erkin embarrassedly stammered. Passed away. I'm sorry. Griselda took a big gulp from her drink and continued. I had wanted to become a knight for a long time. My innate physical strength was also good. Since I had gathered the support and financial power of my parents, it wasn't difficult. Even so, I lacked the will. At that time, the war couldn't touch me deeply, but gradually, the kingdom was pushed back and besieged to a dead end. Everyone in the capital was saying that the enemy forces would soon arrive. The anxiety kept increasing like a natural disaster. After saying that, she looked down, sighed, and said to Erkin, I'm sorry, this isn't something I should be telling you. Seeing her blame herself, he quickly shook his head in denial. I was the one who asked. Griselda looked away sadly and said, Anyway, I have served my country, Mamarata. I only hope that misfortune doesn't befall my family. That is the extent of what a human can do. Griselda suddenly fell silent. She went silent, making Erkin panic. Looking over, she suddenly hesitated and continued. But my younger sister, Aneta, in her mind, the image of Aneta as a very adorable child appeared, and she was also hurriedly running to her as a safe haven to rely on. Sister, are you doing well? Have you been training a lot? Remember to come back often. Munch, is it good? What is good? The royal castle is besieged. Hearing that made her freeze. The gossip from the people, it's only a matter of time before they break into the city. Your Majesty, are you safe? What the hell are the knights doing? Aneta said, Sister, what is a siege? She looked at her sister and thought. Then she hugged Aneta tightly. If I wrap around you like this, slipping through. A very smart way of handling it by her. Back to the present. Var, I didn't want you to know about such things. Perhaps I have become such an existence. That child is so pure. I don't want her to be hurt. I don't know if everything will be all right. I have a word of thanks I want to give to you, Erkin. I heard that in the village, you took very good care of my sister. Erkin said, No. Aneta was the one who always took good care of me. Aneta is a much stronger child than we think. Because she is pure, she has a strength that can only be unleashed when one is not yet aware of the fears of the world. And that must be possible because someone has protected Aneta up until now. But no matter how hard you try, it will be very difficult to keep things like that forever. The world is truly scary. There will be times when she gets hurt and falls. So what should we do? She said, when that time comes, just stay by my side. That will be enough. A while later, the wine is kicking in, so I'm getting really sleepy. I should probably go to rest first. You should also go to sleep early. All right. Erkin thought, I wonder if I said anything wrong. The atmosphere of the conversation, the surrounding environment along with the firelight, was like a perfection for him to think. A familiar feeling, but it had been a long time. Come to think of it, you have been on the battlefield for a long time, Duke Griselda. Have you seen her, the Sun Witch, who is a Knight of the Sun in that kingdom? Are you interested in such stories? It's so famous that even when I was little, it was a hot topic among the children in the village. Is that person the one who invaded the royal castle? What kind of person is the Sun Witch? Someone with a height reaching the ceiling? Or with an overwhelmingly captivating beauty? Is she even human? Let's see. I don't remember the past events very clearly. Go to sleep quickly, Erkin. We still have to set off early tomorrow morning. Griselda thought about the Sun Witch. She recalled, Are you Griselda? Wow, you're so tall. My name is Ines. From now on, I will be your master. Welcome to the Eagle Garrison, rookie. Let's see. You will probably have to share a tent with me. It's not too different from the barracks. There are a few nobles here, and the atmosphere is relatively quiet. That one over there is the commander's tent. When standing guard outside, be careful not to enter casually. If it's the commander, then, that's right. That is the Sun Knight. Don't worry. There are only 3 of us anyway, including me, who directly takes care of her. You just need to do what we ask. In short, just do as I say. Suddenly, Ines got an upset stomach from something she ate for dinner and ran off in a flash, leaving her behind. Her mind felt like it was spinning in a dance, even when things turn out like this. The Eagle Garrison of the Sun Knight. Can I endure this? Ines. Commander Ines. Oh, what should I do? Lady Hildegard. My name is Griselda. I'm the new recruit who joined this time. I'm sorry, but Lady Ines is currently absent. A towel? Yes. Do not make me say it twice. Has Griselda also seen that person before? Let's see. I don't remember much about what happened before. No, that's not right. How could I ever forget? It's hard to believe that someone who has been on the battlefield for so many years. Yet on that small back, there isn't a single scar. A strong wind gently brushed through the little girl's red hair. The sky was blazing red, and the earth was crimson too. It was because the sun was setting. Makeshift tents stood at the foot of the rock, in the middle of a barren land. Looking here and there, looking up or down, everything was a blazing red. A fresh, sweet scent. That little girl was about to wake up. Night had fallen. Hildegard sat up abruptly. Black crows flew in from nowhere. To her, they were annoying because they made strange sounds. So noisy. She turned to look at the flock of crows. The cawing gradually grew louder. There were quite a few people on horseback heading towards her. The loud noise caught Hildegard's attention. The sound of horse hooves clattered. Clop, clop. An old man with a dark and terrifying face appeared. His wrinkled, rough hand pointed at Hildegard. Another old man, completely covered in a cloak, reached out with black, withered fingers. Hildegard wondered, I'm not. Behind my back. Since when did everything start? Suddenly, those mysterious cloaked figures attacked Hildegard's village. The people fought back, but it was useless. In terms of physical strength and weaponry, they were completely outmatched. What stood out was a woman with long red hair. Even though she was restrained, she was very strong and unyielding. I don't clearly remember her face. I only heard the screaming. She tried her best to scream as loud as she could. At that time, Hildegard was terrified. She instinctively ran away. But a large hand from behind stopped her. He grabbed Hildegard, and no matter how much she struggled, it was useless. Hildegard scratched his face, causing him immense pain. The man used his elbow to knock her away. You little brat, because he was so strong. Her head hit the ground hard. She snapped back to her senses and looked at him. The man touched his wound and cursed. Damn it. Then he was stunned. Blood seeped onto the stone steel, a symbol of the village. The stone steel was absorbing the drops of blood from Hildegard. The leader walked over. The cloaked man was in shock. The engraved symbol suddenly glowed. He couldn't help but be amazed. Hildegard's entire body was glowing. Despite losing a lot of blood, she had regained consciousness. The light was like a centerpiece amidst the blazing red sky. Her red hair blended with that light. It seeped into her body. Hildegard fully awakened. She twitched her fingers. Her breathing was ragged, like someone on the verge of death. All of this was witnessed by Moment. He pointed at Hildegard and said something to his subordinate. The black-cloaked man nodded. Moment glanced at Hildegard and ordered, capture that girl. One of his subordinates, Bertram, threw her over his shoulder like an object. For daring to harm such an important tool, Moment ordered someone to execute the man right there. He screamed in terror, I was wrong. Please spare me. All the villagers had been captured alive. That woman was still screaming at the top of her lungs. But there was nothing they could do. No matter how much she screamed, that silhouette gradually faded into the distance. Because she had done something special, she was also given special treatment. Hildegard had a sack put over her head and was thrown into a cage. Clatter, clank. But this sack didn't have a single hole in it. Therefore, it made it hard for her to breathe. Pant, pant. At the temple, someone shouted, Grandmaster. Grandmaster. After a few calls, the man known as the Grand Master hurriedly appeared. Is this acceptable, Your Highness Moment? He smiled confidently. Please, Grandmaster, take a look once more. Behind him, Bertram was holding Hildegard, who was bound and had a sack over her head. The Grand Master looked on in confusion. She shifted. At the same time, Moment introduced her. This is the child. The Grand Master pulled out a dagger. The subordinates held her down tightly, untied her, and pulled Hildegard's arm. The Grand Master used the tip of the blade to stab directly into that tender skin. She squirmed in pain. Stand still. Blood dripped down. Moment watched intently, but soon after, the bleeding stopped and the wound closed up. The Grand Master was astonished. Sweating profusely, he turned his head to look at Moment. You are mistaken. This power is the blessing of Korea. Regardless of whether the Grand Master said he was right or wrong, he knew he had picked up a rare treasure. He ordered, bring the criminal in quickly. The little girl was untied, and as soon as the sack was removed, she greedily gasped for air. Cough, cough. A sword was thrown down. She looked at the sharp sword as a cold voice spoke. Pick it up. The Grand Master knew the specific language of her village. Moment waited expectantly, let the fight begin. Her opponent was a prisoner. He had been tortured and forced into this. The Grand Master shouted instructions to her in that specific language. She gripped the sword tightly, her body trembling. After all, at this time, Hildegard was still just a child. She hesitantly raised the sword. This prisoner also knew that she was being forced to fight him. He made the first strike, and the force applied to the sword was very light. Hildegard was startled. She asked something in her own language. The prisoner felt helpless. He didn't understand why he had to fight a child. He decisively knocked her sword away. Then, he flicked her on the forehead. Hildegard panicked and hugged Bertram, making him feel awkward. She sobbed uncontrollably. That made it impossible for Bertram to just stand by and watch. He shouted, "Enough! Stop!" Moment was dissatisfied. What? She's just a child. This won't be of any use. The Grand Master agreed with the Emperor's words. That's right. It is merely a blessing. Combat techniques and the use of magic. It seems she needs to be trained. There will be a lot to teach. The Emperor and the Grand Master had spoken. He couldn't do anything about it either. Hildegard touched her forehead, her face covered in tears and snot. Moment walked away, waving his hand. Well, since things have turned out this way, first of all, teach the girl how to speak. And this task was assigned to none other than Bertram. Bertram, her education is your responsibility. After all, with that leg of yours, you can't do much else. Leaning on a cane, he limped forward. He bowed his head in obedience. Yes, Your Highness. The prisoner stared at Bertram and the little girl. He gently invited her, "Come, follow me." He sheathed his sword and chuckled. Seriously, what was all that about? He poked the hilt of his sword against her head and spoke mocking words. "Oh, wise nobles, a little girl like this dared to hurt me." Even though Hildegard couldn't speak the language here, she could understand it. The prisoner screamed, catching the Emperor's attention. Since she couldn't use a sword, she used her teeth. Hildegard climbed onto him and bit hard into his ear, causing him excruciating pain. The soldiers standing outside panicked. No matter what he said, she wouldn't let go. "Get off. Pull this brat away now." Bertram pulled her back, but it seemed she was still full of energy. He gritted his teeth, holding his ear, his whole body trembling. My ear, you crazy brat." A soldier told him to shut up. The prisoner, furious, kept cursing. "Are you a rabbit monkey?" She panted, wiping the blood smeared on her mouth. Moment watched, laughing as he acknowledged her bravery. Little girl, I'm starting to look forward to this." The bizarre laughter made Hildegard flinch. He walked closer to her. Moment bent down and asked, "Hey kid, do you know why you're here?" She stammered a reply. The Grand Master translated, "She is asking where the others are." He questioned, "Are you talking about the villagers?" "Well, listen closely, kid." He grabbed her arm, startling her. "You stole something important. Something very important." Hildegard was terrified. "So, this is quite a difficult situation. What should we do about this, you naughty kid?" The Grand Master, standing behind, translated the Emperor's words for her. She shook her head firmly. The Grand Master spoke for her. "I didn't steal anything. I'm not a thief." He laughed dismissively. "That's right. For a thief in your homeland, the act of stealing is considered a very terrible thing, isn't it?" Moment forcefully gripped her arm tightly. He gritted his teeth, directing all the fury inside him at Hildegard. "I must get that thing back at all costs." Now, she trembled. Moment used this method to turn her into his tool. "Now, I will give you a chance." He clenched his fist. "The villagers you are looking for are in my hands. Use your power and bring me what I want." He opened his palm and said, "Then I will release those people and forgive you for your crime of stealing. Not just wealth and fame. I guarantee I will grant your every wish. Do you understand?" The Grand Master translated it. The little girl remained silent. Moment pulled his hand back and asked, "What is your name?" "What should I call you, Her mouth hung open. Everything happening was too much for her to accept. The Grand Master bowed and said, "The girl doesn't remember. Perhaps the shock of being taken away made her forget everything." He pondered. "Very well, I will name you myself." Moment stroked his beard, contemplating. "In the name of the sun god, the name should be somewhat majestic. Let's see. Like the mythical king Elias. Let's take the name Hildegard." She didn't say a word, her whole body covered in sweat. "From now on, you'll be Hildegard Elias." In the palace, the servants were in an uproar. "Have you heard the news? His Highness brought back a child from some border region. That is a child possessing the magic of the gods. His Highness is thinking of sending her out to the war in the north. If it's magic, is it like the people from the Alvernia kingdom? No, it's quite different, actually. How effective can it be? Look at how small the child is. However, His Highness assigned Bertram to teach the child. Sir Bertram, the one who injured his leg in the previous battle? It won't be easy. Because he was injured, he was assigned to take care of the child. His Highness is mistreating the commander too much. The other guy picked up his glass of water. I heard about the appointment of a mage from the beginning. Momonada is a land of knights, isn't it? The blonde woman rubbed her chin. I'm worried that the gods might unleash their wrath. What is His Highness thinking? The guy agreed. That's right, as a candidate for the commander position. What do you think, sir? Sir Unbreak held the paper and looked at them. The whole group stared at him, waiting for an answer. He spaced out for a moment and said, sorry. I was busy reading a letter. Unbreak thought for a moment. Let's see. Magic sounds like a children's story to me, but like His Highness moment. Perhaps he has a grand idea. The blonde woman chuckled. Hee, that's right, isn't it? And the woman next to her found it pathetic. The guy felt it made a lot of sense. Yes, after that, everyone joked around with each other. Sir Unbreak, I heard your nephew is entering, right? Yes, I'm reading that letter right now. Still so young, but as expected of a Wyron. The sound of a door rattling. But Bertram didn't hear an answer, so he opened the door and walked in. Hildegard, it's me, Bertram. Have you finished eating? He raised his head. It's time to learn how to read and write. The shabby room only had a bed and a dining table. Everything was simple, even the food. Bertram wondered. Seeing the untouched food on the table, he understood. She had left her stomach empty and gone somewhere. He worriedly stepped inside. Where did she go? A thwack sound caused him a sharp pang. Hildegard stabbed a spoon straight into Bertram's thigh. Even so, her hands were still trembling. She gritted her teeth.